Okay. Hello? Hello? Okay. All right. Oh, geez. I probably should have. Right. Here we go, guys. Let me do this real quick. Give me a minute. Okay. I probably shouldn't have had 2 cups of coffee before this. Made my skin all oily. Let me see here. Give me a minute. Okay, give me a minute. So, real quick here. Let me turn this on too. Okay, there we go. All right. Just want to make sure I get this right. Okay. Okay. Just want to let you guys know that this video, this self-narrated YouTube channel video of mine, is in fact the greatest of all ever in Earth and human history, cosmos, universe, history. Yeah. Air, space, time, life, ancient, eternal, modern pop history, chronological, 100% plus factual timeline of the greatest of all ever in all that was just said history. Real true life, lifetime, Star Wars, Star Trek, Odyssey, and decade for one son, one man, one father, one artist, one super mastermind business owner, one etc. ever. No exaggerations, no hype, no lies, no grandiosity, no delusions. This is 100% plus factual. Now, we're going to start off. I'm telling you, you guys better get ready. I'm telling you right now, there is nothing. You will never hear of anything like this ever again happening to plopping all around and amassing and plugging into one son, one father, one man, one artist, and of one family, etc. I'm okay. So we're going to get to this. Okay. All right. And for those who know me, I don't play around. I'm an incredibly and extremely serious man and a serious person, and I don't play games. So if this were 100% factually true, I would dare not get on my YouTube channel and do this video. So let's get that crystal clear. All right. I know I had 2 cups of coffee and it made my face all oily. I probably give me a minute. Give me a minute. We're going to get started. Now, what we're going to do here, we're going to start off with from Friday the 13th, December 2013. Yep, you heard right. To the 9th of November, 11/9/2021. I repeat, I'm going to start off with what happened to me from Friday, December 13th, Friday the 13th, December 2013, to 11/9/21, the 9th of November 2021. So from 12/13/13 to 11/9/21. We're going to get down to business. Hold on. I'm going to wipe my face because, hold on. I don't like looking all oily like this. So I'm going to finish this cup of coffee. All right, but let's get started. Now, what happened was this. I have these index cards that were prepared in advance of what was to be my telephonic radio station news interview with TimeBusinessNews.com. That is now a written Q&A interview, and I've had their questions that they've emailed me several weeks ago. Number one. Number two, then you have I have an iHeart radio station interview that will be a substitute for the Time Business News radio station interview. That will be set. And of course, I'll let everyone know. Number three, I will be submitting my 2,000-word article final draft to my publicist to submit to Rolling Stone magazine to appear in a forthcoming print issue of theirs this year, and as well on their .com digitally. Number four, there's an MTV rock write-up that would follow up, but I'm going to press the pause button on that. And I'm going to run through this greatest of all time ever. We're going to start off first with the greatest of all ever phenomena, the greatest of all in Earth and human history, etc. Phenomena of a decade for one man, one son, one artist, one father, one super mastermind business owner, etc., etc. Okay? We're going to start with that first. And I'm doing this, I've decided to do this in advance of what will be my initial promo showcases. 1, 2, and 3. The initial promo showcase 1 will be me singing truly unplugged and unfiltered, just like this, no equipment. I won't even have this USB, which I'm not even speaking into. I won't even have this USB condenser mic. I won't even have this USB condenser mic plugged into this PC. It'll be truly unplugged, unfiltered. Initial promo showcase will be 16 songs of blues, rock and roll, rock, and every other genre of pop in between you can think of. Outside of others, but a few others. Initial promo to showcase that I'm such a super dynamo singer, multi-dimensional, multi-genred. Then initial promo showcase 2 will be my rap showcase, in which I will cover multiple songs from the king of hip hop and rap, the Notorious B.I.G., and several other rap titans and giants. Okay. We'll get into a lot more. Believe you me, trust me, this is my cockpit of my starship. And once you get on this ride with me, you will never in your lives ever hear or see or learn of anything like this in your lives ever again. I mean, all of what happened to me in just the last 7 years and 7 months to 8 years, from Friday the 13th, 2013 to now. Whew, boy, I mean, there is no sci-fi fantasy movie out of Hollywood that could ever touch this. I don't care how large the film crew is. I don't care how much the budget is. I don't care if they have the greatest state-of-the-art gadgets. You just can't reproduce and replicate what was delivered to me, plugged into me, what I amassed, materialized, and assembled, especially in this to-be-described chronological timeline of the greatest of Earth and human history, etc., phenomenon, decade, for one, etc., being I. Okay, so we're about to get into this. I know we're 9.5 minutes in, and hey, whatever. Yeah, let's have this be an organic, cosmic, and otherwise unnoted and unsaid type of experience in physical reality. Okay, all right. So we're gonna let this flow. Okay, now let's start off. Number one, we're going to start off right now. I'm going to let you know what happened. Now, I do want to announce that I have what's called the. First of all, I would like to say before I get into this that I do, in fact, find this to be the greatest of times. Yes, I did say that. For all of the right reasons and necessary reasons, versus and over the last 40 to 100, 140, 150, 200, 245, 530, and 1500 years plus. Yes, I said that. These are the greatest of times ever of the last 40 to the last 1500 plus. To me, period. Now I will run through everything in my set sequential order. Okay? All right. I want to say this is also for, this is for my, for we the Estradas of the District of Columbia and the very North Star of Nova. The very North Star and Point of Nova. Yes. This is for my father. This is for, again, we the Estradas. This is for my heiress and my empress, my daughter. This is for all of the familias and webs and nets and threads and the labyrinth and mazes of my kingdom, dynasty, empire, of my legion. Okay? Legio aeterna victrix, mutatio formulae. Okay. Now, with that said, let's begin with the greatest phenomena of a decade in all of Earth and human and etc. history, for one etc. being I. From Friday, December 13th, 2013 to November 9th, 2021. 12/13/13 AD to 11/9/21 AD. All right. Get this out. And I am also going to give the greatest of thanks. I'm going to locate the index cards for this decade of Friday the 13th, December 2013 to the 9th of November, 11/9/21 AD. And then I'm going to give the next greatest of thanks to my ancestors. As a matter of fact, let me do that now. Now, if it were not for the incredible exceptionals that I ran into along this real true life, greatest of all ever in Earth and human history, Star Wars, Star Trek, Odyssey, that has many variables and elements that are, just a multitude to 100 plus and more out of a Disneyland amusement park, but in reality. No film crew, no equipment, just me and everyday life. Okay. But I do want to say that, I'm not to discard, because I'm, without my incredible exceptionals and legends and masters and greats and my gargantuans and titans and colossals and stars, and you know who you are. I love all of you. We'll get into it. I wouldn't be here. But even more so, equally and just as much, if it were not for my ancestors who, via the 88 dynasties of the Byzantine Empire, the 7 kingdoms of the Etruscans, and the first Roman kingdom born and bred out of Latia, conceived in 8 BC by the Latins, who would give birth and rise to Roma, Europa, to the League and Confederacy of Latia, that over time would snowball and morph into the Pagano-Romano Empire. that laid down all of these institutions and foundations and establishments, crafts, industries, and fields and disciplines of the West, of all that is white, Western, and of the West. Now, with that said, I'm just being factual, and I want it known for the record. Never the racist. Never have been, will never be, and don't need to be, and don't want to be. I am not interested in racism or what I call self-racism and self-hatred, but I am also the realist and the clearest. I will always put out what is 100% plus factually, truthfully, accurately so. No need for profanity or any of that stuff. No need. Just facts. That's it. Facts. Okay. Now, because when I say this, because again, I am just so honored that I have the very best, the super elite of the last 100 years of modern popular recording history, all wrapped around me, all plugged into me, next to me, behind me, in front of me, above, flanked in circles around me like the rings to my Saturn, waiting for me. I love them, they love me, and that's it. And we're family. They're the familia of the mutatio formulae legion. Most destined, most fated, most chartered and aligned. Organic, cosmic, and otherwise. Of the greatest of the unseen and the greatest of the seen, to all that is spoken versus all that is unspoken. Now, let's begin this greatest of all time in Earth and human history decade phenomena for one man, one son, one father, one artist, one super mastermind business owner, and so much more. Okay. Okay, I'm locating it. Yeah, when Europe and when Athens and Rome and Europe were formed, I mean, they were born and bred out of what was called Hispania, spelled Hispanie, and Latia, Latia. They gave birth. Yes, they gave birth and bred, raised, molded, and cemented for all time and space eternal. All that I've already said. Okay. Let's see here. I'm looking for, yeah, because it's so over the top. I had to put it on an index card. Hold on here. I thought I had it here. Hold on. Oh, gosh. Wait a minute. Excuse me for just a minute, please. Gosh. Hold on here. Where did I put that? Oh, here it is. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. There it is. I was like, what is going on here? Okay. There we go. Yeah, boy. I'm telling you, it's so big. It's so much bigger and greater and so much more than any one human, man, father, son could ever ask for, but also receive at levels that are so high and unbelievable because of the caliber and the quantity of the last 100 years of modern popular history. that, I mean, it's being suspended in the black skies of the cosmos, while my Romano feet are yet still deeply, firmly entrenched above and inside the soil of the earth, with all that is most necessary in both the brightest and darkest departments and divisions of reality itself and life. So, again, I am extremely grateful and humbled and honored to have the legion that I have around me, the labyrinth, the maze, and all of its webs, nets, and threads. Now, here we are. So, okay. On the night of Friday the 13th, December 2013, I was invited to a local band's CD release party at Club Tropicalia on 14th Street Northwest, District of Columbia, Estrada. You'll see why I would even say something like that. Shh. Okay. That was the night that I would run into the we're going to do 2013 to 2021. Then I'm going to do 2006 to 2013. And then 1966. No, I wasn't born in 66. We'll get to that later. Then we're going to do 1966 to 1999, 2000. That's how I'm doing this. Okay. So I already had multiple legends of modern popular recording history. But from the night of Friday the 13th, December 2013, it just catapulted. Okay? And I cannot tell you enough. I am so honored and so humbled, and I am unbelievably grateful to have all of these super greats. These individuals are titans, giants, colossals. Okay? Number one, that night of Friday the 13th, December 2013, I ran into Julian Junior Marvin, of the former lead guitarist for the King of Reggae, Bob Marley, and Bob Marley and the Wailers. He would become a member of my greatest of all time, real true life, single-handedly self-amassed and assembled Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band album cover assembly of titans, gargantuans, colossals, and giants and stars of the last 100 years of not just recording history, but of modern popular history. So I ran into Julian Jr. I ran into the former lead guitarist of Bob Marley. I've tagged all their names on my pages. I don't need to mention their names. If I did, oh well. But I ran into him, and he was on board the next day, the 14th of December, 2013. He played guitar for the pioneer of the electric blues, T-Bone Walker, who debuted on Columbia Records in 1929. T-Bone Walker was known as the first man to take the guitar and turn it into a solo instrument and main component of modern popular music. He inspired a young Chuck Berry who would, as a child and as a teenager, up to the point that Chuck Berry would become the father of rock and roll. He inspired B.B. King to pick up his first electric guitar, to when B.B. King would become the king of the blues. And I learned recently that when Jimi Hendrix would play his electric guitar with his teeth. I always thought that was all Hendrix. Well, I learned that Hendrix was emulating and honoring and paying homage to his hero, T-Bone Walker, who actually first played his guitar with his teeth as far back as the 20s and I'm assuming the 30s on. Yes. Now, T-Bone Walker died, I believe, in 1975. And then this guitarist who I met that very same Friday night of Friday the 13th, December 2013 at Club Tropicale on 14th Street. I'll mention his name, Julian Jr. Marvin. After T-Bone Walker's death, I'm just saying, I don't have it all down to a science, but I know that around 76, 77, he was offered the lead guitar position by Stevie Wonder, yes, of Motown Records, and Bob Marley. He picked and chose Bob Marley. Julian Jr. Marvin also was classified, it's either Guitar Player or Guitar Magazine. I think it's Guitar Player Magazine is one of the top 20 guitar players of the 20th century. I think he was ranked like 8th or something. Yes. Also, Time Magazine voted the 1977 Exodus LP by Bob Marley and the Wailers. That was the first album he did in full on lead guitar throughout the entire studio production of that album with Bob Marley and his fellow Wailers in 77. But Time Magazine voted that album the #1 CD of the 20th century. Okay. All right. Now, and I did run into a YouTube video of him at the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame induction ceremony of Bob Marley and the Wailers, which also included John Lennon, not as a member of the Beatles, but for John Lennon's solo career of the 70s induction. And I just remember seeing in the video Julian Jr. Marvin on stage and seeing him play at the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame Museum during the induction ceremony for Bob and his fellow bandmates. And there's Paul McCartney. Yes, staring at him with respect and admiration and staring at the whole band, everyone on stage. Okay, let's move on now. This is only the beginning. Then, 2 weeks after that, towards the tail end of December 2013, I am linked into the former personal drummer of the Godfather of Soul and the forefather of funk, James Brown. So I call him from across the street from the very park where my dad first walked up to my mom when he saw her on the park bench in March of 1970 in what I call DuPont Circle, Estrada, DC Park. And I'm on the phone with James Brown's former personal drummer, who also played for Wilson Pickett and the Midnight Movers for 10 years. He played for Eddie Kendricks of the Temptations. He worked with Bootsy Collins of the JBs, one of James Brown's bands. Same Bootsy Collins of Parliament Funkadelic. He played with Peaches and Herb. They opened up for Sammy Davis Jr., I believe, in Las Vegas. Played for D'Angelo. And he has a side project band, currently, present tense, that features the former bassist of Jimi Hendrix's original New York City, New York band called Jimmy James and the Blue Flames, that was put together by, at the time, the girlfriend of Keith Richards of the Rolling Stones, as depicted in the movie Jimmy, All by My Side. I think it was Andre 3000 who portrayed Jimi Hendrix in that movie. But she I believe, you know, she made that happen. And she invited Richard Goddard, founder of Sire Records. He in turn checked Jimmy James and the Blue Flames out and said he wasn't interested. Prior to Chas Chandler of Eric Burton and the Animals learning of the Jimmy of, you know, later on when Jimmy would leave New York and go across the Atlantic. Right, but basically Chas, I believe the bassist of the Animals was responsible for the Jimi Hendrix Experience, and then my understanding is I think Paul McCartney of the Beatles played a role in the Monterey Pop Festival debut, and the rest is history. Okay. Now, why is that tied to me? Well, you know, I too was listened to by Richard Goddard of Sire Records in 2006. Yeah. Michael Bolton's career bassist turned my original demo of Originals to the founder of Sire Records, who signed the Ramones, the Talking Heads, Deborah Harry's group, Ice-T, and the Go-Go's. Well, he didn't sign the Go-Go's, but he produced the first two. He produced their legendary historic album debut, Beauty and the Beat, and he also produced the second album. So he produced 2 out of 3. We'll get into all of that later. See, that's 2006 to 2013. Okay, right. But nonetheless, so as I continue on with the bio and resume of James Brown's former personal drummer, like I said, so he also has a side project band that features a musician, a legendary, iconic musician who was a member of Jimi Hendrix's New York City band, who would go on to form Steely Dan, join the Doobie Brothers, bring in Michael McDonald, was featured on back-to-back episodes of What's Happening as a member of the Doobie Brothers, was a regular featured guest on The Muppet Show. And he also played for Celine Dion. He played on Gene Simmons' The Demon of Kiss's solo album of 1978. That was the very first cassette LP gifted to me by my mother and father. That holy Roman Latin Christmas holiday of ours of December 1978. And yeah, and he worked with others. Okay. This current side project that James Brown's former personal drummer, who is a member of my team, I consider him a dear friend. He's a member of my team. I consider him family, period. Robert Mousy Thompson, incredible drummer, who also has just a above par great James Brown tribute band, I believe, featuring others who played and worked for James, called Robert Mousy Thompson's James Brown Experience. You should check them out. I mean, they perform locally on they play locally on a regular. Okay, all right, okay. So that's all. That's just December of 2013. That's December of 2013. So that's the second person. So the first one, right? Former guitarist, lead guitarist for the King of Reggae, and the pioneer of the electric blues. The second one, same month, December of 2013, the former personal drummer of the Godfather of Funk, of the Godfather of Soul, and Forefather of Funk. Monarchs. Then at the H Street Festival in 2014, I was introduced to the Queen of Soul, Aretha Franklin's final sax player, prior to her death. This was fall of 2014, by a man who I ran into first and foremost June of 2010, who has been there for me time and time again. I've called him multiple times. He introduced me to the former bassist and co-producer of The Godfather of Rap, Gil Scott-Heron, who was inducted into the 2021 Rock and Roll Hall of Fame class, along with the Go-Go's and all the others. I thought, what a coincidence there. But nonetheless, I also met a local musician and record studio producer who became the singer of Heatwave in 2014. Right. Heatwave, the 70s group responsible for the classic songs Always and Forever, along with Boogie Nights. Right. Okay. So, now Heatwave had a keyboardist and primary songwriter named Rod Temperton. Rod Temperton would go on to write Off the Wall for Michael Jackson. Rock With You for Michael Jackson's Off the Wall album. And he would write the title theme song and name the song for the highest selling album of all time, ever, and of modern popular history. The album Thriller, that came out November of 1982, that I'd seen reports earlier that it was certified diamond 34 times and sold 134 million records. Now I'm seeing that it sold 66 million records, which means that it was certified diamond 16 and a half times. Okay. But one thing's for sure, it's the highest selling album of all time. Period. Okay. We'll get into all of that. I know. There's so much to cover here. So, the person that introduced me to all of these people is a musical master and genius and legend of my city, our city, DC, and of the DC, Maryland, Virginia area. He is an incredible musician, an incredible artist, and he is a legend, and he is historic. He goes by the name of Bliss Ananda. So I first ran into him, get this, the mid to late June of 2010, coming up the escalator of the DuPont Circle Metro Station at the 19th Street exit. And he was up there playing his violin to the song Seal, Kiss from a Rose by Seal. And he was wearing a Michael Jackson King of Pop Anniversary Deluxe Edition t-shirt. On that shirt, Michael had his hat and his not infamous, but rather just SUPRA iconic crystal glass tuxedo glove. Now, from looking at the t-shirt, I'm not quite sure if it was from the Triumph Tour or the Victory Tour. Or, excusez-moi, the Triumph Tour, because he had a glove for the Triumph Tour, and of course he had his glove for the Michael Jackson Thriller, Jackson's Victory Tour, and for his 25th, for his Billie Jean live performance in the Apollo Theater in Harlem, New York City, New York, for the 25th anniversary celebration of Motown Records, which I saw live that night. I did. I tuned in, primetime TV. I believe it was 8 or 9 p.m. I was a kid. I locked in. That's when I first saw that glove, that hat, the jacket, and when he did and debuted his moonwalk publicly for the first time. Now, I know, I'm about to go there. So Bliss Ananda, through him, I know we're still, this is now fall of 2014, but I brought up Bliss because I've ran into Bliss in June of 2010. And I just had to line what he did for me, from Aretha Franklin's final sax player to the new lead singer of Heatwave to the former bassist of Gil Scott-Heron. And they're all members of the team. And it is in part because of him. And I am forever grateful to the one and only Charles Tolbert, also known as Bliss Ananda. Now, with that said, let's go back. Let's keep going. I was about to share on screen the Michael Jackson Thriller Crystal Glass Jackson's Victory Tour glove of the Michael Jackson Thriller Jackson's Victory Tour of 1984. The highest grossing tour throughout the entire decade and era of MTV and 80s pop and rock. That was made for me by one of the actual costume makers, designers, and glove makers for the King of Pop, Michael Jackson, the Scarecrow of the Wiz, the superstar wonder child of the kings of R&B soul pop, the Jackson 5, later the Jacksons, that she made for me. Yes. One of the former glove makers and costume makers and designers for the King of Pop and for his brothers Michael Jackson Thriller Jackson Victory Tour of 1984 made me an original replica of the same glove. She did it for me. She's family. She's a dear friend. She's family. It was professional. It was personal. And it was historic and epic and legendary and unparalleled and unprecedented. Yes, Rhonda Nelson Boglin, former member of Jackie Jackson of the Jackson 5, the Jackson's Jazz Bow costume team and design. They were a 10-member team. She was one of the 10 members. As a matter of fact, I will show you the glove now. And she and I, we randomly bumped into each other, but not, underneath the marquee of the Apollo Theater in Harlem, New York City, New York, on a Saturday night when it was closed, but the marquee and the box office lights were on. I had just got off the MTA train after my prearranged and telephonically discussed meeting with the co-founding original drummer of Kiss, the Catman of Peter Criss. Meaning that before I arrived to New York City, New York, that June of 2017, I had been exchanging telephonically and corresponding telephonically with the official lifetime webmaster of the co-founding drummer of Kiss, the Kings of Hard Glam Rock, branding, licensing, merchandising, live stage concert production, live performance, makeup artistry, designs, costumes, all of it. And the certified gold record champions. No other solo act or musical act or group, same thing, musical act group, has more certified gold records than the gold record champions, Kiss, by the RIAA. Now, I know, I told you this was all over the top stuff. We're just 44 minutes in. Okay, so that was she and I. That was Rhonda Nelson Boglin and I running into each other after I left the Hotel Penn at Penn Station that Saturday night fever of the Kiss Expo from the 10th floor in the Hotel Penn ballroom, because I was there and it was known in full direct knowledge that I went there to meet with the Catman of Kiss, Peter Criss, via his webmaster, the owner of Lunar Moth Entertainment. We'll get into that. See, I'm going to stick to the sequential order. This will happen. It will veer off, but then I'll redirect and bring it right back in. So before we get to 2017, remember, we're still in fall of 2014. Can you imagine? Don't imagine. It's all real. And they're all dear friends of mine. They're all members of my greatest of all ever in Earth and human history assembled team, live performance team, and to be studio projects production team, to be live performance team. Okay? All right. So now we're going to go and jump to June of 2015. Then I forget exactly how we got linked, but I got linked with Huapo Apex Bibbs, who was mentored by the godfather of black music, Clarence Avant, who was mentored by the lifetime career business manager of Louis Armstrong. Clarence Avant had his own record label called Buddha Records. He discovered, signed, and put out Bill Withers. And he had an intern, I believe, under him who would become an employee by the name of Neil Bogart. Neil Bogart, years later, would go on to form his own record label called Casa Blanca Records and Filmworks Inc. Neil Bogart's record label, Casablanca, in 1973, June, would sign a band called Kiss out of New York City, New York. Then later, Donna Summer, who would become the Queen of Disco, the Village People, Cher, Parliament, Lips Incorporated, yeah, and they're behind the one of my dad and I's favorite movies ever, Midnight Express. I think released in 1978, 1979. Yes. We love the movie and we love the soundtrack and we love the composer of the movie Midnight Express, who was also a member of Casablanca Records. Okay. Now, right. So I met Huapo Apex Bibbs. We got connected. That's, yeah, Huapo Apex Bibbs was signed to A&M Records, which was Herb Alpert's record label. Janet Jackson was on A&M Records. He was in a New Jack Swing group called Too Close. I believe they opened up for TLC, the highest selling all-female pop group in modern pop recording history. And he's, going to be hearing from me soon. All right. He is a big part of the Atlanta, Georgia scene. I believe he has all kinds of, connectivity to like LaFace Records and Babyface and L.A. Reid and the Atlanta, Georgia hip hop scene. Okay. Then, oh boy, this is so intense. I know it's intense for me. Then January of 2016. Jeez. Lydia Chris. My publicist got me an in-person studio interview with a photo shoot taken by the legendary historic Jeff Fox at the legendary historic WBLS Studios 107.5 FM in Greenwich Village, New York City, New York. That I believe and I'm pretty sure was once owned by Irvin Magic Johnson, formerly of the Los Angeles Lakers. Excuse me. This etched. So she arranged this interview with Jeff Fox on the Jeff Fox Online Podcast Show at WBLS Studios, 107.5 FM. #1 for adult, contemporary, urban, and hip-hop radio in all 5 boroughs of New York City, New York. This station is so legendary and historic that they were responsible for the first live on-air FM rap show called The Rap Attack, which featured DJ Marley Marl of the Juice Crew and Mr. Magic. Those are highly legendary, historic names in hip-hop history. Okay. I mean, this man, Jeff Fox, he has interviewed all. I mean, he's just, you know, okay, let me put it to you like this. He was the co-host of Dishing the Dirt with Wendy Williams, of the Wendy Williams Show. Dishing the Dirt, to my understanding, was the #1 most popular urban, adult, contemporary, R&B, hip-hop show at the peak of the resurgence of hip-hop throughout New York City, New York's 5 boroughs because of Biggie. Yes. And all of the other greats. But, you know, there's a lot that say that the Notorious B.I.G.'s Ready to Die album kicked off this resurrection, this resurgence. And at that time, Dishing the Dirt was like the ultimate show to listen into. And as depicted in her Lifetime movie, she even dated Eric B. of Eric B. and Rakim around that web of time. And anyone that really knows hip-hop history knows that, I mean, Eric B. and Rakim are, I mean, they're like amongst the very greatest of the greatest in all of hip-hop history at the very top. Okay? Okay. So, you know, I was thinking, wow, you know, I don't like to say all of the things that this society and culture always needs to hear or say that's either non-existent, not true, or 50% half truthful. I don't know. It's just too beneath me. It's just too rock bottom. But I'll say this: on multiple levels, I'm banking that I was the first multi-dimensional, multi-genre super dynamo, but not then, more so now in terms of musicology, hard rock pop singer and / rapper, producer and songwriter. But now I'm like on a whole nother level. I went up like 10 levels. Hey, I'm not complaining. I just did. I just went up multiple levels since then. And that photo shoot and interview by Jeff Fox at WBLS Studios, was 6 years ago. But I don't know of anyone like me, you know, classic white, Latin, Roman, Greek, Mediterranean, like myself, aesthetically, genetically, you know, let's keep this real. Let's keep this pure. Okay. All right. To the extreme. Okay. I just don't know of anyone else I've ever seen at WBLS Studios. And so the honor was tremendous for me. All I could think was, wow, am I really inside here? Is this really happening? Am I really having photos taken by Jeff Fox? Is he really interviewing me? Anyway, now what's fascinating about this is that same day, I didn't even go there first. I met up with the ex-wife of the original co-founding drummer of KISS, Miss Lydia Chris. Okay. At the White Horse Tavern on Hudson Street. And the White Horse Tavern was the second erected ever tavern in the history of that state, and was the marketplace. It was the epicenter of bohemia and folk pop rock music in New York City, New York, and Manhattan during the 60s. So that was like the ultimate place to be and go to. Okay. So we met at approximately 4:30 p.m. outside the White Horse Tavern. You can imagine what I was going through, because I'm meeting with her, and I represent me. I represent no one but me. To me, she is the queen of KISS, the queen of Kissery, and the queen of KISS royalty. That's me. I speak for I. I represent I. Now, I mean, you have to understand that when Gene Simmons and Paul Stanley made that first phone call, because they saw a classified ad in the Rolling Stone magazine, guess who was there? Next to Peter Criss, with his parents in their new apartment in Brooklyn, putting up wallpaper, Lydia Criss. And guess who answered the phone when Gene Simmons made that first call? She did. Guess who went with Peter and rode the New York MTA? Met up with Gene and Paul at Jimi Hendrix's, outside of Jimi Hendrix's Electric Lady studio on West 8th. She did. She was at her husband's audition for KISS. They made him come back a second time, and he became the drummer of KISS. Then they auditioned all of these dozens of guitarists, and the fourth member was found. Ace Frehley, the spaceman. Ace, who would become the spaceman, and of course Peter, the Catman, and the four of them would become KISS. Pretty big stuff. Huge. Now, so we meet in front of the White Horse Tavern. I know. Can you imagine? I started with Friday the 13th, December 2013. I'm on January 2016. Did you hear? I'll do a final recap when I get to 2021. Okay. So, let me say this. We met at the White Horse Tavern. She brought 2 copies of her book, sealed with a kiss. The most widely regarded, greatest of all, behind the scenes tell-all of KISS, from the beginning to their rise, and through all the stardom when they were the #1 SUPRA act of the entire planet, which was, I would say, pretty much 76 to 79. They just conquered. This was their planet. It was KISS mania. Believe it. It's true. I was there as the little Roman prince of the District of Columbia that I was. I remember. I couldn't go into any of the People's Drug Pharmacy stores, now called CVS. I couldn't go into the Rite Aids or anything in my District of Columbia without seeing Kiss lunchboxes, action figures, Halloween masks, bubblegum cards, you name it. Okay? It was Kiss Mania, really, from 76 to 79. Okay, so I meet with her, and you have to understand that, I mean, she's just so historic and legendary that, let me just say this. Okay, and I'm not saying this to be insensitive, but I can't leave something this big out. I can't leave something this epic and legendary and historic that's directly tied to the last 100 years of pop history and to me and my legacy and epic and odyssey and storyline, lifetime. That would be dishonest. That would be me lying, and I'm not going to do that. Let me just say, because I won't get specific about certain specifics, but when she met with me, she was doing something for her employer. She took a time out. She was conducting, she was providing her service and her expertise on behalf of her employer, who will remain anonymous. But let me just say this. I just learned, I believe last year, because her employer posted this. It was a part of a documentary I ran into, and I believe it was in regards to John Lennon's murder and death. Well, death. John Lennon of the Beatles, the kings of pop, the most commercially successful pop group in pop history. Let me just say, and I want to keep in mind, I just have to share this, but I want to do it the right way. That her employer was with Yoko Ono right after what happened to John that led to his death. And that he then drove her in his car to the police station to retrieve the goods and items that belonged to John Lennon, and I'm going to leave it at that. I will only say one more thing, that afterwards, he and Yoko Ono went up to John and Yoko's penthouse suite, which was only hours after the incident. And she asked him to take those glasses out of the bag and to place them at the very sun window of their bedroom, of their penthouse suite. That, to my understanding, is the album cover of the follow-up posthumous album, or one of the posthumous albums released by Yoko Ono after the incident of December 8th, 1980. So that gives even more significance to everything. It's like, I am meeting here with the woman who was there for Gene Simmons' first call to her husband, Peter, who would become the Catman of Kiss. She met with Gene and Paul, the star child and demon of Kiss, the first time with her husband, Peter. I mean, come on, man. This is like really epic, historic, legendary stuff. And then her employer, who she was conducting a service of hers for that day she met me, she took a break. She just pressed the pause button. and to learn that this very man, this very employer of hers, was literally with Yoko after what happened to John Lennon, formerly of the Beatles, December 8th, 1980, and that he drove her to the police station, that he retrieved the items and goods, that he went and drove her back and went up there. It's deep. It's profound. Okay? I had to get that out. Had to. Okay. Because it's such a keep in mind, everyone, that as I'm doing this, you know, I'm thinking of I'm trying to keep this as clean as possible. Okay? All right. So for those of us who are adults, you know that the significance of this. Okay. So she and I, and we're in the White Horse Tavern. And then I leave, I go down, I go to WBLS Studios. I meet with Wendy Williams, former co-host. Then I'm in WBLS Studios. He does a photo shoot. He does an in-person interview for his podcast show. Wonderfully, beautifully put together. And it picked up like 4,000 views within a month or two. And the only reason that I did not continuously rotate it on my greatest of all in Facebook.com meta history timeline of posts of the last 8+ years, since after Friday the 13th, December 2013 and before, was because after that, after the WBLS interview, it snowballed for me so relentlessly. It just, everything around me just turned into a nuclear mushroom cloud. It was so unyielding and nonstop and relentless. So much more, so much bigger and so much greater than anyone has ever had come in their direction inside of a 5 to 8 year period, that it took 5 to 6 years for me to wrap my hands around all of it and document and package all of it in my Mutatio Formulae headquarters. And so I did. And I'm now at the farthest end of that documentation and packaging. So as soon as I insert everything next into its necessary media formats, i.e. my official.com website, electronic press kit, I will, of course, have this most legendary historic interview with Jeff Fox inside of WVLS 107.5 FM studios that night, the 9th of January, 2016. And then I'll start rotating it again. But I'm telling you, I came back and it just started. Everything just started snowballing. Two things were going to happen. It either would suffocate and drown me, metaphorically speaking, or I would rise and stand above it and document and package all of it and power through and over the top. That's what I did. Here we are now. Okay. So there's that. There's that. Now, right. The same man who was co-host with Dishing the Dirt back in the 90s with Wendy Williams. Now next. So I'm there. I leave the studio. Before I leave, guess who I see there? Funk Master Flex, one of the truly most iconic, historic radio host figures in hip-hop history. If I'm correct, this man is responsible for first interviewing and introducing the notorious B.I.G., the king of rap and hip hop. Yes, I do want to give a shout out to Biggie's mom, Valletta Wallace. I find her to be an incredible woman. Truly a goddess, a queen. I want to give a shout out to the executor of Biggie's estate, Wayne Barrow. What they've done with Biggie's legacy is just astonishingly impressive. What she's done for her son's legacy, and what Wayne has, and the rest of the team, and all of Biggs Familia and Webb. But I had the great pleasure of corresponding via Instagram direct with Biggie's mom, and I have posts of mine plastered throughout her official verified IG page, along with 150 to 160 plus other members of pop recording, film, television, publishing, etc., history of the last several decades and generations and beyond, all throughout Instagram.com. So we'll get into that. See, I need to redirect. This is so big. I need to redirect, but you know, I mean, you name it. Jimmy Page of Led Zeppelin's official page, his daughter Scarlett Page, his Eternal Cosmic Soulmates page, Scarlett Zisabet, Mick Jagger, Keith Richards of the Rolling Stones. You know, you know, I mean, what can I say? A lot has happened, you know. Lisa Marie Presley's page. I've even corresponded with Apollonia Cotero of Purple Rain, who co-starred with the one and the only Prince. I've corresponded with... Look, I need to slow this down and stick to the sequential order, because it's just so astonishing, isn't it? It is. So envision being me. I mean, yeah. So we'll get to what is my Instagram pantheon of 150 to 160 plus gods and goddesses and superstars and legends of mostly pop recording history, versus my Facebook pantheon of friends who are about 700 to 800 plus living members of pop history that are my Facebook friends. Yes. But right now, let's stay here focused. I'm focused here. So it's still January 9, 2016. I see Funkmaster Flex. See how I did that? And his back is turned to me because I think he was busy doing an online show of his, or I don't know. But I was like, hey, and I couldn't believe I was staring at Funkmaster Flex. Jeff Fox took a photo of me next to the WBLS banner. This is all going to come back. I'm telling you, I had to package all of this. Now, I leave WBLS. He walks down with me to the lobby, just the class act clash him. I will be reaching out to Jeff Fox. Yes. I go back down Hudson Street to the White Horse Tavern to reconnect with the ex-wife of the co-founding drummer of KISS, the Catman Peter Criss, and the author of the unauthorized behind-the-scenes book, Tell All, with over 1,500 rare unseen photos and much more of the entire time she was there, from the genesis of KISS to the conquest of the planet of KISS, called Sealed with a Kiss. That's the name of it. It is an immensely popular book, if not probably one of the most popular behind-the-scenes KISS tell-all books amongst the members of the KISS Army and their chapters, whether it's on a national scale or a global scale. You know, via Facebook.com. She's on Facebook, Lydia Criss, Criss. Now, I reunite with her, and then and my partner. And we go up and down Hudson and then decide, let's leave Hudson. So we leave Hudson and she takes us to the Chelsea district. She takes me to the infamous, notorious, legendary, historic Limelight Cathedral. She and I stood next to each other, side by side, staring at the Limelight Cathedral. That I don't believe was a live venue of business. At the time, I don't think it was right, but we were at the Limelight Cathedral. Then she took me into Chelsea. We went to the El Cajote restaurant right next door to the Hotel Chelsea, where Nancy Spungent and Sid Vicious lived together. I want this to be as child-friendly as possible, so I'm leaving out certain statements, titles, words. Okay. So Sid Vicious of that legendary punk rock band and his partner Nancy Spungent, right. We all know the story, right? And all of the others that stayed at the Hotel Chelsea. And so we're wining and dining at the El Cajote, the three of us, and then boom, we step out and my partner videotapes, records Lydia, Chris, and I in front of the Hotel Chelsea, and in it she says, "Do you know what Ace used to call me?" As in the one and the only, never to be outdone or repeated spaceman of Kiss. Truly one of the greatest absolute guitarists ever of all time. But she says that she said Ace used to call me Lid Vicious. Get it? Not Sid Vicious, but Lid Vicious, as in Livia. I'm not, excuse me, Lydia. That'll make sense later. That was an accident, my faux pas. I meant to say Lydia because Livia and Lydia are so close together. Yes, so Lid Vicious. But then she took us further down the sidewalk, pointed and said that was the Decca Records label recording studio in the basement, where Peter was a member of the band Chelsea before he became the co-founding original member and drummer of Kiss. And may I add, one of the greatest drummers and rock and roll, rock, pop singing voices and singers of all time, the Catman of Kiss, Peter Criss. So, may I add, a very down-to-earth, really, you meet him, it means you meet him in person, just a really down-to-earth, just a down-to-earth guy, just down-to-earth, period. So she shows us where the basement recording studio is. She points at it. She goes, yeah, Chelsea, when they were signed to Decca, that's where they recorded. Can you imagine what I was going through and feeling? I mean, what a SUPRA Marvel, epic, historic, legendary night to behold for all eternity in life till death and beyond. Okay. So then she takes us further down and she takes us to the very building where Kiss was formed and founded, the Kiss Loft. I believe that's building 10, East 23rd Street, 8th Avenue. That's where they auditioned Ace Frehley. That's where Peter and Paul and Gene auditioned all of these guitar players and decided Ace was their man. And then the rest is history. Jeez. So we were there, and then she took us to the Kiss Dress to Kill street lamp. Dress to Kill was the third studio album put out by Kiss and released in, let's see if I have my dates right. I believe that was the 19th of May, 1975. that they recorded in Jimi Hendrix Electric Lady Studio with Neil Bogart, the president and owner of Casablanca Records, who, remember, sprung off from Clarence Avant, the godfather of black music's record label in the late 60s, Buddha Records. Okay. So that album features the rock anthem of all anthems, which is song number 10 on the Dress to Kill album. Rock and roll all night and party every day. So I shouldn't have had those 2 cups of coffee. Like, my skin is all oily, and I may even step away for a few seconds and wash my face and pat dry it real quick. I had like multiple cups of coffee with dairy creamer when I shouldn't, which is why I sound a little gurgly, because when you're a singer like me and at the level that I sing, as you guys will all find out soon enough, real soon, shortly, like right around the corner shortly, you know, but hey, I'm here. I had the cups of coffee. What are you going to do? All right. I would have gone and washed my face, but I'm locked in right now. So this is raw, pure, real, and absolutely keeping in mind that, you know, underage minors and kids may gravitate to this. So, okay. So we're going to keep it clear and clean here as much as I can. All right. Now, so, you know, we go to the street lamp, which is the cover of the album, because she stood to the man who photographed her husband and his bandmates back in fall of 1974. That would become the front to back album cover of the Kiss Dress to Kill album, released May of 1975. Right. Now, what's amazing about that is that we get there and it's past midnight. So it's now twilight. It's the twilight's dawn. And she says to me, Jorge, stand over there where Ace stood, because she was next to the photographer, the super legendary historic photographer that took that photo. She was right there watching her husband and his bandmates photo shoot. And her bandmates all had suits on that were, I think, loaned to them by the photographer. And he took that photo. So she said, stand there in the same spot where Ace stood, meaning the spaceman of Kiss. I did. I struck the same pose. She took the photo. And I looked at my phone afterwards. Yeah, this is how my mind works. And I said to self, wow, this is the twilight of Jimmy Page's birthday. It's the frickin', if I'm right, the 10th of January. I think that's his birthday. I'm pretty sure it is. And I was just like, whoa. I was like, what a night. Then I walked her to her cab. Before we both mutually agreed, most organically, cosmically, and synchronously and symmetrically, that the greatest hand-drawn album cover from front to back in all of pop history, period, is Love Gun. The Kiss Love Gun album, released on the 30th of June, 1977. Their double platinum certified album that is considered by many the greatest peak of the Kiss dynasty and era. Is, I'm sorry. In terms of greatest album or peak of Kiss's career, many would say Kiss Destroyer, which came out in 1976. But I say, to me, that both of those albums really capture they had just reached such heights of anthemicness and epicness, especially back to back. But anyway, right. Right. We were all talking, the three of us, and she and I both at the same time said, Love Gun 1977. Go check it out. Kiss Love Gun 1977, drawn by the very hands of one of the, according to me, I mean, by Ken Kelly of Ken Kelly Arts, the greatest album cover artist to draw by hand for groups, and just one of the very top, greatest of all ever in pop history, illustrators, drawers. He was the head cover artist for George Lucas and George Lucas's Star Wars comic book company, Dark Horse Comics. He did the Vampirella series. I believe he was a part of the comic book series Haunted, Eerie, Creepy. He did Conan the Barbarian, Man of War, and he did the two, what I classify as the greatest hand-drawn album covers of all time, from beginning to end. The 1976 Kiss Destroyer album cover and the 1977 Kiss Love Gun album cover. Now, I was linked. I have had multiple. I did meet Mr. Ken Kelly in person, and we did speak. We first met. This is 2017. I don't want to fast track here. We first met at my first ever attended and only attended Chiller Toy Model Film Expo in Parsippany, New Jersey, April 21 of 2017. I will get to that. And I'll make sure that all is factual and all that should be said and will be said, and that doesn't need to be said won't be said. Okay? All right. So anyway, just have a tremendous amount of respect for all of these really just super great, legendary, historic individuals, and they don't have to worry about me ever disrespecting or violating or saying something in regards to them and I that's untrue, because it will never happen. Okay. So anyway, let's redirect back. So she gets in the cab, and I just, what a night. What an afternoon. What an evening. What a twilight. It was astonishing. Now, I did the following morning, I went to the Led Zeppelin physical graffiti building. Building 9698 St. Mark's Place, Lower East Side, New York City, New York, that following morning and day of the 10th of January, 2016. Why? Because of what had happened to me, either the tail end of 1999 or the beginning of 00, from Tompkins Square Park, right there off of Avenue A in St. Mark's Place, up to the front of the Led Zeppelin physical graffiti double album cover, photo album cover, front to back building, where that most legendary historic photo of Jimmy Page, Zoso, was taken of him sitting up there on that step in front of the building. But see, sequential order, I know. This is all I know. It's just all so over the top that I'm going to keep you guys straight, lineal, and focused. Okay, so let's redirect. So Lydia Chris gets in the cab. Following morning, I go to the Led Zeppelin physical graffiti building, as I call it, building 9698 St. Mark's Place, because again, of what I will share later when I go over 1999-2000, when I was in New York City, New York. See? but we're not there yet. This is the order that I have delegated, and this is chosen. This is what I'm going to stick with. Okay, we'll get there. But anyway, so it's now the 10th of January. It's the following morning, the following day. But it's not that early. I think it's the afternoon or something. And then, I'm like, okay, well, I'm with my partner and I'm like, yo, let's go down the street. I want to show you Alt Cafe. And there are people that will remain anonymous throughout this because I said so. Because that's just how this has to flow and will flow. So, all right. So, no mysteries, no ambiguities. Let's be straight about it. Okay. So, she, I says to her, let's go down St. Mark's Place. Let's take a right. I want to show you the very site of that black and white photo that was taken of me at the tail end of 1999 by a photographer randomly from a vintage Polaroid camera while I was laser beaming through the wall from the couch with a guitar inside of a guitar case that I couldn't even play a single chord of. While I had about $1,000 or less in cash in my pocket. I'm talking about late 1999. So let's see here, 2021, 22 years ago. Okay. Yeah. So don't get delusional. So for those types, don't get delusional and nutty. I'm talking about the tail end of 1999 when I was in New York City, New York, like 22 years ago. So I'm sitting on the couch and I'm looking through the wall and piercing through like a laser beam, and snap. This man takes a picture and I'm like, what the heck? And I looked over at him and I don't know if he asked me first. I think he asked me. And I just kept looking at the wall and said, sure. And that's a significant photo because this was at the very tail end of the millennia, at the very inside final cut and bend of the next millennia. It was at the farthest end of the century, most Gregorian calendar of mine and ours. And it was inside the final cut and around the bend from the next would-be millennia, which are all reasons why I took self from my city, the District of Columbia, to my Roman alphabet city, Avenue A, and the Lower East Side of New York City, New York. That's why I went there. That was one of the reasons, because of the alignments, because of the metaphysics and astrophysics and the astrology and the science of it all, and all of it. That's why I went there. Because all of the webs, threads, nets, and links, direct and indirect, symmetrical and synchronous, cosmic and otherwise, of the unseen and of the physical. Okay. And when I went there at the tail end of 1999, I said to self that I would one day do what no one in the world of music or the arts, this was the concept in my head back then, that there would never be another pioneer or visionary and so much more, etc., who would do what I would do one day. And that I would upend and turn over by being me and doing what I do and that only I can do, that no one else can do, and that none of the very top bestsellers and most highest level marquee names of the last 100 years of pop recording history can do, because of the insanityism and the disreality and the disrealism and the self-hatred and the self-racism and the eternal trauma and torture and torment and delusion and unyielding 24/7, 365 deflections. We'll get into all of that later. That are such a big part of why just about every direction, corner, angle, sliver, crack, and hole of this society and culture and worldwide is in the position that it's in, all at the same time. I mean, we won't get into, I mean, it's just, it's on the internet every day. It's on national and cable TV every day. I'm not telling you guys anything that you don't know already. I mean, everyone knows it's what I'm speaking. It's just the reality of the reality on the ground. Okay. It's just the truth of all the matter, that it's just, it's all in the position that it's all in because of all that was done and doled out that never should have been, all that was undone and never doled out that should have, and because of all that was done and doled out that never should have been, that doesn't exist, that will never exist, that should not have been, and that is all now at its eternal endness, most necessary, period. Okay. Now, so anyway, I had this in mind back in 1999, the tail end of 99, 2000, when I was in New York alone. But we won't get into that now. Let's redirect. So let's go back. It's the following day, the 10th of January, 2016. I'm with my partner. I take her to the coffee shop. It's no longer there. It's gone. Shut down, closed. And at the time that the photo was taken of me, at the very tail end of 99, it was at the time one of the first 3 pre-wireless internet cafes on all and the entirety of God's earth. One of the only 3 pre-wireless internet cafes on earth. It was called Alt.Cafe on Avenue A, Lower East Side. And so we went there and it's gone. And I'm like, oh, well, it's gone. It's not even here. We head into Tompkins Square Park across the street, where Charlie Bird Parker used to live across the street from when he had Miles Davis as a member of his quintet, along with Max Roach on drums. We'll get into all of that. Oh, I know. And where, David Bowie and Iggy Pop and Lou Reed used to chum around and hang out in, along with many other icons and legends of the New York rock and pop scene and of just pop history, period. Okay. So we step across the street. It's like the afternoon. It's the late afternoon. And it's real cloudy and damp and dark and rainy and wet, and it's just nasty. And we step inside Tompkins Square Park, and all you see are wolf packs of sewer rats. Really, standing. I mean, it was like out of the Warriors movie. For anyone that knows the Warriors movie of 1979, we'll get back to that later too. It was dark, it was damp, it was wet. I mean, it was just a nasty day. We go inside Tompkins Square Park. There are gangs of rats, like street. I mean, it was unbelievable. It was like out of the Wars movie, but it was pods of gangs of rats. So you had a batch of like 5 or 6 to the right talking to each other. I'm serious. Let me not say that, but they were communicating. Yeah, it was not a pretty picture. What's my point in mentioning that? I'll tell you. We're getting there. And I said to my partner when we were there that late afternoon of January 10, 2016, 6 years ago. I said, there's a certain vibe and energy around here. I sense a lot of sorrow and sadness in this park. I wonder what's going on. So I said, look, I'm trying to film here. I can't. It's too rainy. We left. We went across the street. We caught a cab. We went back to the rental car. We drove out. Following day, I arrive. And I'm asleep, and my cell phone is blinking, and it won't go off. It won't go off. It just keeps blinking. Bling, 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 bling. And I'm like, you know what? Let me see what I had. One of those cell phones where if you didn't read the text message, it wouldn't stop. And it was Lydia Criss, author of Sealed with a Kiss, the ex-wife of the Catman of Kiss, Peter Criss, who stopped doing what she was doing, who just paused and took a time out, just a momentary pause from conducting what she was conducting in terms of service and expertise to her employer, to meet with me, who will remain anonymous, but again was the one who picked up Yoko Ono from the Dakota building of Building 1, West 72nd Street, only hours after the death of John Lennon of the Beatles, and who drove Yoko Ono to the police station to retrieve his items and his belongings, and who then drove her back to the building, and so forth and so on, as I've already said earlier in this video. So, yes. So it's her, and in the text message, it reads that David Bowie died. Yes. I was like, whoa. And I said to my partner, I do wonder if that's why Tompkins Square Park felt so weird when I was in there. I mean, it was just, in terms of metaphysics and astrophysics and all of the other stuff, it was just an off-kiltered energy that was there. And, you know, I learned of his death through her. So, yeah, lo and behold. Now, I mean, can you imagine all of this from 1/9/16 to 1/10/16? Then, several months later, I go to the Birchmere Music Concert Hall in Alexandria, Virginia. First time there. Learned it was the 50th anniversary of the Birchmere Music Concert Hall. To see Robbie Krieger, the lead rhythm guitarist and primary songwriter of Jim Morrison and The Doors. I go there. Long story short, he gives me 2 fist bumps. I'm at the forefront, at the very center, at the very forefront, right in front of the stage. He gives me 2 fist bumps. His son and I engage and chat in front of an entire sold-out crowd there while he's on stage. And I think his son, Waylon, the lead singer of the Robbie Krieger band, that night, the 3rd of May, 2016, says to me, you want to come up here and sing or something, or you'd like to come up here? And said, yes, I would. And believe me, I was, if that were the case, I would have walked and jumped on that stage, and I would have cranked and crooned out a Doors song with Robbie Krieger. Can you imagine? Robbie Krieger wrote Light My Fire. He wrote The End. Yes, believe it or not, Robbie Krieger wrote that song. He wrote The End. Okay. So I'm there, and lo and behold, the songwriter of Light My Fire and of The End by The Doors puts his customized autographed guitar pick in my hand. we won't talk about where I keep these types of items because guess what? They're not here. Are you out of your minds? Okay, no. All right, let's just say safe, secure, stored, monitored. Yeah, yeah. I just don't want. I mean, I just want everyone to be clear about it, everything as much as they can. We don't need any like delusions or understand. All right, good. So, but yes, Robbie Krieger, that was such an honor for him to place his customized autographed guitar pick in my hand. Um, when I deem the time right, I will show it. Till then, forget about it. It's located where it's at, sitting in a nice case. It's lovely and beautiful, and that's that. All right, now, that was quite ominous and symbolic, and we'll get into that more so as I continue to self-narrate the greatest of all ever decade in earth and human history, etc., for one man, one son, one father, one artist, one super mastermind, business owner, etc., ever. Me, Jorge Estrada, District of Columbia, DuPont Circle, Mutatio Formulae. Okay, so there's that. Okay. What an honor, I know. Now, I did get to speak with his frontline stage tech, who was also his keyboard tech. And I am not sure if he was Robbie Krieger's business manager. And I did send him an email. We'll leave it at that. We'll get to all of this. I'm telling you, I know. So that was the 3rd of May, 2016. And coincidentally not, most organically and cosmically and otherwise, it was on the same night of James Brown's posthumous birthday. And I learned it was on the wedding anniversary of the Catman Peter Criss and his wife and soulmate, life partner. Yes. So, sure, it was the 3rd of May, 2016. I remember being, I forget how I found out, but it was on Facebook, and I was like, whoa, wait a minute. They got married the 3rd of May? Wait a minute. That's when I was at the Birchmere for the first time in Alexandria, Virginia, which was the 50th year of that establishment, which was 1966. It was erected and established. And it was also, be it by fate, the 50th anniversary year of the Doors, because they first formed and came together in 1966. Okay. Some say 1965, others say 1966, but it was being accounted for as the 50th anniversary of the Doors. I am now Facebook friends with the personal photographer of Robbie Krieger of the Doors, who again wrote Light My Fire and The End, amongst other songs, such as Love Me Two Times. Really, I believe a majority. And she's also the personal photographer of Ringo Starr, the drummer of the Beatles. Okay. And she's taken photos, of course, of Paul McCartney and I believe Neil Diamond. And it's just a whole rack lineup of over-the-top marquee names of pop history. And I'm quite honored and humbled and flattered to be Facebook friends with Jill Jarrett. And I hope that one day she will be willing and wanting to photograph me. Okay. The same goes for Scarlett Page, the legendary historic photographer, firstborn child and daughter of Jimmy Page of Led Zeppelin. She was, in fact, once upon a time, when they were the #1 act of the world, the personal photographer for the Smashing Pumpkins. and others. So she did, in fact, photograph. I mean, yeah, it's another photographer with an incredible just roster lineup list of just super icons that she's photographed. I mean, it's quite a number. And it would be an honor. It'd be the greatest of honor to have Jimmy Page's daughter photograph me as well. Be willing to, and of course to work with Jimmy Page, the man himself. But we'll talk about all of that later. Right. Now, that is a part of the Instagram pantheonic discussion, and what I classified and encode as my very top tier of the Instagram pantheon. Okay. Which is at I say 160 plus living members of pop history. Okay. Now, the Birchmere. Okay, so that happened. Let's move on now to September. Let's see here. Okay. Oh geez, I skipped February 2015, October 2016. We'll get back to that. Okay. We'll get back to that. So then we'll get back. I will get back. I of course, I skipped over when I recorded and did covers of YouTube uploads in a local recording studio that was responsible for recording and engineering and mixing a 2002 Grammy-nominated album for Bill Kirchen, classified, called as the Titan of the Telecaster. The album was called Tied to the Wheel, and the engineer and recordist was Larry Gershon of Rose Recording Studio in Maryland. I was there February 2015 when my publicist said that she had it lined up for me to meet with the senior A&R rep of 50 Cent's G Unit Records and another senior rep of Epic Records. But I wasn't ready anyway. It didn't matter whether it panned out or not. I wasn't ready. It's a whole different ballgame now. Then I went back to his studio in October of 2016. I did another demo. Let's see here. And I did another demo that was then turned over to a business partner, according to this person let me rephrase that, to a business partner of Mona Scott Young of Love and Hip Hop. And that's as far as I'll go. Let's move on from that. Okay. And now 9/24/16. Took me 2 hours to get here. Can you imagine? Yeah. Oh boy. I was invited to the Westchester County, New York Fashion Week show, to Purchase College in Yonkers, New York, the home of Mary J. Blige, The Lox, and DMX. So I'm invited there, and that night I run into 9/24/16. I run into another member of the team, several members. Lena Shockley. Shout out to Lena Shockley of Mountain Dog Entertainment, I believe out of Colorado State. And I ran into another individual there who I don't know if she still is, but at the time was the natural herbalist therapist for the one and the only Nile Rodgers of Chic, who produced all of the album that would turn the Queen of Pop into the Queen of Pop. He produced all of the Notorious album for Duran Duran. He produced all of the Let's Dance album for David Bowie. And I mean, he produced Peter Gabriel of Genesis and the Thompson Twins, and I believe he produced a song or two for Cyndi Lauper. And then he got involved in a project with Robert Plant of Led Zeppelin, and Jimmy Page. What led with Robert Plant? Jimmy Page, I think, for that project, just simply came in and laid down some guitar tracks and overdubs. You know. So anyway, so that was that. That was the night of 9/24/16. Then Lena Shockley and I and her husband, she took me to Empire City Casino, which was fabulous. Still not sure if Empire City is in Yonkers or the Bronx, but it was great. It was an experience I'll never forget. And then they dropped me off at the very onset of the morning by the Yonkers Boardwalk, facing the lower financial district of Manhattan. Right. So I say bye. I get on the train and I'm going, okay, well, I'm heading back to DC now. And then I thought about it. I said, you know what? I haven't been back to, because when I was in the Lower East Side after that incredible night with Lydia Criss and with the ex-wife of the co-founding drummer of Kiss and the ex-co-host of Dishing the Dirt, Jeff Fox, with Wendy Williams. Yeah, the Wendy Williams show. I said, you know what? I want to go back because I'm alone this time. I didn't get to walk down Avenue A or go through Tompkins Square Park because remember how yucky it was that night and odd? I didn't go down Avenue A. I didn't walk down Houston. I didn't go into Soho's. Let me do this. I've got time. What's the rush? So I do that. I go back. I stop in the St. Mark's comic book store. I picked up a inflated 100% cotton Superman named Colossus. Then I go across the street and I take my daughter's handmade customized banner to the very step where Jimmy Page, Zoso of Led Zeppelin, sat for the photo shoot that would become the front-to-back album cover of the Led Zeppelin double LP album, Physical Graffiti, that was released in March of 1975. I go there. I pull out my daughter's customized banner. Do what I do. Put the banner back in the bag, got up. Yeah, I honored. It was just such an honor because it's such an amazing and incredible, over-the-top, customized banner for someone who, for the fact that my heiress and empress put that together by hand at the age of 7. It's not 7 anymore. And, you know, her age is no discussion here. Yeah. So, but nonetheless, that was back then. So, actually it was made quite a few years ago. And it's just such a magnificent, just regal, royal, just vainglorious banner put together by my super genius daughter at the time at such a young age of 7. I pulled it out and I put it back in the bag. Then I went through Tompkins Square Park. I did a full circle. Then I walked down Avenue A. Blessed be my Latin characters of A to Z of my Roman alphabetical order and hers. I walked down Avenue A. I'll get into another story. Like, for example, the time that I approached I won't even mention, should I mention his name? Sure. The time I mentioned back in 99 when I walked up to John Leguizamo on Avenue A in 99. I'm now going from the 25th September 2016 back to 99 real quick. I remember walking up to him, you know, with humility and kindness and, you know, coolness. And man, he looked at me like I was, I don't know, like I was like I scared him. And I was coming at this guy like, hey man, you know, it's cool to see you, and I don't agree with a lot of your movies and the roles that you play, and I think it's pretty sad and crazy and ridiculous. But nonetheless, well, okay. I don't know. It's just weird. Okay, let's go all in with this. So I just walked up and he just gave me a look like it was my take. It just looked like I was just like, I don't know. It was weird, man. I was like, whatever. So let's move back. Let's go back to now. So now it's still September 25, 2016. And I have her banner, my daughter's banner. Remember, I full circle around Tompkins. I go down Avenue A. I go take a right on Houston by the Soho Courts building. I cross the street because I'm thinking, oh, I want to go see Luna Lounge that was there in 99, 2000 when I was there, because there was this guy that lived in the neighborhood I was living in who said he had a band named Stella Star. So I went to go see the show in 99, 2000. And it was called Luna Lounge. And I went there and it was gone. And then next to it was a larger than life-size, full-colored mural of Biggie. I know. Fantastic, man. Fantastic. So then after that, I wanted to take a photo of that, and then I forgot, like, whatever, you know, people sometimes with all of their issues and problems. So the photo didn't happen. So then I walked further down the street, and I could have sworn I saw staring at me in front of a restaurant what appeared to be, she looked like a very famous actress's mom. Okay. Lindsay Lohan's. I swear it looked like Lindsay Lohan's mom, and that was in front of that place. I'm not saying that that's the case, but if not, then a doppelganger twin. And I'm looking at me, I'm like, okay, cool. And I walked around, and I went by this garden. Took my daughter's banner in there and filmed me, and it was, you know, all this Grecian stuff of ours. You know, 100% Hispanic, Latin, Mediterranean, Grecian, Greek, Roman, whatever you want to call it. I don't care. It's just, those are the facts. So I went inside and I went around the courtyard, and there were all these busts and statues and of Griffiths, and you know, and I just took photos there, and then I went down, and this kid sees me, and he takes a photo of me in front of a mural. Right. Then I go down, and we're going to leave some of this out. But lo and behold, I make it back to our city, the District of Columbia, and I found out later that the four members of Led Zeppelin got together for the first time in Jimmy Page's house, if I'm correct, on the date of the 25th of September, 1968, which would lead to their album debut release, January 12, 1969. Then I learned or was reminded that the drummer of Led Zeppelin, John Bonham, was found dead, I believe, in that castle. I forget whose. That he was found dead on the 25th of September, 1980, if I'm correct, which would lead to the band breaking up. I mean, how could they go on? I mean, that type of chemistry and nucleus, is just no way. So they made the right decision. And I went, wait a minute. Didn't I organically, cosmically, randomly decide not to catch the Amtrak back to DC when I was dropped off that morning of 9/25/16 at the Amtrak stop in Yonkers, New York? Didn't I instead decide to go to the Lower East Side? Didn't I decide to go back to the Led Zeppelin physical graffiti building with my daughter's customized handmade SUPRA banner? Didn't I choose to take it out of my bag, my laptop black leather bag, and sit there right where Jimmy Page sat? And I'm learning that they all got together and jammed for the first time on 9/25/68. Then the drummer was found deceased 9/25/80. And I just happened to be sitting right there on the same step that he sat, on the same side, with my daughter's banner, 9/25/16. Just quite a striking coincidence of organic cosmicness and, synchronicity and symmetry and air, time, and space and energy and all that stuff. Okay. So that's 9/25/16. And then when I get back, I talk on the phone for the first time with the career lifetime webmaster of the founding drummer of KISS, the one and the only Catman, Peter Criss. Ralph Asbury, founder and president and mastermind of Lunar Moth Entertainment, truly a jack of all trades. I mean, this is an incredible man. And he's just a great guy. He's down to earth, he's humble, he keeps it real, doesn't play any mind games. At least that's been my experience since we first spoke on the phone when I got back from the Led Zeppelin physical graffiti building and all that, the weekend of 9/24/16, 9/25/16. So I think we first spoke on 9/26/16. And, when he was in college at the University of Miami, Florida, the Hurricanes, his buddy was the son of Barry Gibbs, lead singer, frontman, sole surviving member of the Gibbs brothers of the Kings of Disco, the Bee Gees, and they formed a rock band in college together. He also told me that one time while the college rock band was playing together, they got a surprise guest on stage, Jimmy Page of Led Zeppelin. Okay. He also does work for the co-founding lead guitarist of the Runaways, Lita Ford, who co-founded the group with, who was a part of the group co-founded by Joan Jett of Joan Jett and the Blackhearts, and the drummer, I believe her name was Sandy West, who's now deceased. Right. So anyway, does work for Hulk Hogan. He doesn't anymore. He did at the time we spoke. Hulk Hogan, the Pro Wrestling Hall of Fame champion and Thunder Lips of Rocky III. He's done work for the metal and rock legends Twisted Sister and their lead singer, frontman, and founder Dee Snider. And I just learned recently, as of like a few months ago, that for a client of now 10 years plus, he has the very artist who who drew by hand the painting, and I believe of what is the theatrical poster for the 1975 Jaws movie, and that he also drew the theatrical release film poster of 1981-82 for Star Wars: The Empire Strikes Back. Okay. He has been extreme. He's just such an incredible starlight addition to my life. Ever since we first spoke, I mean, he linked the career lifetime videographer of the co-founded lead guitarist of Kiss, the Spaceman Ace Frehley, and I. He linked the former head cover artist for George Lucas and Star Wars comic book company Dark Horse Comics, who did, again by hand, the two greatest albums of all rock and pop history, the Kiss Love Gun and the Kiss Destroyer albums of 1977 and 1976. It's this very lifetime career videographer of the Spaceman Ace Frehley of Kiss, who I am now as close and ever ready as I ever would have been since we first spoke 5.5+ years ago, to when the time is right. And I mean this year, because I'm at the farthest end in all of the final finale executions of all my nuked all clearism events of my eternal packages of mutatio formulae are this month, next month, or from here on for the next several months, nonstop, ongoing, a continuum of final finale executions and materializations. So I am closer than I will ever be to having this legendary historic lifetime videographer of the co-founding electric lead guitarist of Kiss, the Spaceman Ace Frehley, be the videographer for what will be and is called Nuked, my Nuked All Clearism Event 2, which is the storytelling anthology video. I know that's like saying, but isn't that what you're doing now? Yeah, but that is going to be similar, but yet dissimilar, similar, but different. Okay. All right. And, when plain and simple, as discussed over the phone multiple times with the man who was the head cover artist for George Lucas Star Wars comic book company, who did the two greatest album covers by hand, front to back, in all of rock and pop history, Kiss Destroyer, Kiss Love Gun. It's very plain and simple. When it's all done, and it's one of the reasons why I decided to do this, because I need for historic, legendary individuals like him to understand why this has taken several years. Excuse me for a moment, please. I am in the midst of doing the video right now, so where are you? No, just this one went through. Okay, I need to get off the phone. Let me know when you arrive, okay? Okay, no problem. All right, bye-bye. So, anyhow. Yeah, because I want him to know that even from the time he and I first met in April 21 of 2017 at the Chiller Expo, it's just gotten so big, so much bigger, so much more. And listen to how I end this statement. So much bigger, so much more than any one person in Earth and human history could ever have drop and plop and plug into him unyieldingly in multiple specific categories of real true life history, period. Okay, so I'm here. I'm at the farthest end. I didn't drown. Okay, so once all that needs to be there is there. He's already agreed from the last time we spoke on the phone that he will, as long as all that's there that needs to be there, he is on board to draw what will be the brand logo eternal of Mutatio Formulae and Jorge Estrada DC, Sir Mutatio Formulae. And as long as everything is there and in place, any cover artistry I would need, and also perhaps and possibly for any actual physical merchandise of mine. Okay, now, so let's keep going. So then after that comes the 3rd of November, 2016. I know. Whew. I know. Can you imagine from Friday the 13th, December 2013 to the 3rd of November 2016? Intense, isn't it? Mm-hmm. So then, he's a part of my team. They're all a part of my team. So let's do a real quick recap. So from Friday the 13th, 2013 to where I'm going to describe next is 11/3/16, the 3rd of November 2016. The former lead guitarist of the King of Reggae and the pioneer of the electric blues, the former personal drummer of the Godfather of Soul and Forefather of Funk, the last final sax player for the Queen of Soul. Let me start over. From December 13, Friday the 13th, 2013, to just the 3rd of November 2016. Number one, the former lead guitarist of Bob Marley and the Wailers, the King of Reggae, and the pioneer of the electric blues, T-Bone Walker. Number two, Robert Mousy Thompson, the former personal drummer of the Godfather of Soul and Forefather of Funk. Number three, the final sax player of the Queen of Soul, Aretha Franklin. Number four, the singer of Heat Wave. Number five, the mentored prodigy and former major record label artist, Vane and Records, mentored by the Godfather of Black Music, who was mentored by the career business manager of Louis Armstrong, who took under his wing Neil Bogart, who would then form his own record company, Casablanca Records, and sign Kiss, Cher, The Village People, Donna Summer, and others. Number seven, the ex-wife of the founding drummer of Kiss, the unauthorized author, publisher, and photographer of Sealed with a Kiss, who suspended doing what she was doing for her employer, who was the actual man that drove and picked up Yoko Ono after the death of John Lennon, drove her to the police station, picked up his goods and belongings, drove her back, escorted her up to their penthouse suite at the top of the Dakota building, Building 1 West 72nd Street, right across the street from Central Park West, Central Park, and the John Lennon Strawberry Field Imagine Circle, which I'll get to later. I mean, even the best man at her wedding to the co-founding drummer of Kiss was Chris Nolan, the drummer of New York Dolls. And yeah. And she got her photography career started, if I'm correct, via the agent of Rod Stewart, if I'm correct. I could be, yeah. Up to, yes, and what she did for me. When she met with me at the White Horse Tavern, she suspended doing what she did for the man that drove Yoko to pick up John Lennon's goods after his death. That is significant. That is profound. She was there for the first call from Gene Simmons to her husband at the time while they were putting up wallpaper. And what she did to me, not to me, but rather what she did for me through all of the Kissery and Kissoyalty that she, I mean, it's just irreplaceable. To the photo shoot and in-person interview, at the legendary historic WBLS studios, owned not long ago by Irvin Magic Johnson of the Los Angeles Lakers, formerly. And, the photo shoot and the in-person interview taken by Jeff Fox of me, who was the co-host of Dishing the Dirt with Wendy Williams, when it was the top adult urban contemporary R&B and hip-hop show for all New York City, New York Sparrows in the 90s. Up to when the primary songwriter and lead rhythm guitarist of The Doors, as in Jim Morrison and The Doors, put his customized autographed guitar pick in my hand. I told you I'm now Facebook friends with this personal photographer. Whew. And right, and that she's also the personal photographer for Ringo of the Beatles. She was at Ringo's 81st birthday party in California during the second half of last year. To me recording in the local studio, out of the studio, and with the man who engineered, recorded, and mixed the Grammy-nominated 2001 or 2 album, Tied to the Wheel for Bill Kirchen. Because I thought I was meeting up, because I had the publicist tell me that I would be meeting with the top A&R rep for 50 Cent's record label, G Unit Records, and or the senior A&R rep of Epic Records, which was Michael Jackson's record label when they put out Thriller. But I wasn't ready musically, so I'm glad it didn't happen. We'll get into all that later. To being invited to the New York Fashion Week show, Yonkers, New York, Westchester County, and all the rest of that, 9/24/16. Meeting the natural herbalist therapist of Nile Rodgers of Chic. Right. Chic was inspired by Kiss, and Chic inspired Rapper's Delight by the Sugar Hill Gang. I forgot to mention that the official lifetime webmaster, the co-founding drummer of Kiss, who I could definitely consider a partner and a member of my team, also has direct knowledge and access to the Robinson family and Sugar Hill Records out of New Jersey. He had mentioned to me before studios, I believe, owned by members of the E Street Band and by a former member of Guns N' Roses, Gilby Clarke. That reminds me, that's January 2017. We'll get there. Okay, and now to the 3rd of November 2016. Okay. So I was brought together to meet in person with the former music director of the Manhattans during their residency at the Apollo Theater, I believe 1964 to 1967, at which time he was discovered by the father of Whitney Houston, John Houston, and then recommended and hired to become the music director and rhythm guitarist of the Queens of Background Vocals and Singing, the Sweet Inspirations, who were originally co-founded by Dionne Warwick of Valley of the Dolls, which starred Sharon Tate of That Most Horrific Night. Oh, jeez, gosh. Oh, well. Okay, so anyway, Dionne Warwick of Valley of the Dolls, and her sister Dee Warwick, and their auntie Cissy Houston, the mother of Whitney Houston. So at the time that the Sweet Inspirations were co-founded in the 60s, they were doing background vocals for Aretha Franklin. But then Dionne embarked on a solo career, so did Dee. So the personnel of the Sweet Inspirations changed, and they were now the background singers and warm-up opening act for the king of rock and roll, Elvis Presley. So on the 3rd of November 2016, I know, listen to this. I knock on his door in this most legendary historic building that was once upon a time one of the most legendary historic other types of buildings in all of the last 100 years of modern pop history. From the moment that he, Gregory Lamont Gaskins, opened the door, the former music director of the Sweet Inspirations for Elvis Presley and the estate of Elvis Presley from 1969 to 1974, bam! We knew right there and then we were brothers, period. I mean, it was just instantaneous, just like that. We didn't even have to think twice. He is definitely a part of the team. And man, from that November of 2016, and the person that made this happen so that I could go there and meet him and knock on his door. I mean, she's pretty up there in terms of historic and legendary. In terms of DC history, I mean, she is up there. I will not name her. She will remain anonymous. She knows who she is, but she is definitely she is definitely a very big member. She is quite the historic, legendary figure of the history of the city itself. Okay, all right. So she made that happen. And I did too. I communicated with her for, I think, all of that 2016, on and off, on and off, and on and off. And I'm telling you, it's not just me. It's her making that convergence happen. It's Lena Shockley inviting me to the New York Fashion Week show. Then let's go back 2 months. Then that September of 2016, when the former producer of the Notorious B.I.G., Mary J. Blige, and Faith Evans, and NESS and others, Carl Chucky Thompson, started keeping all of my posts of just all this greatest of all time ever, SUPRA, history, legend, epic, at nuclear levels, like from September of 2016 to October 2020, he had just allowed me to plaster all over his page. And I know for a fact that he was the sole administrator of his own page, because his business partner and bandmate and dear friend, who will be mentioned in the right sequential order, told me so. And that man was a former guitar player for Paul Simon. And this guy and Biggie's former producer, who enabled and allowed me to plaster all over his official Facebook page starting September 2016, they worked with Jennifer Hudson, who portrayed Aretha Franklin in the biopic titled Respect that came out recently, at the request and hire of Clive Davis of Arista and J Records, who at the We Love New York City concert, August of 2021, announced and said that his most important artist of his 60-year illustrious career was Carlos Santana when he introduced him. And this is the same Clive Davis who mentored Whitney Houston and financed Bad Boy Records after Puff Diddy back then played his demo cassette tape of Biggie's recordings, and who saw a band called Aerosmith at Max's Kansas City in 1972 and signed them to Columbia Records. Yeah. Okay, so yeah, without any of the, I mean, they all of these people played. They're all huge. They, I wouldn't be here without them, and my ancestral legion, and my physical and earth legion. I call them my cosmic family. I do, of the DMV. Plain and simple. And yeah, and as you know, they once upon a time called Chocolate City, DC. Hey man, that's my crew, that's my crux, that's my core, that's my familia. Um, and of course, you know, there are the incredible exceptionals that are members of my legion that I'm beyond most humble, honored, flattered for. Look, man, I'm humbled and honored and flattered because of all of them in totality, in mass. Okay, total sum. So there I am, staring at Elvis Presley's former music director. Yes, as in the king of rock and roll. And I got to hold the TCB Taking Care of Business Band 24 karat gold chain that Elvis gave to him and everyone that was a member of his team. I think Elvis even placed it around his neck. I even got to see, I got to see itineraries that were printed and processed and cut to him by the estate of Elvis Presley. Oh yeah, yeah. Nothing gets no details or no specifics without the full warranted. Yeah. Everything has to be done properly and at the right time. But I'm yeah. So no need in guessing where and all. Not going to happen. Okay, all right. So I mean, we formed a bond and a brotherhood, and then I engaged in a conference call with his former drummer of the Sweet Inspirations, who would be the warm-up opening act and background singers of Elvis Presley from 1969 to 1977 until the time of Elvis's death. And then they went on tour with the Bee Gees. Yes. The same Sweet Inspirations, different lineup, did background vocals to Burning of the Midnight Lamp for the Jimi Hendrix Experience #1 chart-topping album, Electric Ladyland. They also did the background vocals for Van Morrison's Brown Eyed Girl. Yeah, great title. And, what can I say? I mean, from Aretha Franklin, from the Queen of Soul to the King of Rock and Roll to the Kings of Disco. I mean, that's a heck of a resume. But Gregory, my bud, my brother, my co-captain, he left the group in '74. Told me amazing stories when they had their residency at the Las Vegas Hilton Hotel, I believe. At the same time that Ike and Tina Turner had a residency there, Red Fox of Sanford and Son told me of a private Elvis party that he was a part of. He said Engelbert Humperdinck was there. I believe Tony Orlando, Phyllis Diller. Told me another incredible story when he was invited by Sammy Davis Jr. to a Lake Tahoe resort, log cabin or something like that, or house that was rented by Sammy, I think, and his wife, because Sammy wanted to go through his band, the Sweet Inspirations, to get direct access to Elvis. And I mean, it's just amazing stuff. Just amazing stuff, and something he shared with me in private between us that was said to him by Chuck Berry, the father of rock and roll, to him. And another story. Listen, it was from November of 2016 to August of 2017, 11 months. And then he went off to Nashville and Memphis for Elvis Presley week. And we'll stop right there. But yeah, man, it was just freaking wild. I'm in there, and the I have a conversation with Gil Scott Heron's former bassist and co-producer as a member of our team while in the apartment with Elvis's music director, former of the Sweet Inspirations. And I have a conversation with Paul Simon's former guitarist, who was business partners with the former producer of the Notorious B.I.G., Mary J. Blige, and Faith Evans, who we tragically lost 6 months ago on the 9th of August, 2021. The one and the only Carl Chucky Thompson of Bad Boy. He co-produced Big Papa, along with other songs for the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame inducted King of Rap. Okay. And again, I love Big's mom. I love Wayne. I love the whole crew. But I have to say for the record, in no shape or form is Biggie's music suitable for underage minors. I think that one should be at least, I would say, in my opinion, and I mean, I love him. I mean, I'm going to be reaching out to his producer, who produced the vast majority of his debut album. Yeah, hold on. Are you? Yes. What's up? Okay. All right. Okay. Bye-bye. I'll get everything ready. Okay. Excuse me for a minute, please. Can I pause this? I don't think I can pause this. Okay. I'm around, so bear with me. You will see. Right. So remember, we're now at August 2017. And my co-captain and dear friend and team member goes off to Elvis Week, Memphis, Nashville, August of 2017. And I was talking about just all of the other legends that I conversed with in his space. Okay, I'm going to turn this around. Okay, all right then. Okay, just for now, just hold on. All right. Okay. Oh, these cables are tough. Yeah, they are. There you go. Okay, we're going to do that. We're fine. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Okay, I don't know if I want to do that either. Jeez. Oh, boy. Oh, gosh. All right, let me do this. Gosh. Goodness gracious. Oh. Let me do this. Gosh. Oh, man. Jeez. Oh, when did I think of that? Okay. Oh. I can't do that today. Yeah, it's on. It's going. Right. I will look back at that, and if that's there, we will address it then. Okay? All right, cool. Okay, I went like this. I did, and geez. Oh boy. Okay. Whatever. Let's see here. What an inconvenience. Okay, so hold tight, hold tight, hold tight, hold tight. All right. Okay. The screen will be covered, and I won't be saying anything for probably about 2 to 5 minutes. Hold tight. We will continue this. We're at our August of 2017. Okay.
I'm afraid it will kill her. My God, she wanted a baby so much. For such a long time. What can I tell her? What will I say? You could adopt. She wanted her own.
Please continue to hold. Thank you. The screen will continue to be covered. I will lift the cover up in a matter of minutes. Thank you.
If I messagist, it even resembles your wife need never know. It would be a blessing to her and to the child. To no relatives. No. Your mother died as your own child. In the same moment. You said the gift could be ours, but on this night, Mr. Trump, God has given me a son. Okay. I'm back now. Okay. I'm back. All right. I'm going to have to cover the PC one more time. All right. Okay. Now, so this. Oh, okay. Whoa. Burning hot. Burning hot. Okay, all right. Let's see here. Okay. Okay, let's see here. All right, all right. Okay. So, August of 2017, yeah. So there were all the conversations I had. Like I said, inside the space of the former music director and rhythm guitarist of the sweet inspirations for the late king of rock and roll, Elvis Presley. Now, Gregory also did work with Dionne Warwick's sister. That song, "You Know Good, You Know Good, You Know Good," something like that, right? Yep. Look, I'm all caked in and plugged up with dairy right now. Dairy is the absolute worst thing ever for the nasal and throat passageway of a singer, because envision like the pipeline of a kitchen sink, call a waistline, and you're the plumber. You open that thing and it's just clogged and filled with stuff that shouldn't be there. Dairy, thick milk and cheese. So I am definitely going to begin the process of the throat and nasal irrigation of my pathways in advance of initial promo showcase 1, 2, and 3. Hold on. I'm going to cover the screen again. Hold on. Okay. Just give me a few more minutes, please.
Just came to start packing. What? We can't waste any time. We're leaving in the morning. Bonjour, Carla. Bonjour, you know the case. Please, oh. What are you talking about? I'm talking.
Okay. Whoa, okay, there I am again. I know. Hey. Okay, we're good, right? We're good. Okay. So, yeah, and he also worked with Patti LaBelle, I think, in the Bluebells, and he mentored Skip Henderson, who would become the career guitarist for Isaac Hayes, and I believe who coined on rhythm guitar that uber classic rhythm guitar riff chord progression for the theme song to Shaft. Okay, now keep this going. All right. Okay. Now, what do we have next here? Okay. Okay. Then I have my non-binding letter of intent, which is 46 pages long.
and has an introductory preface of all the bios and resumes and cameos and appearances and awards and nominations and charted songs, number ones, top fives, tens, top 20s, top 40s, top Billboard 100, 200, certifications from the RIAA, records sold, etc. Okay, so that is right. That's was all composed by me for the introductory preface of my non-binding letter of intent that garnered 6 legendary historic signatures of members of my team. I won't name who signed it, and the overall combined total of that 46-page list has 30 plus that I have accrued and crossed paths with over the last 8 years plus, who've worked with, I mean, let's just say this. Years ago, the tally was 30 plus who did all of A to Z with 140 plus dead and living members of recording history who sold a combined total of 20 billion records. Now, I finished a final finale tally of one of my 3 pantheons, as I call them. My DMV pantheon, which I'm describing to you, that just snowballed, nuclear mushroom clouded into what it is today and now. But long story short, I did a final finale tally several weeks ago, and of my 12 members of DC, Maryland, and Virginia, and my 1 out of central New Jersey, for a total of 13, and then there's the others, so 13 plus. They've done all with a total of 66 plus icons, ranging as far back as 1929 to now, 93 years, who've sold a combined overall total of 10 billion records worldwide since T-Bone Walker, Chuck Berry, and Louis Armstrong. And that's just my DC, Maryland, and Virginia live performance team, studio productions projects team that I call my real true life greatest of all ever in earth and human, etc. history, single-handedly self-amassed and assembled, and Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band front-to-back album cover assembly of pop recording history, titans, gargantuans, colossals, giants, stars. Okay, now let's fast forward to the 21st of April, 2017. Parsippany, New Jersey, at the Parsippany Hilton, New Jersey Hotel, for the Chiller Toy Model Film Expo that I didn't even know existed till Ralph Asbury, the career lifetime webmaster of the co-founding drummer of Kiss, left 2 tickets there for me. One for me and for my friend, and off the record, informal behind the scenes junior webmaster, who's been there for me since 2010. Can you imagine? He has been there and available for me and willing and able for 11 plus years now. We'll get into all of that. That's inside of 2006, 2013. Okay. So, I'll name him Eric J. Coleman. And we are Facebook friends. Eric J. Coleman. I am grateful and I'm grateful for Eric. All of them, all the rest of them. All of them. So he
I go to Chiller to meet face to face with Ken Kelly, the former head cover artist for George Lucas and his Star Wars comic book company, Dark Horse Comics. The same Ken Kelly of Ken Kelly Arts, who drew by hand the greatest of all time ever in pop history album covers, front to back, the Kiss Love Gun 1977 and Kiss Destroyer 1976 album, and who did Vampirella, amongst others, as I mentioned earlier. So this would be our first time meeting in what was called the Iron Room, and Eric videotaped us. All of what was said, exchanged, it's all good. That day I had the pleasure of meeting one of the 3 dubbed queens of the paranormal, Kadrolsha Ono Carroll, also known as Ko. She and Elvira, Mistress of the Dark, and Linda Blair of The Exorcist and Exorcist 2, and of Hell Night, a movie I just learned of just the night before last, and I love it. Hell Night, 1981. But I that movie, I think that movie's rated. It was rated at the time it came out as PG-13, but I don't know, man. I would have to say that should be for someone that's 18 and over. Okay, all right, but that's just me. Yeah. So, whatever, right? Okay. So anyway, Ko is a content provider for Hollywood Digest magazine, and she's the hostess of HollywoodEntertainmentNews.com. So we first met there at the Chiller Expo, and she was very cool and very friendly, and she gave me her info, and I just called her several months ago last year because I told her I think it's time that I be featured in the magazine Hollywood Digest and interviewed via her as hostess of HollywoodEntertainmentNews.com. But yeah, so she'll be hearing from me soon. Especially now that I'm at the farthest end of all my documentation and packaging of the last 5 years plus, of the last really 6 years plus. Okay, all right. Yeah, I'm at the farthest end of all of the nuked all clearism packaging and documentation, and all of the eternal packages and all of their nuked all clearism events. Nuked all of the none suchness that does not exist, that never existed, that will never exist. All of what should never have been done and doled out, now at its eternal end. For all time and space, eternalism. Yours truly, Jorge Estrada, DC, di Salutatia Formulae. It's me. All right, so hold on here.
Secret hedge fund. He
All right, hold
had
on here.
these amazing.
All right, hold on. Okay, so now, as we continue this, right, let's see here. Yeah, so ran into her. Then I ran into an actor of a movie that my daughter and I loved watching when she was a lot younger. But of course, I held control of the DVD player remote, and I all that because it's such a great supernatural thriller movie. But and I saw Flavor Flav of Public Enemy there, and got into a conversation with George Hamilton. I got to tell him that one of my favorite movies as the little Roman Damien Prince of the District of Columbia in 1978 was Love at First Sight. It's a comedy in which he portrays our Count Dracula. Yeah, this is the actual portrait of the real Count Dracula. Why do I wear it? One of the reasons is because it's astonishing that a historic figure who was so not pop, to say the least, was turned into one of the most iconic figures of pop history. That's one of the reasons why I wear this actual portrait print of Count Dracula himself. Okay. So anyhow, we had a conversation, and then later that night we went to a township of New Jersey outside of Parsippany. That wasn't Parsippany. I went there to speak with. I stopped in and didn't announce I was coming by, even though he and I had spoken months earlier, that January 21 of 2017, which will get, that I see I skipped. You see how structured this is? I went straight from August 2017 and Elvis Presley's former music director and I to April 2017, and having the official lifetime webmaster of the co-founding drummer of Kiss, the Catman of Peter Criss, linked me up to meet in person with the former head cover artist of George Lucas's comic book company, and the same artist who did by hand the two greatest rock pop albums in pop history, the two Kiss albums I've already mentioned twice, if not a third time. Okay. Kiss Love Gun, Kiss Destroyer, 1977, 1976, in the proper order. So let's go back to January. Okay. So I woke up. So it's still the 21st of April, 2017. May I add the founding day of Roma? Yes, the founding day of Roma is the 21st of April, 2017. I was born on the day of the Great Fire of Roma. Figure that one out. Okay, so as we proceed. So later that night, the 21st of April, 2017, I go to this live music venue in this township of New Jersey. That was like, I think, a 35-minute drive from Parsippany, New Jersey. Oh, I forgot to mention that I remember when my friend Eric and I arrived to the Parsippany Hilton and parked, that he did take photos of me next to the hearse of the band called the Undead. I do believe I'm, in fact, Facebook friends with a member of the Undead, and I thought that was just way too cool, so he took a photo. Then before we even walked into the Parsippany Hilton Hotel, he took a photo of one of the last three remaining original modeled cars that was used in the Starsky and Hutch television program in the 70s. Then when we walked in, we picked up our 2 tickets left for me by the official webmaster of the co-founding drummer of Kiss and the owner of Lunar Moth Entertainment, the one and the only Ralph Asbury. Okay. As a matter of fact, I have that envelope here. I'll get to it. I'll show you guys. It's yeah, I've got the envelope here. Of course I do. So then I walk up to John Lennon's former personal bassist that night. He was the former personal bassist of John Lennon and Yoko Ono. His wife and I are Facebook friends. And he and I had a conversation 3 months prior to on 1/21/17. So let me give you another example of the organic cosmic synchronicity, symmetry, asynchronous, etc. of all of this. When I went to the Birchmere Theater on 5/3/16 and had the primary songwriter and lead rhythm guitarist of The Doors, Robbie Krieger, put his guitar pick in my hand,
during the 50th anniversary of the Doors and the 50th anniversary of the Birchmere Music Concert Hall. That was 5/3/16. Exactly 6 months to the Gregorian calendar date of mine of 11/3/16. I'm at the door, standing in front of the former music director and rhythm guitarist of the Sweet Inspirations for the King of Rock and Roll, Elvis Presley, on 11/3/16. So Robbie Krieger of the Doors puts guitar pick in hand. I talk to his frontline stage tech manager, 5/3/16. Then, be it by chance, 11/3/16, I'm at the door of Elvis's former music director of the Sweet Inspirations. Now, 2017. On 1/21/17, I had a conversation with the former personal bassist of John Lennon of the Beatles and Yoko Ono, who also played and worked with and for Mick Jagger of the Rolling Stones, Chuck Berry. Who else? It's quite a list. It's quite a list. I think he also contributed material, if I'm correct, for Hanna-Barbera Television and Hanna-Barbera Productions for the Flintstones and the Jetsons. Okay. Yabba-dabba-doo. Sorry, I couldn't. I had to. Okay. Then who else did he play for? Gosh, it's an incredible list. Chuck Berry, Mick Jagger, John Lennon. Right. So he and I had a telephone conversation the 21st of January 2017, and I says to him on the phone, "Hey, sir, the co-founding original drummer of Kiss has told his official lifetime webmaster while having dinner and cutting into a steak that the honor would be all his, and that he just wouldn't be worthy in the style of Wayne's World. It wouldn't be worthy. So I call him. He will remain anonymous. I called John Lennon's former personal bassist on the 21st of January 2017, and I said, listen, I've got Elvis Presley's former music director of the Sweet Inspirations and the original co-founding drummer of Kiss. And they both said, if you're on board, Elvis's former music director will get in his car. He'll drive from DC to New Jersey, and we'll all get up together and jam. And that I would sing lead vocals and, trade off with the Catman of Kiss, Peter Criss, or who? Greg Lamont Gaskins. So the webmaster spoke with the original founding drummer of Kiss. I spoke with Elvis's former music director. We were all on board. And the gentleman said to me, John and Yoko Ono's former bassist said to me that he just couldn't. And you know what? And I understood why. Because I just came at him with this. And he said he was involved in multiple projects, amongst other things. So, it's all good. But long story short, I now have this vast Beatles web. I'm now Facebook friends with the customized guitar maker for George Harrison, the original recording studio owner and first recording studio owner out of Liverpool, who recorded the first demo for the Quarrymen before they became the Beatles, before Ringo was a member. Again, I'm Facebook friends with the personal photographer of Ringo. Again, I'm still Facebook friends with the wife of the former personal bassist of John Lennon and Yoko Ono. And I will get into Paul McCartney's official verified Instagram page now, and the date of 8869. when I get to 2019, 8/8/19. Hey, it is what it is, okay? All right. Yes, it is what it is. So, now we fast forward. I go see him that night. We spoke. I left. And now let us proceed. Okay. Oh, wow. I mean, this is fascinating stuff. Do you hear me? Gosh. Okay. Fascinating. Fascinating, 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 fascinating. Then, that 27th of April, 2017, courtesy of Big Mo, a member of my team, a friend, Big Mo of the Big Mo radio and TV show. I love you, man. You rock. And he got me a slot to open up and perform rap live for the first time publicly for 4 of Chicago Black Ink Crew VH1 TV. That was at Club Heaven and Hell in Adams Morgan, in my city, the District of Columbia, Estrada. And you know what's fascinating about that? The last live show I did in that neighborhood with my former Stadium Arena over-the-top rock band that I was the lead singer, frontman, sole primary songwriter of. Of course, they all contributed through their positions and titles and parts splendidly. But our last show together, I mean, it was March 2009, the Red and the Black Bar on 8th Street, Northeast DC. But I consider this show like, you know, I don't know, was at Heaven and Hell, January 4th, 2009. And to be back there the 27th of April, 2017, and, you know, it was quite an experience. And I remember Ford and I talked in what was designated as the VIP section. We had a conversation. He was, I think, Epic Records at the time, and we talked about working together. And then I stepped outside, and then a brawl, a fight broke out inside Heaven and Hell. And all of a sudden, Ford just darted out of there with his entourage and just left. I emailed his manager, but I never heard back from him. It's okay. It's okay. It's life. It's life. We're good. We're good. I'm here now. And, you know, congratulations to him on being a father. And on, you know, I'm just grateful that Big Mo did that for me. Big Mo then I did an interview at the Rise95.com studio in Suitland, Maryland. TD County, Maryland, not far from Southeast DC, I believe. I did an interview with the Big Mo radio and TV show. And we were interviewed by Big Mo of the Big Mo radio and TV show. Look up Big Mo on Facebook. You'll find him. But his material is, you know, again, I forget, but I love him to death, but his material is not suitable for children. I just think it's kind of for adults, you know. I mean, I have nearly 5,000 Facebook friends, and 700 to 800 plus of them are living members and legends and stars of pop history. I can't control. I can't pinpoint every time something's posted. It's more so for, sometimes I can't, you know, whatever. But I'm great at it. But no, he's good though. He's good. He's a great guy. He's a great heart. He's a good man. Okay, so anyway, so you have that. So Elvis Presley's former music director, rhythm guitarist of the Sweet Inspirations for Elvis, who was hired or recommended by Whitney Houston's father, we went and did an interview live in person at Rise 95 studio in Suitland, Maryland on 5/27 5/25/17, the 25th of May, 2017. Oh, that video will resurface because we were also interviewed by Ernest L. of the DC Go-Go Report. So we were interviewed by Ernest L. of the DC Go-Go Report and Big Mo, the Big Mo Radio and TV show. And that interview will pop up again, promise you. I actually reached out to those guys just several days ago, last week. Right. Now, oh boy. Then I went to New York City, New York again. June 10th, 2017. Oh boy, this gets even bigger. This gets even bigger. Okay. So, I go to New York City, New York, because it had been agreed upon telephonically in private, one-on-one over the phone, with the official lifetime webmaster of the co-founding drummer of KISS, the Catman Peter Criss. And I made it clear to him that I would come out there specifically and solely to see and meet Peter, because I want him to let Peter know that I would love for Peter to work with me one day on a single or, an EP or LP, and that I've got the greatest of all in pop history all around me. So I went, but I went there specifically for that. Oh man, incredible. As soon as I get in the elevator, I'm with one of the heads of the induct Bill Coyne into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame induction. Bill Coyne, he's the one that got KISS their record deal with Casablanca. He was their manager. And he was close friends with Lydia Criss of Sealed with a Kiss, the ex-wife of the co-founding drummer of KISS, the Catman Peter Criss. And he played a major, very top role along with another member of the team, Sean Delaney. Whether it was songs, whether it was the live concert stage production, whether it was the KISS lit sign that hung suspended above the Catman of KISS's drum set while he was playing drums. All that. Sean Delaney coined the concept. I think he was behind or had an influence in, the fire spitting and all of the fake blood dripping and from the demon of KISS, Gene Simmons. Fantasy, comic book, horror movie stuff. Okay, sci-fi, fantasy, film, and horror. All right, so brilliant. It's brilliant, right? Okay. And, in the tradition of my daughter and I and family's ancestors, all that is purely Roman Latin. The wearing the makeup, drawing the cover artistry, creating an alter ego character, and wearing platform shoes. That's what happened during the days of the empire and of the First Kingdom, and all in between the Roman Kingdom of 8 BC up to the time of the Roman Empire. That was common course. The makeup artistry, the alter ego, the character, the platform heels, while performing live on stage, theater, drama, music, literature, poetry, the arts, the sciences, Athens, Rome, born and bred out of Hispania, as in Hispanic, Latin, Latia, as in Latin, the Roman, the Greek. I'm just being honest, versus Germanic and Eastern, versus the Germanic tribes of the North Atlantic of Europa and the East. Okay. So, yeah. So I'm in New York City, New York. Whew. And I get to the hotel pen, and then I'm in the elevator, like I said, with one of the co-founders and presidents of Induct Bill Coin into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame induction, which he should be inducted. I mean, this man was behind one of the quintessential biggest dynasties of pop history, Kiss, whether it's certifications, branding, licensing, merchandising, all of it. And then in the 80s, he took over Billy Idol's career, and he launched his career into the stratosphere, turned him into an MTV rock star. Basically, he was just one of the biggest marquee names of that whole MTV rock of the rock aspect inside of rock and pop of MTV 80s. So definitely, and that's for me. I represent me. Okay. Then I get into the ballroom of the 10th floor, and I meet Lynn DeLezio, who was photographer for The Who, Alice Cooper, Isaac Hayes, I believe, Yes, Foreigner, and Kiss. Yeah, it's quite a resume. Quite a resume. So you have that. And I saw so many others there that I didn't realize were such legends then. And some there that I would form, a Facebook.com bond with, i.e. Robert V. Conti. Meaning a Facebook bond, meaning that we've developed a rapport over the years. And these are people I've said, when I'm ready, I'll reach out to you when I'm at the end of all this. And they've said, okay, more than once. Robert V. Conti, what a resume, what a bio. This man was product packager, pop culture consultant, and business manager for Kiss, Godzilla, I believe Sesame Street. He was with The Village Voice. He co-authored I believe, the autobiographical book, Black Sabbath, the Ozzy Osbourne years. He flew across the Atlantic Ocean. He interviewed each and every member of Black Sabbath. Pretty sure took photos. He was involved with the DreamWorks animation motion picture franchise Trolls. He was with Atari and Atari 2600. I mean, it's just a remarkable resume. And he was a party, I think he published and played a hand and role in God knows how many comic books, deluxe edition releases and packages. I mean, it's incredible. But yeah, Sesame Street, Godzilla, Kiss, Black Sabbath, The Village Voice, Trolls. I feel like I'm leaving something out. But him, and I didn't realize it then. I was staring at the former head of security for Kiss, who would go on to become head of security for Iron Maiden, Billy Idol, and Prince. And he died a few days ago. And we were Facebook friends, and we're still Facebook friends. Big John Hart. And I actually planned on reaching out to him. I remember getting a message from one of the co-authors of his to-be-released book on his life and legendary historic life, and I planned on contacting him because I'm also friends with the former head of. I'm also Facebook friends with the former head of security of the late King of Pop, Michael Jackson, Bill Whitfield, who was Michael Jackson's head of security from 2007 to 2009 as depicted in the Lifetime movie based off of his book that he co-authored with his cousin that he brought in as a member of his security team for Michael and his nanny and his 3 kids, Paris and Blanket and Prince, right? Okay, so yeah, so Bill Woodfield, we're Facebook friends. I have an extensive Michael Jackson web. You know, we're talking about his. We're talking about his childhood girlfriend, who evolved into his lifetime friend, who is one of the only individuals to be financed, published, and circulated out of his pocket by the King of Pop himself, via his company MJ Productions and his international fan base. She just messaged me a few days ago, and she is a great woman. Her name is Janice B. De Silva, and she has her book called Thrilling Moments with Michael Jackson, the Diamond Edition. It's a bestseller. If you look up and down my Jorge Estrada DC Facebook.com timeline, then you'll see her there. Trust me, you'll see her there. Okay. So, you know, I've always planned on contacting Big John Hart, and I still plan on contacting Bill Whitfield. I also was going to talk to behind the scenes. I like to call her, you know, just the behind the scenes supporter, you know, just so supportive and a behind the scenes person on the sidelines. You know, it's like yeah, man. And she was once, you know, affiliated with major rock royalty. But she's, I was actually going to talk to her too, because, you know, she's, she knows, you know, Dog the bounty hunter Chapman, right? So, you know, I mean, remember his show, right? I don't know if it's still running, but so this isn't in the context of I was going to contact Big John Hart one day, but you know, like I said, I mean, imagine being imagine like all of this Purple Rain, Led Zeppelin, Thriller just raining all over you, flooding you, unyieldingly, perpetually, just a nuclear mushroom cloud rainfall all over you, nonstop, and you have to get your hands around it and document it and package it and sequentially order it and compartmentalize and categorize and title, and you got to get your facts together and do your research and get the numbers right. So that was a lot. So I'm here now, again. So rest in peace to him. Rest in peace to him. Yeah, man. Rest in peace. All right. Now, yeah. So I was at the ballroom. So there was that. Right. It's the 10th of June, 2017. Then I finally got to meet the Catman, Peter Criss of Kiss himself. And it was such an honor. And I finally got to meet Ralph Asbury in person, because we had been communicating by phone since 9/26/16. And we didn't get to cross paths physically in person on 4/21/17 when I was at the Parsippany Hotel for the Schiller Toy Model Film Expo. But we finally got to see each other that 10th of June, 2017. So it was like months and months later. And I got to meet Peter's wife, and it was just great, man. And saw Bruce Kulick of Kiss. You know, he took over in the early to mid 80s after, I believe, Mark St. John, right? And so long story short, I'm
at one end of the ballroom on the 10th floor, and the Kiss tribute band Alive 75 is on stage. So I'm like, oh man, it's 8:45 at night. I've got to head to Harlem. I'm going to head to the Apollo Theater for the first time ever because of just all of these super elite, greatest of pop history I have around me, affiliated with the Apollo Theater's history. So this is all true. This is unbelievable stuff that's about to happen. So it's Saturday night, the 10th of June, 2017. Get ready for this. I'm on the 10th floor. I'm watching the Kiss tribute band, Alive 75. It's the Hotel Penn. I'm in the ballroom. I go, oh man, I've got to go. I've got to meet this person that was mentored by Damon Dash of Rockefeller, who is business partners with the producer and founder of Love and Hip Hop, VH1 TV. Yeah, all that stuff not suitable for children. It is, but it depends. I would say like over 16 to 18. I don't know. Yeah. You don't want them to see, all the altercations and all. But anyhow, so I'm like, man, I'm heading to the Apollo. Gregory Lamont Gaskins, Robert Mousy Thompson, so forth and so on. I get on the MTA train. And this female says, hey, you look familiar. Are you from DC? I said, yes, I am. I said, you look familiar too, but I don't remember exactly why or where. But long story short, I told her that I had just left the Hotel Penn because of an orchestrated inside meeting with the Catman of Kiss, and that I'm heading to the Apollo Theater to meet with the business partner and blah, 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 blah. She says, okay. Well, I remember you from DC, and it's funny that you mentioned that. Oh, wait a minute. I was on the train, and I said to her, I'm heading to the Apollo Theater for the following reasons, but I'm also going there to meet with the natural herbalist therapist of Nile Rodgers of Chic. She says, get out of here. I says, what? We're on the MTA train. There's a substantial amount of people in our car. She goes, okay. She says, could they see you? Could they see you? Okay. Are you appropriately dressed? Are you? Long story short, so she goes, you're not going to believe this. I'm a member of Nile Rodgers' We Are Family Foundation. I said, you've got to be kidding me. She said, nope. I'm a member of the We Are Family Foundation. I said, isn't that remarkable? We're on the train. I said, do you know that Kiss inspired Nile Rodgers and Bernard to form Chic? And she didn't know that. So then I head to the Apollo. We exchanged Facebook information, and we're Facebook friends still. We haven't communicated in years, but we're Facebook friends. Okay. I get out at the stop for the Apollo Theater. You can imagine I'm excited. I just met with the drummer of Kiss via his webmaster. This was different. This was different. This had been discussed for, let's see. We had discussed this 9 months in advance. I think six months plus in advance. So this was planned. This was planned. And so I'm walking down the street and I get to the marquee box office of the Apollo Theater, named after our Roman god of the sun and Greek god of music, Apollo. So I'm underneath the marquee and it's lit, and so is the box office. And I'm like, wow, it's closed. But remember, I'm waiting for the natural herbalist of Nile Rodgers, the man who turned the Queen of Pop into the Queen of Pop by producing her entire album. All of a sudden, this what appeared to be a 9 to 10-year-old boy is running down the street in my direction. To where I'm standing. I'm just still like, wow, what a day. Wow, this is amazing. Wow. I'm at the Apollo, man. So, and I'm thinking of, all of the legend and history I have around me directly tied to this. I mean, this is the very theater where Gregory Lamont Gaskins was discovered by Whitney Houston's father. That led to Whitney Houston's father hiring and recommending him to be the music director of the Sweet Inspirations on behalf of Elvis Presley and his estate. This is the same theater where the Jackson won their first talent audition contest in 1967. It's the same theater where Michael Jackson performed Billie Jean live for Motown 25 that I saw live as a child on national TV. When he debuted his moonwalk for the first time, I believe that was 1983. Hold on for a minute, please. All right. Let's see here. Don't need to do this anymore. Yeah. All right. So I'm back. I know. I see. Okay. I'll address it. Okay. So there we go. So I'm thinking all of this, and this handsome, beautiful little boy is running down. I'm like, okay, I don't see anyone else around him. What is this 9 to 10-year-old doing running down the street? It's 9:45 at night. I mean, it's a Saturday fever night, right? I'm under the marquee. He runs around me in a circle, and because of that, I look down and I notice I'm standing on top of engraved plaques cemented into the cement. And I see the plaques of James Brown, Michael Jackson, Rat Fox, and Richard Pryor. So I'm like, whoa. And then this lady, this woman, and these two females walk towards me. Now, I'm pretty sure this is what we discussed happened. So I'm standing there, and all of a sudden, she starts telling her, which I then learn her grandson. She starts telling her grandson, I used to make costumes. I made costumes and gloves for Michael Jackson and his brothers for the Victory Tour. Can you imagine the look on my face? Because I happened to be standing there while she's telling her, which I then learned was her grandson, that was the case. She was standing next to the box office in front of the main entrada of the Apollo Theater when she said that to her grandson in front of me. Now, if that's not most destined and most fated, organic and cosmic, then I don't know what is, because it is. So I said, excuse me, did I overhear you? Did you say what I thought you said? Do you know that I'm here from DC and New York today because I met with the co-founding original drummer of KISS, because his lifetime webmaster and I had discussed this for like 6 to 9 months in advance. And I cannot believe I'm standing in front of you and that you've made costumes and the glove for the king of pop and his brothers, the kings of R&B soul pop, for the Thriller Victory Tour. And then I tell her I've got James Brown's former personal drummer. I've got Elvis Presley's former music director, who was discovered here at the Apollo by Whitney Houston's father. She starts telling me who she did costumes and alterations for. Well, her name is Rhonda Nelson Boglin. Oh boy, that was the night of the 10th of June, 2017. Can you imagine? So this is from Friday the 13th, December 2013 to the 10th of June, 2017. This is within a 3.5-year time span, all of this. So she did alterations for Billy Preston, who is known and classified by many as the 5th Beatle and the 6th Rolling Stone, who played keys, organ, and piano for rock and roll pioneer Little Richard, and for the father of R&B pop, Ray Charles. Billy Preston played organs on the Beatles song Something off of the Abbey Road album, and I Want You, She's So Heavy off of Abbey Road. He played on the rooftop with the Beatles for their last live public performance, 45-minute set. I'm sure many of you have seen it. The handsome black guy with the afro behind the keyboard and organ, and them. That's Billy Preston. Billy Preston was on the keyboard and organ. You'll see him. He's on the rooftop. And all of the members of the Beatles wanted him to become a member of the Beatles, and one said no. So it didn't happen. But he was with them throughout the Get Back studio sessions in Abbey Road studio for the Let It Be album, as featured in the recently streamed, televised Beatles documentary of the Get Back sessions called Get Back, that was featured on Disney Plus. It's probably still available on Disney Plus. That's Billy Preston. So Billy Preston was a chart topper too. He was the first recording artist to be signed by the Beatles to their record label Apple. I think the name of his album debut on the Beatles record label was called This Is How God Planned It, Billy Preston. 1969. He had a couple of chart-topping hits. He worked with the Beatles separately and individually throughout the 70s on all of their solo albums. So from George Harrison to Ringo to John. One of his songs, I forget what it's called. Space People or Out of Space, or I forget, became the mid-break instrumental song for ABC Bandstand, hosted by Dick Clark. So Dick Clark was such a fan of the song, he asked, he went through all the proper channels and portals, and that was it. Billy Preston was Sergeant Pepper in the 1978 movie Sergeant Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band. He co-wrote the song "You Are So Beautiful," that was later covered by Joe Cocker. That was then turned into a classic single cover. And I learned just recently that there was a man by the name of Jimmy Page of Led Zeppelin who laid down guitar tracks in the studio for Joe Cocker's cover of Billy Preston's "You Are So Beautiful," which was a song I picked. I did the YouTube upload karaoke link that I sent to Larry Gershon when I was in his studio back in February 2015, I believe, or October 2016, of me covering "You Are So Beautiful." I didn't know I would run into Rhonda Nelson Boglin June 10, 2017. I didn't know all of it would happen to me. But, I'm just the singer and beat maker and drummer and hard rock, pop, and everything in between, and slash rapper now that I just wasn't back then, as you all will find out very soon. So she did alterations for Billy Preston. He was inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. She did costumes for Earth, Wind, and Fire on their tour. She did costumes for Michael Jackson's Off the Wall tour for Michael. She made clothing for Barry White, Marvin Gaye. She did costumes for the background singers of Donna Summer. She did alterations for Rick James, and she almost got to do clothing and or costumes for the Purple Rain movie starring Prince and the Revolution. Co-starring Apollonia Quintero of Apollonia 6, who again I corresponded with multiple times throughout 2019 via Instagram Direct. And so congratulations to Apollonia on her new podcast show. She and the other 150 to 160 plus members of my Instagram pantheon of gods and goddesses and members of pop history will be hearing from me and about this. Nuked All Clear is an event that's happening right now, and the rest that will follow. Okay, so then I should add that Rhonda Nelson is the daughter of the Lil Max Roach, Bobby Nelson. Her father played drums for Johnny Mathis, Miles Davis, Della Reese, and Red Fox of Sanford and Son. They are an incredible family. They are an incredible, incredible family. And I want to give a shout out to the Nelson family. I salute you. And I have nothing but love and respect for all of you. Also, shout out to you, to Rhonda's mom and dad. Right. Her daughters, everyone, her grandkids, all of them. But he was referred to as the Lil Max Roach. Now, what makes that even more fascinating? Is that that when I saw the Netflix documentary, Biggie Got a Story to Tell, a year ago, the 1st of March, 2021, it was revealed by Valletta and Christopher Biggie. It was revealed by Biggie's neighbor, who was a professional jazz musician of the Brooklyn area and a neighbor of theirs, that he took little Christopher Wallace, aka Biggie Smalls, under his wing because he knew that the child was a genius. And that he was mentoring little Christopher Wallace to become a jazz musician. That's how talented he thought the kid was. He was right. So he showed him videotapes of Max Roach playing drums. And I thought that was fascinating because I did, in fact, correspond, however briefly, with Valletta Wallace, the mother of Biggie Smalls, February of 2020. Because I asked her if I could attend her son's Rock and Roll Hall of Fame induction ceremony at this and be at the table with her and the rest of his Webb and Familia and crew. And then, you know, that was the month before the coronavirus just upended and turned everything upside down and over. Planetary wide. So, okay. So I was so honored when she responded to me because, you know, she had mentioned me directly in a comment and gave me thanks and sent me love. I to her, because of the respect I have for her, still do, always will. And, you know, that's why I shared the City of Lies teaser trailer of it being the #1 movie on Apple, May of 2021. That's why I did that. I did that because out of respect for her and the executor of Biggs Estate Wayne, and because I saw that Johnny Depp got involved, along with his sister and his company, Infinitum Nihil. So I commend you, Johnny, and your sister, Christina, for partaking and joining forces with them on what I thought was such an incredible cinematic non-fictional drama movie. So I'm glad I posted that on my timeline. But nonetheless, I also thought it was great that Joe Perry of Aerosmith and of the Hollywood Vampires laid down some guitar licks for the soundtrack of the movie. So anyhow, yeah, so when I saw that Valletta and Little Biggie's neighbor, the jazz musician, mentored him to become a jazz musician and showed him videotapes of Max Roach, I thought of, oh gosh, I thought of Rhonda's father, who was called the Lil Max Roach, right? See the context, the connectivity? There it is. So then I'm like, wow. So, man, it's amazing. So we exchanged info, and she is a dear friend, and I consider her a cosmic family, cosmic destined fated family. It was such an honor when she Facebook Messenger video called me with her longtime friend and costume stitch pattern partner, who did costume work for Anne Margaret Olson of Viva Las Vegas and the movie Magic with Anthony Hopkins, who, may I add, Anthony Hopkins sat down with my father one-on-one for several hours inside of El Fino's Restaurante and Bar on M Street in Georgetown, D.C., Estrada, D.C., as did Robert Zimmerman, also known as Bob Dylan. He sat down with my father one-on-one as well inside of El Fino Restaurante and Bar on M Street in Northwest Georgetown, Estrada, D.C. But yeah, so Rhonda, 30th of November 2020, she She arranges a Facebook Messenger call, and she's got her lifetime friend and partner. I wouldn't mention her name, but I don't know if that's approved or not. So she'll remain anonymous, but she did work for Margaret Ann Olson of Magic with Anthony Hopkins and Elvis Presley, Viva Las Vegas. And I learned she was discovered by George Burns, I think in 1960 at the age of 19. And she also did work, Rhonda's friend did work for Neil Diamond, Barbra Streisand, and the Commodores, featuring Lionel Richie, who is now one of the Hall of Fame, Rock and Roll Hall of Fame nominees for the class of 2022. I'm pretty sure he's going to get in. I mean, come on. Can you imagine him not getting in? So, yeah, pretty big stuff, right? All of it's big, big, big. And I've been meaning to post that on Valletta Wallace's Biggie, I Got a Story to Tell Netflix trailer. I said I posted that I was going to add to that story, but you see how big all of this is. Imagine it's just all around me, all plugged into me, just raining down. So, you know, I have to continuously stay not afloat, atop. And document and package all of it. So again, I'm at the farthest end. That's why I'm doing this. This is Nuked All Clearism Event 3. This is the order I'm going in. Nuked All Clearism Event 3, 4, 5, 6, 2, and then 1. I'll explain all of it to you later. Okay. So, but hold on here. Okay, I'll check in a few minutes. Okay, all right. So, Rhonda Nelson Bogdan, man, can you imagine after leaving the hotel pen and meeting with the Catman Peter Chris of Kiss and his webmaster and everyone else, heading there to meet with the natural herbalist of Nile Rodgers of Chic underneath the marquee in the box office of the Apollo Theater, lit in gold, I believe, if I'm correct, but with the main entrada door shut, and running into her and her grandson and her daughter. It was just amazing. It was amazing. It was definitely meant to be. And she's the one that made me my crystal glass Michael Jackson Thriller Jackson's Victory Tour glove that was made for the King of Pop during and throughout the highest grossing and most commercially successful tour of the entire decade and era of the 80s and music television, MTV. Yeah, so that happened. Okay, as a matter of fact, let me show you the glove that I actually brought from its usual kept place. I had it brought here just so I could show all of you this one time. Then it will go back to its proper storage space of security and monitoring and safety. And will only be pulled out for Nuked All Clearism 1, which will be the greatest of all time assembly of pop recording history, gargantuans, colossals, giants, and titans and stars of my DMV familia and pantheon and our one out of central New Jersey, to be streamed live, virtual, hardwired, remote concert. So I will don the glove on then, and I will don the glove on for each of the initial promo showcases. Promo showcase 1, me doing 16 songs of rock and roll, rock and pop, all in between. Showcase 2, hip hop. Showcase 3, we'll be playing drums from this desk with my ink pen, pencil, on a stack of notebooks, truly unplugged and unfiltered, to the Pink Floyd live performance inside of my Romano Pompeii amphitheater called Pink Floyd Echoes Live at Pompeii, that I learned they shot and filmed for 4 straight days, only months after I was born, about 2 months to be exact. And that it was then released only a few weeks after my Irish babysitter, Mary Lovelock, saved who she called and referred to as her little Christopher Columbus, which was I, at the age of 11 months old, from a fire that broke out at 1800 Connecticut Avenue Northwest, Estrada, District of Columbia, in the DuPont Circle area. Because my dad and mom left me unattended to go to the Rolling Stones touring party tour concert at RFK Memorial Stadium, with its opening act being the group America. So this fire broke out with me left alone at 11 months of age on the hot summer night of the 4th of July, 1972. So my Irish babysitter, Mary Lovelock, went in there and saved my life. She was not a fan of this society and culture. She left this country and she flew back across the Atlantic Ocean and went back to her ancestral land of the North Atlantic. Prior to her leaving, she gave and handed a rosary to my mother that she told my mother was to protect her little Christopher Columbus throughout the course of his life here. That was 49 and a half years ago. That would be me on this microphone, staring at this computer screen, talking to all of you right now. Okay. So I have to redirect here. I know this is all very powerful stuff. Okay, so Rhonda Nelson Boglin, her father, the Lil Max Roach, Biggie Smalls being showed videotapes of Max Roach on drums by the neighbor. City of Lies, all of it up to, Pink Floyd live at Pompeii, Echoes Live. So Showcase 3 will be me playing drums on a stack of my notebooks with an ink pen and or pencil stick. And that's it. And I will play to 2 songs specifically of their live concert that they filmed in October of 1971 and that they released September 1972. I also realized recently that and not only was I saved that night, the 4th of July, 1972, but it was only weeks after Biggie was born, and it was only weeks before Pink Floyd would release this performance I'm going to play to for Showcase 3 to 2 songs inside my ancestral Pompeii amphitheater. Echoes, and set your controls for the heart of the sun. I always like to take a look at my side profile. Yeah, my Romano amphitheater. There's nothing more foretelling in terms of historic ancestral reality than looking at yourself in the mirror. I'm staring at a mirror through this computer screen while I talk to all of you live off of my YouTube channel. How do you like that? Okay. So, Now, so that happened the night of June 10th, 2017. Excuse me for a minute. Hold on here. Okay. So, yeah. Okay. All right. So hold on. Hold on here. I'm going to cover up the screen, unmute the TV, and I'll be back in just a few minutes. So now we're going to go to the morning of 6/11/17. Okay. All right. So hold on. All right. Yes. So, yes. Just give me a few minutes, okay? All right. I can't read that. Oh, here we go. Please. Oh, no. That's not true. It's not true. That's because I customized it so that you would be the only one watching it. There you go. Yeah, stop. Why? Because what I'm going to do instead, well, you don't know that. I mean, look, no, stop. I know, but stop. No. You don't understand what's going on. It's public, but it's known by no one that I'm doing this, other than the number of subscribers. You're one of them. I turn around. Stop. I know, listen to me. I designed and customized it so that I can review all of it first before I publish and upload it. And then I will share it to the 800 plus living members of pop history through Instagram and Facebook and YouTube. Okay, so there you go again. So no. Stop. Thank you. Stop. You're just a very negative person. Please don't do that. I asked you not. Stop. Please stop now. Right now, it's still running. Please. Thank you. I'm asking you nicely. Okay, stop, please. No, I don't want to do that. Stop. What are you doing? What? Turn that around, please. Could you please turn that around? I know. I just told you because I have it customized that way. Thank you. Okay. The reason I'm talking like this is because when I share it, they're going, right? When they share, they're going, okay, stop. All right. No, okay. I don't want to argue with you. I'm asking you to stop. I'm recording right now. You're being rude. Thank you. Please stop. Don't do that. It's not nice. It's malicious. It's in bad faith. It is. It's when you do that, especially now as it's recording, you're doing that in bad faith and with malice. Please don't do that to me. Thank you. I will continue now. Stop. All right. This is momentous and magical and epic, and it's just greatness. We don't need that negative energy. Okay? All right, now. All right. Oh, boy. What nonsense. Lunacy. So anyway, so now the morning of the, In between the night of the 10th of June 2017 to the morning of June 11th 2017, and I'll share why this is meaningful and symbolic and ominous. I was with someone, and that person, we walked by, and he goes, "By the way, Mick Jagger's daughter lives in that apartment building right there." Like, really? Yes. So it's funny because the following year, one of the very first Instagram pages that I would post all of my greatest of all time ever in Earth and human history, etc., neutral clearism post on, was the actual page of that daughter of Mick Jagger's, which is Georgia May Jagger, who is a world-class famous model. So it's fascinating because her and Jimmy Chamberlin, the drummer of the Smashing Pumpkins, and those two, and a repost by Jimmy Page's daughter of Led Zeppelin, Scarlett Page, of Johnny Depp reading a book of poetry, of poems titled Zorre, written by the poet and soulmate partner of Jimmy Page of Led Zeppelin, Scarlett Z. Sabet, backstage at Wembley. I'm not sure if it was arena or stadium, but backstage at Wembley for a Hollywood Vampires concert, because Jimmy Page was visiting his friend Alice Cooper. So those were the very first three in June of 2018 on Instagram.com that I posted. I've got Elvis Presley's former music director, I've got James Brown's former personal drummer, I've got Bob Marley's former lead guitarist, I've got Paul Simon's former guitarist, business partners with Biggie Smalls' former producer. It just organically ended up being those three first. It was Georgia May Jagger, the daughter of Mick Jagger of the Rolling Stones, Jimmy Chamberlin, the drummer of the Smashing Pumpkins, and a repost by Scarlett Page, the daughter of Jimmy Page of Led Zeppelin, of a photo of Johnny Depp reading Jimmy Page's soulmate's book of poetry, Zora, backstage at a Hollywood Vampires concert performance at Wembley. Okay. And so the Hollywood Vampires have Johnny Depp on rhythm guitar, Joe Perry of Aerosmith on lead guitar, and Alice Cooper as lead singer, frontman, and Glenn Sobel is the drummer, and the bassist is Chris Wise, who was the previous bassist of the Spaceman, Ace Frehley of Kiss. See how this is all intertwined, entangled, and locked in? It's quite the labyrinth, quite the maze. It really is. So Chris was Ace Frehley's bassist before he became the bassist of the Hollywood Vampires. Okay. I smiled because my daughter and I, when she was from like 3 on up, if not even earlier, we loved watching certain Johnny Depp movies. Okay. Okay, so back to the morning of June 11th, 2017. So the guy I'm walking with says, "That's where she lives." I'm like, whoa. So then I go back to Manhattan. I'm back in front of the Hotel Penn. I get on the Landmark bus with all of the members of the Kiss Army, with the Catman, Peter Criss of Kiss, his wife, his webmaster, the whole team, everybody. So we're all in the bus. It was amazing, amazing. We go by the Diplomat Hotel where Kiss were where Bill Aucoin first saw them perform live, and then said, "I'm going to get you guys a record deal," and he did. I think that was June 13th, Friday the 13th, June 13, 1973. Then the bus went by the old Fillmore East Hotel, the legendary Fillmore East live music venue. And then we went to the Kiss Dress to Kill street lap. Now remember, that night of January 9, 2016, that twilight dawn, that dawn twilight of January 10, 2016, the Catman of Kiss, Peter Chris's ex-wife, Lydia, took a photo of me at that very same site and said, stand where Ace stood, as in the spaceman of Kiss. And I did, remember? Okay. Well, I'm back now, and it's the 11th of June, 2016. Right? Yes. I'm back, and it's, hold on, is that right? 2017. It's a year and a half later. And I'm back at the Kiss Dress to Kill street lamp again. And this time it's with the Catman of Kiss and his webmaster. I want that bag in the kitchen. I feel a funny tingling sensation around me. I need that bag in. I need it to be placed in the freezer. I need to go ahead and take everything out as, oh, no, you have to. I'm feeling a tingle. I'm telling you right now. Okay? All right, please. I don't mean to sound like this, but please. Okay, there you go. Give me a second, please. Here we go. You're not saving me any? Okay. All right. Where are my wipes? Okay, so. Okay. All right. So anyhow, hold on here. I've been trying to do this for days and days, and it's been one interruption and deprivation after another. It really has, and it's the same methodology over and over. So please understand the tone of my voice. The same methods over and over again. And I was ready and set to do this since Saturday. It is Wednesday, late afternoon. Okay. All right. So understand that this comes from somewhere and not from nowhere. Okay. I mean, it's just constant. Okay. The fact that I'm even here now inside of 4 hours is amazing. Okay. Okay. All right. So, right. So I know I went from the morning of the 11th of June, 2017. And when I was told, hey, that's where Mick Jagger's daughter lives, and to how that was ominous because the following June of 2018, I started posting my posts on the official verified Instagram pages of all of these links, all of these members of pop history that June of 2018, the following year, to be exact. But let's redirect. Got to stick to the order. I know. So June 11, 2017, we're at the Kiss Dress to Kill lamp. And, Ralph takes a photo of, Ralph Asbury takes a photo of the Catman of Kiss, Peter Criss, and I at the Kiss Dress to Kill street lamp, where his ex-wife Lydia Criss took a photo of me a year and a half before that twilight of the 10th of January, 2016. Then we head to Jimi Hendrix's studio, Electric Lady. Then Ralph takes another photo of the Catman of Kiss, Peter Criss, and I at the main entrada door to and inside of Electric Lady's studio. Then the administrator for the Kiss Army Nation of Montreal, Quebec, Canada takes a photo of me on the couch. That I then later saw Keith Richards of Rolling Stones sat on the same couch when he did an interview, I believe with Australia 60 Minutes inside and from Electric Lady Studio. Then we went inside of Studio A. Electric Lady Studio is one of the most
legendary historic recording studios ever. I mean, from Led Zeppelin to Kiss to the Jimi Hendrix experience, to Jimi Hendrix, of course, and all those after Jimmy's death. I mean, just the list is unbelievable. David Bowie, Stevie Wonder, I believe Lou Reed of the Velvet Underground, and go on and on and on and on. So we go inside Studio A, and I walk up next to Peter Criss and start chatting with him about, them recording Dress to Kill, the Dress to Kill album in Electric Lady's studio. And I would learn upon returning back that we were photographed by the head administrator of Peter Criss Japan, who is very close friends with the Catman of Kiss, Peter Criss, and has known him since, I believe, the Love Gun tour of 1977. And she Facebook messaged me the photos and said, "Is that you?" I said, "Yes." I was like, "Oh my God, thank you so much." Then I learned that Mike Braun of the Rock and Roll Experience videotaped all of us in studio, and that caught wind of Peter and I talking with me next to Peter, and that was great. And then I got that sent to me, and it's on my timeline under Jorge Estrada DC, Facebook.com, now also known as Meta. Okay, so that all happened. And then we all went back to Madison Square Garden, to the back entrance. And then I saw Ralph and Peter just walking down the street, and all I could think of was, man, as I'm looking across the street from the back entrada of Madison Square Garden, all I could think of, isn't that where I worked when I was a personal assistant for a life insurance sales rep from MetLife Financial in the Met One building facing Madison Square Garden? Wasn't I sitting behind my glass window and desk and rotating chair, adjustable chair, retractable chair, looking through the glass window just at the tail end of 99 and the beginning of 2000? I said, yes. And I was just thinking, wow, what a full circle from when I was up in that office working for that insurance sales rep of MetLife inside the MetLife One Financial building, and now. So that was quite a trip. So now let me show you the glove that Rhonda Nelson Boglin made for me, that arrived to me the 9th of November 2021, 11/9/21. And it's fascinating because Michael Jackson's 30th anniversary concert that was sold out at Madison Square Garden was on the night of 9/10/1. Hey, man, it is what it is, man. He had his 30th anniversary concert. It was inside Madison Square Garden. It was sold out, and it was on 9/10/1, and I got my glove on 11/9/21. Okay, so let me show you the glove. Okay, get ready. There you go. There it is. All right. There it is. I'm going to put the glove on. Okay. There you go. There's the glove. There's the glove. There's the glove. Made for me. This glove was made for me. Personally, directly, and professionally. By Rhonda Nelson Boglin. A member of the Jazz Bow costume design and make team, owned by Jackie Jackson of the Jackson 5 and the Jacksons. She made this glove for the King of Pop for the Michael Jackson Thriller Jackson's Victory Tour of 1984. This is an original replica of the crystal glass glove. the honor. I can't even begin to tell you. I can't even begin to tell you what an honor this is. What an honor this is. What an honor this is. Oh, even the smell of it is incredible. Look, there you go. There you are. Scarecrow of the Wiz, the super wonder kid of the Jackson 5. I'll be there, and I'll be there. There you go. See? There it is. And may I say this for the record? This is one of the greatest honors of my life that she did this for me. I will not let her down. And I will also say that it was warranted. It is warranted. Ah, the smell of it. All right. It's heavy. Heavy. All right. Yeah. Okay. So, I know I had like multiple cups of coffee right before this, and it makes my skin all oily, and I wish I hadn't. I could have gone to the bathroom and washed and pad dried my face, but I haven't yet, so whatever. Okay. Whew. Okay, let's see here. Okay. By the way, over there, how do I look on the screen even though my face is oily from all the coffee I drank? Oh, no. Don't do that. No. I just, if I ask you not to do certain things, it's because I'm live. And the reason it only shows you watching it is because I have it set that way. That's all I was trying to tell you. Okay, well, no. You're I'm going to do this. This is a great moment. Okay. All right. This is a great moment. Okay. All right. We should all be rejoicing and happy in here right now. This is a great moment. Oh, no. Okay. This is why I get upset, but I'm not going to right now. Okay, so let's continue on. Okay. So then I come back to New York City, New York the following weekend. The 17th of June, 6/17/17. Oh, I forgot another parallel in web and net and thread. You know how I went to meet up with, to meet in person, the founding drummer of KISS, and it had been discussed months and months prior to with his official lifetime webmaster and dear friend and family friend. And how then after I left the hotel pen, by the time I get to the Apollo, I randomly, but so not, converge and join forces with Rhonda Nelson Boglin, who made that glove, who made the glove. That's Rhonda Nelson Boglin's Michael Jackson, Thriller Jackson's Victory Tour glass crystal glove for Jorge Estrada, District of Columbia, DuPont Circle, Mutatio Formulae. But what I also find fascinating is that when the four members of KISS embarked to record their solo albums
in 1978, the Catman, Peter Criss of Kiss, guess whose house he did his entire album in for 2 months straight with his co-writing, songwriting partner and friend back then, Stanley Doc Penridge. They rented the house of Vincent Price and did and produced the entire Kiss Peter Criss solo album and Vincent Price's house in California. Why does that matter? Because Vincent Price is the one who does the rap inside of Thriller, the song for the Thriller album. Remember Vincent Price? And Ghouls, Funk of 40,000 Years, and Grizzly Ghouls. From every tune, closing in to seal your doom. And though you fight to stay alive, your body starts to shiver, for no mere mortal can resist the evil of the Thriller. Can you dig it? All right, so that Vincent Price, right? What a you see, I'm just saying the connectivity of it all. I just left the Hotel Penn from meeting the Catman of Kiss, Peter Criss, and then I run into the glove maker of the King of Pop, Michael Jackson of the Jackson 5. Wow. Okay. And Peter Criss recorded his entire solo album in Vincent Price's house for 2 months in 1978. And Vincent Price does the rap inside of the song Thriller of the highest selling album of all time, Thriller. Boom. There it is. Now, okay. So, I'm now back the following weekend for the Catman Peter Criss of Kiss's last final performance ever, which was held at the Cutting Room Bar in New York City, New York, Manhattan. It's the following weekend. I go back. It's the 17th of June, 2017. I'm the first one there. I arrived at approximately 3:15 p.m. It's wet. It's damp. It's pouring. I'm under the cabana, and I hear Peter's voice, most rare and distinguished one-of-a-kind singing voice, from the inside of the cutting room, even though the doors are closed and the fence is put down. I showed up right when Peter, the Catman of Kiss, and his entire backup band for that night were doing a sound check of his classic song, Can't Stop the Rain, off the platinum certified Kiss solo album that was done in the house of Vincent Price, who does the rap inside the song Thriller. Okay. Can't make this stuff up, man. And I'm like, oh my goodness, I'm the only one here. This weather is not the greatest, but I am listening to a sound check of the Catman. Then they come out the side door. It's the Catman of Kiss, his webmaster, I think his wife, at the time his personal assistant. Excuse me. So everyone else shows up. I end up being the first one in. I go to the very forefront, dead center, pressed up against the stage. I had the single best table seat in the entire cutting room bar, directly in front of Peter Criss's microphone stand and mic, which was also aligned and in front of his drum set. So what a night. What a night. I get up, I go to the bathroom, and I get stared at eye to eye, and I'm given what appears to be a nod of recognition and approval and respect by the former drummer of Rod Stewart, who co-wrote one of Rod Stewart's most iconic songs ever with him, who was the drummer of Vanilla Fudge, at the time when Led Zeppelin just formed and opened up for them, which didn't last long. And this same legendary historic drummer played for Ozzy Osbourne of Black Sabbath. He played drums on Paul Stanley. That's right, the star child of Kiss solo album of 1978. Yeah. So, and my understanding is he was the last drummer to sit on a drum stool behind his drum kit while playing on stage for John Lennon. So, this drummer, Carmine, I think it's Carmine Appice, Peachy Appice, he was the very last drummer to sit behind John Lennon's last live public performance in New York City, New York, which I think was in 1975. 5 years prior to, of course, the 8th of December, 1980. And a lot of people don't know this, but the 8th of December is the birthday of Jim Morrison of the Doors. It's facts, man, just facts. So for him to, I got up and I walked towards the direction of the bathroom in the cutting room. And I'll never forget the look that he gave me. And he looked me straight in the eyes. It was piercing. He looked straight through my eyes and straight at me and just gave me a look of acknowledgement and respect. And you know, I was just like, wow, this is intense. I was like, yeah, man. Yeah. And then after the show, Peter and I wrapped my arms around him and told him what I said to him in his ear. And I will never forget what he said to me what he said to me. It was great. It was great. We were talking about, perhaps one day him playing drums on a project of mine with all of these pop history legends and masters and titans and giants around me. But of course, everything would have to legally, lawfully, financially be in place in terms of business. But I was just thinking, wow, man, I can't believe it. All these legends are in here, and yeah, I just couldn't believe it, But anyhow, then when I step out, I am talking with Paul Schaefer, formerly of the Dave Letterman Show and head of the CBS Orchestra, I believe, and I think was a member of the Saturday Night Live band, if I'm correct, and maybe even Blues Brother band for the Blues Brother movie. And we talked, and I said I would get back with him, and he told me the best way was through Facebook, and I've always been meaning to, but it's the same thing that happened after the Jeff Fox interview of January 2016. It was just such a nuclear mushroom cloud that wouldn't stop that I've yet to reach back out to Paul Schaefer, formerly of the Dave Letterman Show, of the CBS Orchestra, and of the Saturday Night Live band and Blues Brother band, and I still plan on reaching out to him. And I learned that he and Peter were, in fact, great friends, which is why he was there. And that he laid down keyboards, I believe, to Peter's solo album of 2003 called One for All. Okay. I then got to engage. There was a photo taken of us. It's on my timeline. Look, as soon as I get everything into my media formats, everything will be in sequential order. There will be a gallery of photos, a gallery of videos, all in sequential order by year and month, plain and simple. It will be there. The photo doesn't belong to me. It belongs to a Facebook friend of mine who took the photo, but I don't think that he'll have a problem. Right. I mean, yeah. I mean, I've already got the photo on my timeline because I shared it off of his page and it's all good. Okay. So, then I walked up to Alice Cooper's former guitarist, who at the time was playing for the Spaceman, Ace Frehley, and we just talked, and so now we move on. Then by the end of 2017, I got reached out to by the former background singer of Whitney Houston and her worldwide bodyguard tour, who was recommended and hired by the videographer of Michael Jackson. This same former background singer of Whitney Houston, Sean Cole, her father did films with both George Lucas and Steven Spielberg. And I had the great honor and pleasure of singing Happy Birthday a cappella telephonically just 6+ weeks ago. And in company was a former Golden Gloves boxer trained by one of the greatest boxers in boxing history, Sugar Ray Leonard. Okay. So she is definitely a member of the team, no question. And her singing, yeah. Okay, now I was also, that was an honor. And then I also had a Facebook friend request sent to me that same tail end of 2017 by Roland Seymour Boland, the son of Mark Boland of T-Rex and godson of David Bowie. His father is considered the pioneer of glam rock, and his father was inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. His band T-Rex was. His mother was dubbed the Queen of Northern Soul. She has her original classic song, Tainted Love. It came out in, I think, 65 to 67 from off of Fontana Records. It was later covered by Soft Cell, Tainted Love. Right. And then it was later covered by Marilyn Manson. Okay. So, now, yeah, so she was dubbed the Queen of Northern Soul. And she later became a keyboardist for T-Rex. And then she and Mark Boland started dating, and one thing led to another, and here's Roland. So it was just such a great honor to have the son of Mark Boland of T-Rex reach out to me. And he'll be hearing from me soon enough, too. I'd like him to be a part of what I've got lined up now that took me years to get to. I thought it was so cool when I watched the movie Dark Shadows, where Johnny Depp portrays a vampire that was locked away for 2 centuries and comes back in 1972. Right. As a matter of fact, Johnny's company, Infinitum Nihil, was involved in the production and co-production of Dark Shadows. But I like that scene when Season of the Witch by Donovan kicks in, and they're in the dining hall banquet room, and the teenage daughter is dancing, and you see the LP album cover of a T-Rex album, and you see Roland's father there, and it's just like, whoa. Yeah, I'm like, wait a minute. That man's son reached out to me. Yes. And his father's face is on his album cover in the Dark Shadows movie. So I thought that was way cool. Yeah. Now, so Tainted Love, covered by Soft Cell in 81, and then later by Marilyn Manson and others, I believe. I believe that if I'm correct, at one point, Fatal Attraction, oh, geez, right. Okay, well, I believe that at one point, a show on TV One had as its main theme song Marilyn Manson's cover of Tainted Love by Gloria Jones, the Queen of Northern Soul. Yes, that is a fact, as I remember. And then they went to another theme song. but it was for a short period of time. It was the theme song of this show on TV1. Now, okay. Now we're inside of 2018, and we're getting there. And that's when Rhonda Nelson Boglin, the daughter of Bobby Nelson, the little Max Roach, remember we ran into each other underneath the marquee of the Apollo Theater, Teatro, Apollo. Viva Roma, viva Athena, mutatio formulae. So I remember when she first said yes to making me the glove, which was, get this, here we go again with the organic cosmic symmetry, synchronicity. I mean, here we go. On 1/9/18, exactly 2 years to the date that the ex-wife, the co-founding drummer of KISS, suspended and stopped doing what she was doing for her employer, who again, as I said earlier, picked up Yoko Ono after the incident of John's death, as in John Lennon, drove Yoko to the police station, picked up the belongings and the items, drove her back, so forth and so on. So that was 1/9/16 to the twilight of 1/10/16, and Rhonda Nelson Boglin said yes to doing the glove for me, because she had only done it for her niece prior to that. But, you know, it's me, okay? And it's her. And again, she did this for me personally, directly, and professionally, and that's that. So I'm forever indebted and honored to these great first ladies of pop history, these titans, Lydia Criss and Rhonda Nelson Boglin, for what they've done for me. And I will forever be indebted, and I will always love them for it. Okay. Always. Okay, now we fast forward to June of 2018. Here we go. We're getting there, guys. Didn't I say from Friday the 13th, 2013 to 11/9/21, the 9th of November, 2021. I know. It's incredible. And then I'll do a final recap again of all that came to me, that I came to, that's a part of my webs, nets, threads, familias, pantheons of teams of my legion of live performance, to be of studio projects and productions, whether in person, whether virtual, period. That's it. Okay. And they're all with me. And let me put it to you like this. In the last 2 months, I've talked to in the last 2.5 months, I've talked to almost all 13 in the last several months on the phone. Yeah. Each and every one of them. Okay. Minus 2. One of those 2 being the one that we lost to the coronavirus 6 months ago, Carl Chucky Thompson, the former producer of the former hit maker for the Notorious B.I.G., Mary J. Blige, and Faith Evans. And it's just, he had his multi-million-dollar publishing deal and company contract with Sony, his business partnership, his family. And I want you to rest in eternal peace, power, and privilege and prestige, because you were one of a kind, Chucky. And I'm sure it blew you away when you saw Mary J. during the halftime show. We'll get into that. That is February 2022. We'll get there. I know. I'm trying to tell you. I'm trying to tell you here. I've been telling you. It's now 4 hours, going on 5 hours total. 5 hours total. Okay. So rest in power, privilege, peace, and prestige. I will always be forever indebted, humbled, honored, and flattered, and grateful to you, Chucky. I hope to engage and talk with your son, and I'm definitely going to work with Big T, man. I mean, I'm I'm getting there, man. Okay, all right, man, and I appreciate you, and shout out to Wonder Boy, because if it weren't for you, man, I never would have met Big T or Chucky. Wouldn't have been at the shows, and you made that possible. And there's all the other things you did for me, and that I'll never forget, man. And I love you, man. I love you to death, Wonder Boy, no matter what. Okay, so I see us reconnecting down the road eventually. Okay, now, and I'll never forget what you said to me when we were at Fells Point with Marcus, who worked with members of that hip hop record label, that legendary historic record label. But I'll never forget when you said to me, when we were all together in Fells Point on the night that the Baltimore Ravens won the Super Bowl, you said, because Jorge, only you can say what you can say and do what you do, and no one else can. No one else can say or do what you can say or do. And remember when you said to me that if I were to name my treatise, I should call it Reality Check. Love you, man. All right. So now, that's why I'm here doing what I'm doing. Shout out to my Eris Empress daughter. I love you. Shout out to my pops. To we the Estradas of the District of Columbia and the very North Star and Point of Nova. There'll never be another family like us, believe me. Families like that are just like, If I could share all of everything as to why I would say something like that, I would right now. In time, when you guys get the whole story that are part of the other projects, when you get all of it, when you get all of the inner details of the Star Wars, Star Trek Odyssey, think about it. Okay. It wasn't a fairy tale all the way through. I've went through quite a few fields of battle that I've conquered and slayed to stand where I stand now and will stand eternally. Okay. Now, facts. But that's too much. There's no way, right? You guys all, there's no way I can fit all of those. No. So let's just stay focused here. This is the chronological timeline from Friday the 13th, December 2013 to now, 2/23/22, and prior to that, 11/9/21. Okay? All right. So June of 2018, Instagram. Wow. As I said before, it just organically, cosmically ended up that way. I ended up posting for the first time on the pages of Georgia May Jagger, the daughter of Mick Jagger. Shout out to the Stones. I appreciate you guys, man, and we'll get to. Okay, look, see, there I go again. So let me redirect. Right, got to stick to the order. Okay, so June of 2018. Jimmy Chamberlain of the Smashing Pumpkins was one of my first that I posted on. Georgia May Jagger, Mick Jagger's daughter of the Rolling Stones, Scarlett Page. I saw her repost, the daughter of Jimmy Page of Led Zeppelin. And that got me started. From June of 2018 to December of 2019, I ended up being plastered and kept and even penned by multiple, if not dozens, of these greatest of all time, very top tier gods and goddesses and stars and legends and icons of pop history, especially recording history. I was directly mentioned by members of this 160 plus of living icons, superstars, and legends of pop recording histories last 60 years. Living. I've been directly mentioned by them in comments. I've received direct notifications from them. I have been followed back by many of them who I follow and follow. I have Instagram directly messaged back and forth in convo with several and multiple of them. I've been pinned by some of them so that I can always see it, so that no comments or additional replies are made to my posts. And I wonder if that's the hand-in-hand, mano-y-mano association, hand in glove, no pun intended, that also in one way or another led to the 700 to 800 plus Facebook friends of mine that are living members and icons of pop history's last 50 to 60 years, but who've worked with artists who go back as far as 1929. Okay. So that got started June of 2018. Okay. So I got also positive direct reactions from let me read the let me think of the list. Princess X-Say, Susanna Melvoin, the twin sister of Wendy Melvoin of Prince and the Revolution. Apollonia Quintero of Purple Rain, Valletta Wallace, the mother of Biggie Smalls. Scarlett Page, the daughter of Jimmy Page of Led Zeppelin. Scarlett Z. Sabat, the eternal cosmic soulmate of Jimmy Page of Led Zeppelin. Charlie Baltimore, formerly of The Commission, Biggie Smalls' ex-girlfriend. CeCe Peniston, the queen of house, club, and dance music, and the iconic song Finally. Lisa Marie Presley, the daughter of Elvis Presley, the king of rock and roll. Paul McCartney of the Beatles. These are all the official verified IG pages. I've been kept, I haven't been blocked or reported, I've been pinned. I've been directly mentioned in comments. I've been given positive direct reactions. I've seen that certain of these people have followed me back as I follow them. I'm not specifying which of which is what of what, but I'm just rolling out some names. Courtney Love Cobain, of Hole, the mother of Kurt Cobain's daughter, Frances Bean Cobain, the queen of grunge. I've had comments liked by the official verified IG page of Sylvester Stallone, of Rocky, Rambo, Cobra, Creed, various members of the Smashing Pumpkins team, including a very close friend of Billy Corgan of the Smashing Pumpkins. I believe DJ Spenderella of Salt and Pepper, and DJ Spen, and the former lead guitarist of Michael Jackson's This Is It tour band for the This Is It documentary movie, the highest grossing box office selling documentary movie of all time, 238 million at the box office worldwide. He also
Played for Janet's historic, legendary, groundbreaking Rhythm Nation 1814 tour. Worked with TLC. Former lead guitarist of Bob Marley and the Wailers, who played with the pioneer of the electric blues, T-Bone Walker, who was the inspiration and guitar hero for the father of rock and roll, the king of the blues, and Jimi Hendrix. I mean, it's quite a list, man. There's more. There is more. Let me see here. Let me look here. See? Yup. No one's going to call me a liar. I've got screenshots of all of those that liked my comments. I'll read some. Easy Mo B, he even mentioned me in a comment, gave me a fist bump. He's one of the very top tier next people I'm reaching to. Easy Mo B and Nashim Myrick. Nashim Myrick is a Facebook friend of mine, but Easy Mo B produced a vast majority of the songs on the Notorious B.I.G.'s Sentinel album debut. He worked with Miles Davis on Miles Davis' last studio album before Miles Davis' death. He's produced for LL Cool J. He even produced a song that featured both Tupac and Biggie. Okay. Again, the mother of Christopher George Latour Wallace. The co-lead vocalist, front lady of Prince's group, The Family, off of his record label Paisley Park, who became background singer for, I believe, Dave Gilmour of Pink Floyd, who got her first professional job through Quincy Jones, who got her a gig with James Ingram, who wrote PYT, Pretty Young Thing, for Michael Jackson on the Thriller album, and who was the ex-fiancée of Prince. I learned that Prince wrote and composed The Beautiful Ones, about Susanna, and he also wrote, I believe, the song Nothing Compares to You. And we all know that was later covered by Sinead O'Connor and went #1 worldwide. He wanted Susanna Melvoin to be the star actress of his movie Under the Cherry Moon. It didn't pan out that way. And again, she's the twin sister of Wendy Melvoin of The Revolution from Purple Rain. And that vainglorious period of, from 1999 at Purple Rain to Around the World in a Day to Parade. Wow, man, it's a sign of the times. I mean, it's a lot going on there. Then we have Pamela DeBarre. I hope I'm saying that right. Pamela DeBarre. She's reacted to multiple of my comments favorably. She, how can I put this? She hung out extensively with Jimmy Page of Led Zeppelin, Mick Jagger of the Rolling Stones, Keith Moon of The Who, Nicholas St. Nick of Steppenwolf, Noel Redding of the Jimi Hendrix Experience, Jim Morrison of The Doors. And she married a gentleman who was in a band called Detective that was signed to Led Zeppelin's record label, Swan Song Records. And there you go. Okay. Wrap your head around all of that, huh? I know. Of course, I mentioned that Apollonia Cotero of Apollonia 6 of Paisley Park and Purple Rain has liked multiple of my comments.
And we corresponded multiple times, respectfully, with love and respect. Just meaning like respect, platonic respect. Um, Throughout the course of 2019, from January to the end of 2019. And again, congratulations on her new podcast show. Um, yeah. Oh man, I've got a lot of my greatest of all time ever in Earth and human history, etc. The nuked all clearism posts just dispersed all throughout the official verified Instagram page of Jimmy Page, also known as Zoso of Led Zeppelin, the mastermind, grand architect, and band leader, producer, and um, in my book, I speak for me, pound for pound, the greatest guitarist of the 20th century and 21st. I don't know. But that's me. I don't speak for any of you. I represent I. Okay? So would just be the greatest of honor to have all these folks, Easy Mo B and Nashim Myrick and, Johnny Depp on rhythm guitar and Jimmy Page on lead and rhythm and, so forth and so on. I don't always need to name everyone, do I? Okay, so, but I'm so honored and humbled and flattered that all of these icons and legends and stars and greats, from Mick Jagger to Keith Richards to Paul McCartney's to Jimmy Page and Robbie Krieger and all of these cats, all of the gods and goddesses and the Queen of Pop and the Queen of Grunge, just all of them. Whether it's Keith Richards' daughter, Theodora Richards, and all of them, everybody, all of you that have enabled, Lisa Marie Presley, that have enabled and allowed me to post in my traditional Romano ancestral all caps. That's what that's all about. Legend, epic, history, greatness, success, materializations, just at a caliber, rate, quantity, and quality that has never rained upon, surrounded, and all plugged into one man like ever before, till me, and that never will again, frankly. In my specified categorical categories and divisions and departments of real true life history, right? So I didn't say in terms of live performances and box office tours and ticket sales and RIAA record and single certifications, and in terms of total number of records sold, because I've never even released the single. I've never released an EP or an LP. And we'll get into all of the legend and history that started coming to me as far back as 2006 because of my original demo of originals. Starting back in 2006 with the founder of Sire Records, who would produce the album debut of the Go-Go's, and again, who signed the Talking Heads and the Ramones and Deborah Harry's group and Ice-T and I believe the Queen of Pop, and if I'm correct, and right. So, we'll get there. That is 2006 to 2013. We're still now in June of 2018 to December of 2019. Okay. And let me see here. Okay. Just giving you some just examples of just all that's, happens, just so much, and this isn't even all of it, believe me. Okay, it's the opposite direction. Okay, all right. You know, it's the greatest of all ever in Earth and human history decade when it's 5 hours and in. Yeah, it's unbelievable. Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, we'll save that for. A thought popped up in my head that will be saved for later. Here, I got a like from Robbie Krieger Art. Robbie Krieger of The Doors, a partner of Carl Chucky Thompson, former hitmaker, now deceased, of Mary J. Blige, Faith Evans, and Notorious B.I.G., and Nas, and others. The executor of Biggie's estate. And here we are. Oh boy, here we go. See how this all works out? Okay. So now I have a story to tell. I got a story to tell. Let's see what this looks like. Oh, no, that won't work. That won't work. Oh, all right, sorry. I'm going to turn on more lights, okay? As it's getting darker now, okay? Okay, again, I'm so honored, when the female partner and soulmate and published poet and writer Scarlett Z. Sabat, reacted positively to all of these comments of mine. And then her, her man and soulmate Jimmy Page of WhatsApp, just giving you examples because we'll be here forever if I name everyone. I think I've named enough. I think I've named a lot, actually. Just for these 150 plus, from Diddy's page, Stallone's page. I mean, just all these people I've posted in all caps. Yes, in all caps on. And to, when I go to Lisa Marie's page and I see my post that I sent to her for my Holy Roman Latin holiday of Christmas, and I see it pinned, and I see, Apollonia Patero right there with me, and it's just like, whoa, it's big stuff. Now, right now we're going to get to this because this is a pretty significant story, but I will be careful and mindful because I'm doing my best to make this as kid friendly as possible. Kid safe, kid friendly. Okay. All right. I think I've done an incredible job. All right. Okay. I would mention my friend, my new friend. I'm so glad we've connected through Instagram Direct, and that I don't know. It's just such a cosmic, platonic. It's just such a. It's just. I mean, this person was married to, one of the greatest frontman, lead singers, rhythm guitar players, and songwriters of all time. And I'll stop there. Just okay. Hold on here. But it's just so cool. So this is the deal. Okay. So let me adjust the lights as I now tell the story of what happened to me on the morning of 8/8/19, the 8th of August, 2019. Okay? All right. Okay, all right. All right. Here we go. Then we have September 2020, and then we step inside of May 2021. We are getting there. Okay. Hold on here. Okay. Okay. Now. All right. I don't know. Up to this, hold on here. I may have to turn that one on. Yeah. Oh, come on. Okay, I'll turn that one on. Okay, so here we go. So, all right. Okay. When this video is done, I will upload and publish it and share it onto my Facebook.com, where I not only have 4,900 plus Facebook friends, 66 shy of 5,000, but I also have at least 700 to 800 plus Facebook friends who are living icons, legends, and stars of pop history. Yeah. Then you have all of the Facebook groups that I'm a member of that hold millions, if not tens of millions of members. And then you have these 700 to 800 plus living legends and icons and members of pop history and all of their Facebook friends and all of their followers. So this is perfect right now. Just want to let you know this is perfect because this is exactly how I wanted everything to go. So that when I click end stream, I can then upload, publish, and share. And I don't know what the length of time, maximum length of time is for Instagram, but I can envision a video of 5+ hours being able to upload on Instagram. So I'll have to literally message all of the 160 plus living icons and stars and legends of recording history and filming and television history, mostly recording, vastly mostly recording, to check out my Facebook.com shared video for my YouTube channel. Okay. All right then, so that when you guys go to my Facebook, you click and then it takes you to my YouTube channel. Okay, now, right. So it's the morning of 8/8/19. And I see in my feed on Instagram, Paul McCartney of the Beatles official verified Instagram post of the photo that his wife, that his soulmate and ex-wife, Linda Eastman Kodak McCartney, took of he and his former bandmates that morning, the 8th of August, 1969, crossing that now major tourist attraction, pedestrian crosswalk, that would become the front to back photo album cover of the Beatles' Abbey Road album, released in 1969. So I then posted, I just see this pop up in my feed on the 50th anniversary date of when Paul McCartney's wife and soulmate, Linda Eastman Kodak McCartney of then, took that photo of the Beatles crossing the pedestrian crosswalk in what would become the Abbey Road album cover. Now, we're going to leave it at that. But for you out there that know, again, one more time, I learned randomly, or no, organically, I learned
on the 50th of all days, on the 50th anniversary day and date of not 8869, but 8819, that she took that photo. And just the parallels of that day and night are unbelievable. That all happened the same day and night. And that I learned of this on the 50th anniversary date of such. So I posted on his page. He posted at Jorge Estrada, DC, at Paul McCartney. Such a historic, iconic, legendary day and most magnificent photo by at Linda McCartney. A photo taken that the Kodaks could always be most proud of, for sure, from Rome, me, Jorge Estrada, DC, mutatio formulae. I then added more, and an additional reply I wrote at Jorge Estrada, DC, at Paul McCartney. I will add and share that full album LP, All Thanks Be Given to My Father, that we listened to together so many times starting in the 70s and over the years, was none other than the B-side medley, especially, of one of my favorite and most influential full LPs of my unprecedented, unparalleled, stratospherically sublime life history and more that millions upon millions will all learn of. SOON: The Red Rose Speedway at Paul McCartney and Wings 1973 full LP, from me, from Rome, FROME: Jorge Estrada, DC, Decer Mutatio Formulae. When I went back, whether it was him or the administrator of his official page, it was pinned. And the fact that that happened on the 50th anniversary date of 8869, the very morning that his wife took that photo that would become the Abbey Road cover, to me learning it 50 years later, the morning of 8819, I thought was remarkable. And that led to me stepping out the following night of 8919. And I remember going to Georgetown, and a historic part of DC, for those who don't know. And it's the same neighborhood where Anthony Hopkins of Silence of the Lambs and Red Dragon and of Magic sat down with my father. Same historic district and neighborhood where Bob Dylan sat down with my father. Yeah. And okay, so, and others. Jim Neighbors was a big fan of my father's as a lounge bar patron back during the early 80s, and my dad introduced me to him. Jim Neighbors of the Andy Griffith Show, that I believe was produced by Desilu Productions, as in Desilu Arnaz and Lucille Ball of I Love Lucy. And you know, that show, the Andy Griffith Show, had Ron Howard, who would go on to be in Happy Days, and Don Knotts, who would go on to become Mr. Furley in Three's Company. And then Jim Neighbors would get his own show based off of the Andy Griffith Show called Gomer Pyle. And so I remember my dad introduced me to him in the early 80s, along with Natalie Cole, the daughter of Nat King Cole. That was also in the early 80s. And at that time, I think that, I learned that Jim Neighbors was close friends with Burt Reynolds and all that stuff. So, but there are others, you know. My dad, being such the legend that he is, in his own right, in his own field and industry, throughout our city of DC. Now, let's see here. So I went to Georgetown that night, the 8/9/19, because of what I learned on the morning of 8/8/19 about Linda Eastman Kodak and her photo of, at the time, her husband and soulmate, Paul McCartney, and his bandmates, which became the Abbey Road album cover. And I went into Georgetown, and long story short, I went. This is pre-pandemic, so that's it for me. No more pubs, no more bars, none of that. No more karaoke, none of that stuff. No. I don't do any of that stuff. I don't know. Yeah, no alcohol, none of it. No. Clean. All right. And I'm about to embark on an organic produce, superfoods, super antioxidants diet, purely oxygenated water. And I'm going to begin soon the irrigation process of my nasal and throat passageway from all the dairy caked in. Yeah, we're about to revolutionize my dietary intake, my nutrition, my everything, okay? So anyway, I made an exception and went out there the following night. And I get there and I go to the piano bar lounge and I go inside and I see all these photos. Imagine being me. You go in, photo of Elvis, photo of James Brown, photo of Michael. Lighting up. And I'm like, wow, if only this crowd in here knew all of my friends and cosmic family members and members of my live production team and, everything of all of my assembly of my Real True Life Sergeant Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club album cover assembly. So, anyway, I leave and I go down the street and, I'm letting the force that is mutatio formulae guide me as always, as it guides and governs and protects and signs and seals and delivers and boomerangs and ricochets. So then I head to Blues Alley. Who do I see when I open the door? R&B pop legend, songstress, singer, Melba Moore. And I could tell that she wrapped up her show. She had her fans. She was signing autographs. And I said, nope, because if you walk in there and start, it's going to take over and dominate because what you have around you is so big. So I just opened the door and stared at Melba Moore. I said, what a beautiful woman. And I looked at her. I said, she's so historic and legendary. And I closed the door because I knew I wouldn't see her again. Maybe, well, I shouldn't say that, but you never know. But so, okay. So then I turned around and I walked down the street and I went to what's called El Centro. And I step out around 1 o'clock in the morning and learn that the place, I was reminded that it used to be 3rd edition. And I remember seeing 3rd edition as a kid when I used to go there with my dad and mom to Georgetown in the 80s to shop and to watch movies and to do stuff. I said, wait a minute, why does that ring a bell with me? So I'm out at the very forefront on the sidewalk and curb in front of El Centro, Crux Crew Core Centro, the center of all. And there's like 3 people next to me, and one of them says to the other one, did you know that this was formerly 3rd edition from the St. Elmo's Fire movie? And I was thinking, geez,
I was thinking, gosh, the summer of 2014, I went to the very building called the St. Elmo's Fire Building, where the actual author of the book that the movie's based off of wrote the entire book from beginning to end. And when I was in there, I purchased this, my fleur-de-lis power band. I purchased it that July of 2014. Let me put this on, huh? It's been a while. There it is. Look, see how it's faded to copper and gold on that side? Look, you see that? Look, see how it looks on my arm? Now watch this. See that? Do you see that? See. Okay. So, so I couldn't believe it. I was like, whoa. So I look at them and I go, and I had this on that night of the 9th of August, 8/9/19. And I go, wow, look, guys, you're not going to believe this. I overheard what you said to each other. I purchased this fleur-de-lis power band bracelet of mine at the St. Elmo's Fire Plaza building in mid-central upstate New York, where the author wrote the entire book from beginning to end that the movie's based off of. And anyway, so they got in the cab. So then I said, you know what, now it's time to head down. So I went over to Martin's. And Martin's is the oldest. Look, man, I'll be honest with you. I'm not a fan of alcohol. I'm not a fan of I'm not a fan. And I just really am not a fan of. I'm just not a fan of the pub and bar culture, okay? This is my video. This is my YouTube channel. It's going on my Facebook page. Do you understand? And if I can, it's going on my Instagram, and that's that. I'm not a fan of tobacco. I'm not a fan of pharmaceuticals. I'm not a fan of alcohol. But I do understand adults from time to time engaging in perhaps some wine or champagne. But I'm not a fan. I'm not a fan of fast food or frozen food. I'm not a fan of dairy or sugar or high fructose corn syrup. I'm not a fan of frozen processed food. I'm not a fan. You understand? Okay. Capiche? Okay. I know that, you know, we do what we have to do when we have to do what we have to do. But if there's a choice, if there's an option and you don't have to, then don't do that stuff, is what I say. Okay. You know why? Because I represent I. That's who I represent. I represent me. Okay. Now, anyway, so I walk into Martin's. That's where JFK proposed to her. So I sat in the very same stool where he made his proposal. And the bartender there noticed me because he used to bartend at a local venue that my band used to perform and play at in Adams Morgan that's now no longer, that's gone. So he sees me and goes, hey, hey. And, you know, I sit down and, you know, I ask, I order something, you know, can just sit there and not. And lo and behold, this man in a snazzy, artsy suit, let me rephrase that, a very colorful, vibrant, artistic-looking suit, and a snazzy bow tie, a very fruitful and colorful bow tie. And walks around and sits right next to the stool to the left
of the stool I'm sitting on top of that night of 8/9/19. And he looks at me and he says, and he has to his right another man who looks like he's out of a Men in Black movie. I'm not making this up, man. You know me. I'm not making this up. No exaggerations, no hype, no grandiosity, no delusions, nothing, no lies. That's, yeah, we'll get to that another time. But okay, so, well, actually, that's sooner than later. But yeah, we're on our way. We're right around inside that final cut. We're inside that final bend. We are. No, I don't have a hairstylist. I don't have a makeup artist. And I drank cups of coffee with dairy creamer. I know. And my skin's oily because of that. My hair is now starting to get all frizzled. But so what? Okay. So he's got this guy standing to my right that looks like he's one of the Men in Black for the Men in Black movie. And he looks at me and goes, "You are the most powerful." I said, "Okay. Thank you. Thank you." And it was interesting because he appeared to have been quite traveled. I just got a sixth sense that he had traveled the world quite a bit. And then he and the guy that looked like he was out of a Men in Black team, the suit and the what I mean? Ooh, Will Smith, the movie, man. The guy with him looked just, I swear he was dressed just like that, man. And they leave. I'm like, okay. I pull out my cell phone when he says that to me. It's 1:23 a.m. Now officially the 10th of August, 2019. I'll leave Martin's. I decide I want to walk down. I end up walking down Prospect Street. I somehow ended up at the very top of the Exorcist steps from the Exorcist movie, filmed in 1972, released in 1973. And, I said a few things aloud because I wanted to, and it's so what? Big deal. And then I walked down the steps, and anyone that's ever been to the Exorcist steps, it's quite a walk, up and down, depend either way. I get to the bottom of the Exorcist film movie steps. Bam! There's a cab driver pumping gas in his tank right there. I get in the cab. I get driven to my next destination, and that was that. That was the night and the twilight of the 10th of August, 2019. Yeah. So now, you see what happens when I just went out from the earliest of the late evening to the twilight. I mean, just all this stuff. Blues Alley, Melba Moore, El Centro, 3rd edition, Samos Fire, Bracelet, Martins, and all of it. Now, September 2020. Only months after that. Let's see. So, 8, 9, 19. Oh, no, it's the following year. Yeah. I reconnected with the members of my team. Michael Jackson's former glove maker and costume maker and designer, who also did all of the following for, again, Billy Preston, The Jacksons, Earth, Wind and Fire, Barry White, Marvin Gaye, Donna Summer, Rick James, right. I called all of them. I wanted to reconnect with all the members of my DMV Pantheon to let them know this will happen. This will succeed. Just got sidetracked by the coronavirus and the quarantining and everything and all of it that happened around me. But I am reaching back out to all of you September of 2020. So I called Gregory Lamont Gaskins, Elvis Presley's former music director of the Sweet Inspirations, co-founded by Dionne Warwick of Valley of the Dolls and her sister Dee Warwick and their aunt Cissy Houston, mother of Whitney Houston. And I sung a cappella on the telephone to Elvis Presley's former music director the song School Day by Chuck Berry. My nose is itching for him. Okay. When I was done, he said one word over the phone to me. Well, he said one statement. He said that my a cappella vocal performance was unbelievable. Quote, this was a man who was music director and rhythm guitarist for the King of Rock and Roll for 5 straight years, who was in charge of the band that opened up for Elvis in every stadium and arena for 3 years in a row throughout the Elvis Presley National 72, 73, and 74 tours. He was featured in the Golden Globe winning documentary movie Elvis on Tour, 1972. And as a matter of fact, Gregory is featured at the very tail end of the movie when the credits pop up, and it's his very extremely handsome face to Elvis's Memories. I don't remember the words, memories. Yeah, it's a beautiful song, so let me not do that. Okay, so then I telephoned to James Brown's former personal drummer, Robert Mousy Thompson. I sung a follow-up verse after the chorus to She's Out of My Life by Michael Jackson from the Off the Wall album. James Brown's former personal drummer said to me over the phone afterwards, this is a cappella, raw, just like now, but on the phone. Man, that was off the chain, Jorge. Okay. I then called Bob Marley's former lead guitarist, who played for the pioneer of the electric blues, T-Bone Walker. He said, yeah, man, you sound good, man. I'm on tour, I'm performing, I'm producing. Send me the tracks. Keep me posted. I spoke with and reconnected with the official lifetime webmaster of the co-founding drummer of KISS, who also does the same for the co-founding lead guitarist of the Runaways, the founder frontman of Twisted Sister, who formed a rock band in college with his buddy, the son of Barry Gibbs, of the Kings of Disco, of the Bee Gees, who I believe may have also been the godson of Michael Jackson. And yeah, I reconnected with the team. Then I posted a very legendary historic post of all that. October 9, 2021. Here we go again. Organic, cosmic, symmetry, synchronicity, most cosmic, magical and otherwise, but yet hardcore, real, true life. So, right. So I posted about all of these calls and reconnecting with all of them. That's September of 2020. That October 9 of 2021. Little did I know that a year and a month later to the date, on November 9, 2021, I would get my glove. Okay. Now we fast forward. Here we go to 5/8/21. I have a conversation with Whitney Houston's former background singer, Sean Cole, Bodyguard Tour, whose father worked with Steven Spielberg and George Lucas. Same directors of Jaws, E.T., Star Wars, and who I just recently sung
Again, happy birthday to Acapella telephonically. It was the 5th of December 2021. So that was just like 2 months ago. And she just messaged me a few days ago. I spoke with Paul Simon's former guitarist, who was business partners with the hitmaker for the Notorious B.I.G., Mary J. Blige, Faith Evans, Nas, and the rest, who we lost to the corona 6 months ago. Please be careful. Okay. All right. So then oh boy, here we go. Then I got then the 7th of June, 6/7/2021. Oh boy, this is big. This is big. This is big. From, I'm telling you, I mean, this is big. So my cell phone gets a bling. It's the 7th of June, 2021, last year. It's a bling from a Facebook friend of mine who sends me a message via Facebook Messenger. It happened to be from the former executive and legislative communications director of the New York City Council, who, if I have this right, is also the founder of the Global Alliance of Law Enforcement Professionals. If I have this right, the National's Public Relations Director for the U.S. Association of Constables and Marshals, and who I believe, if I have this right, Sergeant at Arms for the U.S. Benevolence Association. Yes, I was contacted by this great, great man in real, true life, RoboCop. So he messages me and has an office liaison rep telephone me on behalf of the New York City Council, on behalf of a New York City Council rep member out of the Central West Bronx of New York City, New York. Oh, it gets better. So I says yes. And the office liaison rep and I think we were on the phone for at least an hour. Okay, I said yes. Don't do that again, please. So I said yes to the office liaison rep telephoning me after this great man, Clark Pena, contacted me on behalf of this city council member of the Central West District of the Bronx, New York City, New York, and their office liaison rep. The office liaison rep called me, and they asked me to share at the top of my very truly greatest of all time in Facebook.com history, aka now Meta, timeline account of posts of legend, epic, history, greatness, success, records made, broke, shattered, and nuked by me throughout what I am now into the close 6th hour of detailing the greatest of all ever in Earth and human history, phenomena decade, and specified multiple categories of reality. For one man, one son, one father, one artist, one super mastermind, business owner, etc. Outside of record sales, tours, tour sales, certifications, awards, nominations. Again, I have yet to release a single, let alone an EP or an LP, but that will not be the case in the near future and future. Now, if this all hadn't gotten so big and turned into such a super gargantuan, colossal, titanic dynamo at an intergalactic level of a juggernaut, then all of the
all of my originals, and I would, look, we're here. This is how it happened. This is how it happened. This is how it happened. This is where we're at now. So, okay. So they asked me to share at the top of my timeline the co-street naming ceremony of the founder of Marvel Comics, Stan Lee, on behalf of the man who created Spider-Man, the Incredible Hulk, the Silver Surfer, Daredevil, Doctor Strange, Fantastic Four, the Avengers, the X-Men, you name it. All of the arch villains and all of the superheroes of Marvel Comics, Black Panther, Iron Man, all of them. Absolutely incredible and unbelievable. That I was reached out to by Clark Pena with his resume and bio when he was still the executive legislative communications director for the New York City Council. That he then had the city council member, Representative Cabrera's office liaison rep, Saeed, called me to share the co-street naming ceremony of Stan Lee, the founder of Marvel Comics, that would give birth to all of the Marvel film franchises that are all mega billion-dollar franchises, especially Spider-Man, Iron Man, and the Avengers. The Avengers Endgame, if I'm correct, is the second highest grossing film of all time. So, can imagine that was quite an honor for, a real true life Spider-Man, me, in terms of all of the webs and nets and threads and familias and pantheons of my kingdom and dynasty and empire that I've webbed and weaved and woven and drawn and pieced and assembled and materialized and organized and streamlined and managed and am directing and leading all at once. The irony of it? No. I really feel like classify under all of these superheroes. I swear to you, Superman, Batman, Daredevil, Spider-Man, Silver Surfer. I mean, look, I wouldn't say stuff like this if it weren't freaking true and if it were not warranted. That's the key word, warranted. Okay, so that happened. And I don't think it was a coincidence, because out of the 700 plus, the 800 plus members of pop history who are Facebook friends of mine, who are living legends and icons and stars, a quarter of them, 25% at least out of the 700 plus, are all out of the New York City, New York's 5 boroughs in the tri-state area. So to me, it's makes a lot of sense for various reasons that we converged and they contacted me, and it was meant to be. And I'll tell you what really got me. I asked the office liaison rep when we were on the phone. I said to him, "Are you guys close to the Van Cortlandt Park scene when Cyrus gives a speech to all the street gangs of New York City, New York in the movie The Warriors?" He said, "Our office is only a 10-minute drive from there." I went, whoa. Then he shared with me on the phone that they were also behind the street naming ceremony of Big Pun, aka Big Punisher, of the classic hip-hop album Capital Punishment, member of the Terror Squad featuring Fat Joe, Remy Ma. But again, this is all material that I say is for an older audience of 18 and above. Not for under 18. That's me. I say that. I speak for me. I represent Mutatio Formulae LLC. I represent Jorge Estrada, DC, Serb Mutatio Formulae. I'm a father, a parent. It's me. It's what I say. So I don't speak for anyone else. I speak for my daughter, me. I speak for us. I speak for, you understand? All right, good.
So I was like, whoa. Okay, now, is that big or is that big? Okay. Oh boy, we're getting there. Oh, wait a minute. Snap. So, the street naming ceremony for Stan Lee of Marvel Comics was the 10th of June, 2021. The street naming ceremony for Biggie Smalls of the very street block that his mom raised him on, Valletta Wallace, was on the 10th of June, 2019. Lo and behold, coincidentally not, I say, Mutatio Formulae, my limited liability company, was enacted on, guess what, the 10th of June, 2014. When did I randomly, but not randomly, run into the former glove maker and costume maker for the King of Pop, Michael Jackson, and his brothers, the Jacksons, for the Thriller Jackson's Victory Tour, underneath the marquee of the Apollo Theater and the box office? Guess what night that was? The 10th of June, 2017. What do you think about that? The 10th of June, 2014, I officially enacted Mutatio Formulae, limited liability company. Then the 10th of June, 2017, on the third anniversary night of my company, I just, oh my God, I forgot that. On the third anniversary night of my company's enactment, I run into Rhonda Nelson Boglin, her daughter and grandson, under the marquee and box office and main entrada of the Apollo Theater. Then Biggie's street is named after him, where his mom raised him and where he grew up. The 10th of June, 2019, on the 5th anniversary of the enactment of my company. Then I get a call from the Executive Legislative Communications Director of the New York City Council, founder of the Global Alliance of Law Enforcement Professionals, Public Relations Director for the U.S. Association of Constables and Marshals, Sergeant at Arms for the U.S. Benevolence Association. I get a call, I get a Facebook message or text message from Clark Pena to share the co-street naming ceremony of the founder of Marvel Comics superheroes and archvillains. That was dated the 10th of June, 2021, on the 7th anniversary date of the first day of my business and company, 6/10/14. Here we go again. See what I mean? The organic, cosmic symmetry, synchronicity, asynchronous, symmetrical, and otherwise noted and unsaid of the great unseen and of that of the physical. 6/10/14, 6/10/17, 6/10/19, 6/10/21. 6/10/14, the first day and official enactment of Mutatio Formulae LLC, my company. 6/10/17, I run into the former costume maker and glove maker of the King of Pop and the Jackson's Victory Tour, who would make my glove, my crystal glass Michael Jackson Thriller Jackson's Victory Tour glove that I showed you earlier in this video, that I will show you again at the end of this video, because we ran into each other under the marquee of the Apollo Theater. 6/10/19, the street naming ceremony of the notorious B.I.G. on the very street block of his neighborhood where him and his mom grew up and where his mom raised him. 6/10/21, the co-street naming ceremony of Stan Lee. Okay? Because I was contacted again by Clark Pena of the New York City Council, their office liaison rep on behalf of Council City member Fernando Cabrera. And again, their office is only 10 minutes from the Van Cortlandt Park, which was in the scene at the beginning of the cult classic Wars movie of 1979, when Cyrus speaks to all of them. It's a movie. So, you know, it's a movie. It's a great movie. Okay? All right. that was actually based off of quite a tale. Go check out the movie The Wars 1979 and check it out. I don't condone violence, but let me just say that it's a great movie. It's an entertaining movie, and as a matter of fact, one a close friend of Lydia Chris's, the ex-wife of the co-founding drummer of Kiss, Leon Delaney, he was in the movie The Wars. It shows in the credit that he was a member of the gang called the Punks, and I'm Facebook friends with his daughter, who was the niece of Sean Delaney, who played a great role behind all of the Kiss dynasty and just conquest of the planet from 74 to 79. Okay, now. All right. Okay. Okay, we're getting there. We are getting there, man. Okay, so that's June of 2021. Now, August of 2021, I reconnect with Aretha Franklin's former last sax player, with Bliss Ananda, Charles Solbert. And I said my piece on him earlier. A local legend for sure, Walter A. Tate Jr., who worked on a project with the frontman lead singer of the Kings of Hardcore Punk, HR of Bad Brains, and who worked on a project with the godfather of DC-based go-go music, Chuck Brown and the Soul Searchers. Reconnected with Gil Scott Heron, the godfather of rap's former bassist and co-producer. This was all the 14th of August, 2021. And a former Motown Records studio session singer who was on a compilation of greatest hits by Aretha Franklin released by Atlantic Records, who co-wrote a top 10 single with Winfred Blue Lovett of the Manhattans, who appeared on national TV with Jackie Wilson, and who I believe is members of the same have been longstanding members of the same church and friends of Gloria Gaynor, the first female solo recording artist to win a Grammy for her song "I Will Survive." I'm speaking of Norma Jenkins Williams, who I was I was linked to by another member of the team, who I spoke upon earlier. Okay. Okay, now here we go. Here it is. So then, we're at the end here. Right, we're at the end of from Friday to 13th, December 2013, to the 9th of November, 11/9/21 to now. So we're getting here. Let's see here. Okay. It's the morning of the 24th of August, 2021, and I see that my Facebook friend request had been accepted by the former tour manager of the Rolling Stones of 1966 to 1969, who was directly central and involved in the legendary, historic, outdoor-free concert given by the Rolling Stones in December of 1969 at the Altamont Freeway, I believe nearby San Francisco, California, that then was turned into the cult classic documentary music film movie called Gimme Shelter, that he is accredited as being the executive producer of. He then went on to become the business manager of the Beatles and was directly involved in managing the dissolution of the Beatles upon their breakup and the founding and formation of their company, Apple Corps. Now,
When I saw that he accepted my Facebook friend request the 24th of August, 2021, I immediately took to task and went to his Facebook page. It was right there and then when I learned of the death of the drummer of the Rolling Stones, Charlie Watts. That then organically, cosmically, etc., led me to Facebook message him my real true life story of how I almost lost my life to a fire at the age of 11 months old because of the Stones. So we exchanged via Facebook Messenger, and I told him the story, and I'll tell it once more. So it was the hot summer night of the 4th of July, 1972, 7/4/72. And my mom and dad left me alone unattended at 11 months old. They went to RFK Memorial Stadium to see the Rolling Stones headlined and America open up for them for the Rolling Stones touring party and its associated album Exile on Main Street. So coincidentally, when they left me at 11 months old unattended inside of the historic landmark of my city, the District of Columbia, located at 1800 Connecticut Avenue Northwest, DC, in the very heart of my DuPont Circle, Estrada, a fire broke out. So I had a babysitter straight out of Ireland back then who went by the name of Mary Lovelock. She referred to me as her little Christopher Columbus and would say this to my mother and father, that's what she called me. Well, clearly she must have lived inside of this historic landmark address of 1800 Connecticut Avenue, because she was able to enter the apartment and save me from asphyxia and from being burnt to a crisp by the fire. Before she went back to her ancestral homeland of the North Atlantic, she handed a rosary to my mother and said to my mother, "This rosary is for my little Christopher Columbus, to protect him throughout the rest of his life here." She was not a fan of this society and culture, and she left it. And that's that. So I shared that story with the former tour manager of the Rolling Stones of 1966 to 1969, who was directly behind the free Altamont concert at the Altamont Freeway that drew 350,000 plus people, and that was featured in the music film documentary Gimme Shelter that came out the year I was born, 1971. When I told him the story, it was just like, okay, wow. So that compelled me to share that story with all of my Facebook friends. Well, really, what he sent me back when I sent the story was a big thumbs up. Whatever. It's all good, man. I did it out of purity and truthfulness and organicness, and I was just glad that I was able to share that story, and also the paradox and oxymoron of it all, because, you know, I mean, this guy was the manager of the band that, my parents, I'm not blaming the Stones. You can't blame them for what my parents did, but oh boy, but it's just, that happened to be the band they did it for, and the group that opened up for them. Okay. So there's a lot going on there 4th of July, 1972, Rolling Stones, America, RFK Stadium, DC, me. And here I stand, and here I am now. So then I went and posted it on my greatest of all time ever, Facebook.com account timeline page, period, in Facebook history. And I posted that on I think that was in September. I posted it a month later, 9/27/21, and attached the mono version of Play with Fire by the Rolling Stones, one of my dad's favorite songs and favorite groups. We'll get into my father, and we'll get into the Estradas, but not right now. This is the greatest of all ever in Earth and human history, etc. For one, etc. decade, and lifetime. Life story, yes, we'll get to that. But remember, there's an order here. I said 2013 to 2021. Then after that, 2006 to 2013. Then I would go back to 1966 to 1988, 1999, and cap there. Okay? So that's how this is getting done. Okay. So, 9/27/21, I shared that story on Facebook.com and attached the song Play with Fire by the Rolling Stones off of their YouTube channel. And since then, it's picked up like an additional 40,000 views since I posted it. I'd have to look at the numbers, but it's what my numbers say. Yeah, 40,000. Okay. So that is 9/27/21. And also, let's go back. In August of 2021, I finally got a direct email back from Scarlett Page, the firstborn eldest daughter of Jimmy Page of Led Zeppelin, former personal photographer of the Smashing Pumpkins, who I would just be so honored to have photograph me one day. Okay. I also got an email from her personal assistant, but who was substituting for her. But I wasn't ready to respond yet, and when I do, I'll respond directly back to Scarlett Page herself. Okay. Now, let's see here. Okay. Here we are. Oh, how could I forget? This was also an honor for me. So around the same time of 2021, I get a bling from Facebook Messenger. And it's a special direct request to me by the son of the co-founder of the Kinks, Dave Davies. The son of Dave Davies, the co-founder of the Kinks, Rock and Roll Hall of Fame inductees. Responsible for songs like You Really Got Me Going and Lola and whatever. And others, yes. A pioneering band for sure, of rock and pop of the 60s, out of the 60s. But what an honor it was to get messaged directly by the son of one of the co-founders of the Kinks, who made a special request to me in private. Not meaning I can't talk that he reached out to me, but whatever was exchanged is between us. And and to tell me that he did so because he valued me as a Facebook friend and didn't want to lose me. And I just that to me was significant and major. If it's Whitney Houston's former background singer, or Mark Bolan of T-Rex's son, David Bowie's godson, or the son of Dave Davies, co-founder of the Kinks, or the daughter of Jimmy Page of Led Zeppelin. Okay. Now,
10/4/21. If you guys all recall, there was the something happened. Oh yeah. I reconnected with Michael Jackson's. I was like, what's going on? When Facebook.com shut down for 7 hours, and I telephoned and spoke with Michael Jackson's financed and published and circulated author, and it was all good. Now to 11/9/21. Whew. That's when it arrived. The crystal glass Michael Jackson Thriller Jackson's Victory Tour glove, made personally, directly, and professionally for me by the one and the only SUPRA unparalleled, unprecedented, historic, legendary Rhonda Nelson Boglin, the daughter of the Lil Max Roach, Bobby Nelson, who did alterations for what some would say is the fifth Beatle and sixth Rolling Stone, Billy Preston, who played for Little Richard and Ray Charles, whose song was the instrumental piece featured at the mid-break of American Bandstand by Dick Clark, and who portrayed Sgt. Pepper in the 1978 movie Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band. Interesting, isn't it? I call it the culmination of the convergence of it all. So her glove arrived on 11/9/21. And it's amazing because, Michael Jackson's 30th anniversary sold out performance at Madison Square Garden was 9/10/01, and then I get the glove 11/9/21. Just about 20 years later, man. See if I missed anything here. Okay. I should have went and washed and pat dried my face, but I didn't. So, whatever. Now, if I ran through the 700 to 800 plus living icons and legends and stars of the last 50 to 100 years of pop history that were Facebook friends of mine, we would be here until the sun rose. So that's going to have to be done separately. That is the final finale Facebook Pantheonic tally, which I'm in the midst of doing. If we had to go through all of the 160 plus gods and goddesses of pop recording history and culture, whose official verified Instagram.com pages I'm plastered all over, penned, of those who have directly mentioned me in comments, directly reacted to me, directly notified me, followed me back, who directly engaged with me and corresponded via Instagram Direct. And it's a long list. I could do that one, but nah, won't be a part of this video. This is this one. Okay. I'm trying to think if there was anything else. December 2021. The 17th, 5th of December 2021, I sung a happy birthday a cappella to Whitney Houston's former background singer, Sean Cole, that she had in her company, a formerly trained Golden Gloves boxer trained by Sugar Ray Leonard. But why do I mention that? Because, again, and her father worked with Steven Spielberg and George Lucas of E.T., Star Wars, Jaws. But I mention it because I sung to her, and I got a clapping ovation from her and her friend. And then she said to me, because, Nuked All Clearism 1 will be the to be streamed live virtual concert of us. And she mentions incorporating Prince songs into the set list. And I wanted to make it clear to her that was going to happen anyway. And when she said, "But Purple Rain is mine," I sing that one. Do you know what an honor it was to have the former background singer of Whitney Houston's worldwide Bodyguard tour, recommended by Michael Jackson's videographer, say to me, "I've got Purple Rain, that's my song"? When she said that to me meant she respected me as a singer. It's pretty big in my book. Okay, so, I mean, Whitney Houston, you know, I'm a rock pop singer rapper, but I can do every other genre you can possibly think of and sound great to it, other than opera. Because, you know, for opera, that's a whole nother realm of training, and you know, you just can't go by ear, and great musical magic and gift empowers you. Yeah. You have to do extraordinary. You have to really, yeah, that's just another level there. But anyway, I mean, Whitney, is really technically most likely the greatest singer of our time. Okay. So, then I had a very meaningful conversation again with James Brown's former personal drummer and with Charles Solbert, Mr. Glissananda, the electric blue violinist, who just had an article come out recently that stated he was classified by various sources as being the world's greatest violinist. Yeah. Whew, I tell you. And then I spoke with another member of my team, a sax player who toured with Ike Turner and his Kings of Rhythm, who worked on the 4 times Emmy-nominated Broadway musical album cast CD, Ain't Nothing But the Blues, with the king of the blues, B.B. King, and blues great master and legend Buddy Guy. The same sax player formed a jazz power trio with a co-founding member of Bad Company, which was first of all Led Zeppelin's supergroup that Led Zeppelin, the kings of rock and hard rock, signed to their record label, Swan Song Records, and then assigned their manager, Peter Grant, to manage Bad Company. So Bad Company would be the first roster act of Led Zeppelin's record label, Swan Song Records. Now, this same original co-founding member of Bad Company that formed a jazz power trio with this sax player of mine, with this sax player who's a member of my team, was the member of King Crimson prior to becoming an original co-founding member of Bad Company and being signed by Led Zeppelin. And before this person became a member of King Crimson, who some call the kings of prog rock, progressive rock, he almost took over as the frontman lead singer of one of the greatest supergroups of all time, The Who, and the position of frontman lead singer held by Roger Daltrey. Okay. So I spoke with this sax player also the 17th of December, 2021. Facebook messaged him and all of the members of my DMV, DC, Maryland, Virginia pantheon of 12 plus, one out of Central New Jersey, which is Ralph Asbury, owner, president of Lunar Moth Entertainment, official lifetime webmaster of the Catman of Kiss, Peter Criss, and others. Again, all the icons and legends and stars they've worked with collectively in totality are at 66 plus, and I did a tally, who've sold an overall combined total of 10 billion records worldwide. And that's my DMV Pantheon team. I will be reaching out as well to other Facebook friends of mine and people I want involved, from Prince's personal drummer of and from the New Power generation, who co-produced on Prince's #1 album, 3121. I'll be reaching out, Michael Bland. I will be reaching out to Nasheem Myrick, former producer of the Notorious B.I.G., Lil Kim, the Queen Bee of hip hop. He produced a very classic song of the Notorious B.I.G. that's not suitable for children. And Easy Mo B, who also produced the vast majority of the songs for Biggie's album debut. Curtis Binky Womack, the nephew of Rock and Roll Hall of Fame inductee Bobby Womack, the nephew of Bobby Womack and Shirley Womack, who are responsible for the song It's All Over Now, when they were the doo-wop group of 1958, the Valentinos, that would then get covered by the Rolling Stones in 1964, that I believe would be the first song of the Rolling Stones' entire career to chart, was their 1964 cover of It's All Over Now, that they sung and performed live on the Ed Sullivan Show, because it went straight to #1. Okay. I used to love her, but it's all over now. All right. So anyway. Okay, cool. Stop. Okay, cool. Thank you. Oh, it's all over now. Okay. Or I'll sound much better when it's time, believe you me. Okay, so anyway. Right. So the nephew Curtis Binky Womack, who put out an album last year called The Last Valentino. Sergio Ontiveros, the father of Smokey Robinson, the mayor of Motown Records, 3 grandchildren. Yes. So him. Another Facebook friend who was the studio and touring keyboardist for Black Sabbath, for the Sabotage and Technical Ecstasy albums, and then he would later go on to become the keyboardist and organist, the keyboardist for Robert Plant of Led Zeppelin, for Robert Plant's first 3 solo albums, which featured Phil Collins of Genesis on drums. Now, I was going to reach out to the uncle of a very iconic and legendary songstress singer, but I learned recently that he died 10.5 to 11 months ago, and he Facebook messaged me every day to every other day up to just weeks before his death. So just imagine I'm on top of all this, and I still have everything else that I've got going on that's no one's business, that's not a part of this video. So can you imagine? So I'm like, okay, no wonder he stopped messaging me as of March of last year, because he died in March of last year. And that's when I didn't hear from him all of a sudden. And he would message me and message me and message me. And I would mention the iconic singer's name, but I won't, because I don't know how the family feels about that. But may he rest in peace. Rest in peace, man. Rest in peace. I learned of his death 10.5 months later because of all that I've got going on. I'm trying to think. I don't want to leave anyone out that I'm going to be look, I'm giving you an idea, okay?
All right. What's next? What's next? Hmm. Hmm. So, I am here to remove and rid and nuke all clear for all time, space, eternal, all of the none suchness that does not exist, that never existed, that will never exist, most delusional and insane, that's being hung on to while it's all at its end of none suchness, disreality, disrealism, insanityism, communalism, populism, self racism, self hatred, tribalism. Um, Reality always at 50% to 25% to 0% to sub zero, negative zero, negative sub zero. Now I want to take it all 100% plus. Um, Mirror base, God granted and given and gifted eyesight and vision, facial, ancestral, historic, racial reality, clarity, and sanity. Um, no more of these dying dead narratives and pathologies and methodologies and descriptives, and through all of these mediums and portals and techniques and disciplines and crafts and industries and studies and establishments and foundations and institutions of my greatest of all time ever in earth and human history, civilization. Because the bottom line is all and everything white and Western and of the West and of Europa was born and bred out of Hispania and Latia and out of Athens and Rome, and that's that. And that's the Hispanic and the Latin and the Mediterranean, which is the Roman and the Greek. That's it. That's it. You know, I'm not talking about countries or territories. I'm not talking about any of that stuff. Oh, this versus that, this nationality and community and culture versus that, and this and that. No, 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 no. I'm speaking facts. The actual people directly responsible for all that is of the West, eternal. Plain and simple. It's just an eternal fact that will never change. It's a song that will always remain the same. No matter all that has been doled out that never should have been doled out, no matter all that was ostracized and isolated and that was undoled out and undone that should have been done and doled out, no matter all that was done and doled out that never should have been, that does not exist, that will never exist, of none suchness now at its eternal endness. It's time to remove those last vestiges and remnants of all this madness and insanity. Okay. Period. That's the Disney version. Understand? That's the Disney version. Okay. Remember, this is a kid-safe, kid-friendly video. And I'm a father. But all that had to be has been done. All that is now will eternally be so. All that must be continued and carried forth and finished must be finished. That's it. None of the isms or reverse isms or reverse isms or isms of psychology and all of this other non-suchness and disreality and disrealism that was forcibly inserted and shoved into everyday life and everyday reality by the numbers, by the seams that have now bursted and are all crumbled at once. Well, there's a saying that once there's a saying of how the gods played a trick. Well, it appears that the gods played a trick on them because all of the products, all of the services, all of the mediums and portals, all of everything, every corner, every slice, every crack, sliver, and hole, completely down the drain, eternally awashed. And now we must remove the last of the non-suchness that never should have beenness, all in its eternal inness. 100% plus reality, truth, facts, and accuracy. No more of these non-existent race descriptives and basing everything just on nationality and culture. And I'm sorry, but it's just it's incomplete. It's too incomplete. It's not accurate. It is not accurate. It is not truthful. And whenever it is, it really never surpasses the 50% mark at best. I say that. I said that. And I can say that. I'm not being condescending. I'm not saying anything that's inappropriate. I'm not saying anything that's wrong or that's untrue. I'm not being negative. I'm not being anything but truthful, real, honest, pure, to the extreme. That's all I'm doing. And that's what's required. So, do I believe it's a coincidence or accident that I have amassed and assembled and materialized all that is around me? That I've had all cosmically, organically, and otherwise sent to me, placed around me? Absolutely not. Okay. Yeah, this is too much self-hatred and self-racism and denial and delusion and insanity and none-suchness and never existed, never should have beenness. Too much has happened over the decades and generations and the centuries. As I've said before, and I will say again, I find this to be the greatest of all times ever versus the last 40 years. Versus the last 100, 140, 200, 245, 530, and 1500 plus. There were a lot of big mistakes made along the way. I call them, I won't specify the number, but I call them the blank BIG mistakes that go as far back as the time that the wall of Hadrian of ours was sacked, to the arrival of our Columbus, when he would arrive to the first landings of the first crossings, when our crown would lay down its first viceroyalties inside of the embanked settlements of the first landings. Back in 1492, now south of this border, of these two countries that border each other. Lots of mistakes, from Emperor Trajan's mistake to Hadrian's mistake. I think it was a mistake to send Columbus here, to be quite frank with you. I think it was a mistake to send Columbus to the Indian Ocean. I think it was a mistake to send him here. We never should have come here. And because what happened in turn, according to me, is that it evolved and transmutated into what would be these nation states ushered in during our colonial era of the last 200 to 245 years that to me are a big disaster. Psychologically, spiritually, soulfully, mentally, physically, bodily, humanly, spiritually. Said that already, didn't I? The worst thing, just absolute insanity, ism, disreality, disrealism, self-eliminationalism, self-hatred, self-racism, self-denial, self-mass. Oh gosh, it just goes on and on and on. Self-harm, self-destruction. And now look. Now take a look all around and all about. What do you see? Pay attention to the numbers of all of the categories and all the data. And I'm not even talking about the corona data. I am not going to run through the list of categories that are most terrible, that all of the guilty parties are the number one ranked victims of. I'm not going to do it. There's a time and a place for everything. You dig? Dig. So, a lot of big mistakes, but that's why I find this time period so amazing. Because it's all being unraveled. It's all being removed, rid, erased, turned over, cleansed, purged. This all needed to happen. This all needed to happen. A complete, total, top to bottom purgatorio of all this insanity, madness, denial, delusion, psychotica, just driven by, oh, well, you know, I'm of this and that, and this and that, and this non-existent, that non-existent. There's nothing that I'm saying that's controversial. If it's the truth and it's done in a manner that's not condescending or spiteful, then what's controversial about it? Nothing. Nothing is controversial about it. Absolutely nothing. Okay. Now, look, let me say this. All the movies, all the TV shows and commercials, all of the products and services out there will never be enough to heal or help or to transform or elevate any if they're not willing to embrace and accept in whole what they truly are. And I don't mean socially or culturally or nationally. I mean ancestrally, racially, genetically, aesthetically, in blood, flesh, and bone, and of spirit, mind, and body. Amen and blessed be. Mutatio formulae. Now, I'm trying to see if there's anything else here. Okay. I'm trying to think if there's anything inside of January, February of this month. I guess that's it for now. All right. We're going to stop here with
I know I could keep going and do 2006 to 2013. Okay, I guess I could run into that because that's different. Or is it not? Let's see. Okay, sure. I will be very matter-of-factly about this one. Now let's go back to 2006. Number one, the career bassist of Michael Bolton. 9 number one songs, 55 million records sold, who co-wrote Forever with Paul and Gene of Kiss. Turned over my original demo of originals to the founder of Sire Records, who signed the Ramones, the Talking Heads, Ice-T, the Dead Boys, I believe the Queen of Pop, Deborah Harry's group, amongst others, and who took a listen to Jimi Hendrix's New York City band in '66 called Jimmy James and the Blue Flames. It was put together by the then girlfriend of Keith Richards of the Rolling Stones, and he said no to Jimmy James and the Blue Flames. And again, then it was after that that Jimmy then said, well, forget this, and flew across the Atlantic, I think after being approached by Chas Chandler of the Animals, and the Jimi Hendrix Experience was put together, and so forth and so on. But this founder of Sire Records also produced the Go-Go's legendary historic album debut, Beauty and the Beat, and their second follow-up album, Vacation. Well, he listened to my original demo of 2006 and said no, he wasn't interested. But then I learned that the man who co-engineered the Go-Go's album debut, Rob Freeman, was an educator instructor at the University of Miami, Florida, the Hurricanes, at the time that Ralph Asbury, my team player and partner, and the lifetime webmaster of the co-founding original drummer and drummer of Kiss, was very fond of when he was at school. So Ralph had formed a rapport and a direct relationship with his teacher, Rob Freeman, from what he told me. And I found out that Rob co-engineered the Go-Go's album debut with the founder of Sire Records, and that Rob Freeman also co-engineered with the one and the only great Eddie Kramer on the Kiss Ace Frehley solo album, The Spaceman of Kiss 1978. Eddie Kramer produced all 3 of the Jimi Hendrix albums, Jimi Hendrix Experience albums. He produced for Led Zeppelin. He produced for, he did work with the Beatles, the Rolling Stones, Santana, and Kiss. He produced the album Love Gun that featured Alexander Arthur Van Halen of his group Van Halen and his brother on guitar. Eddie Van Halen, who played on Beat It for Michael Jackson's Thriller album. Also, I drew the connection of how I learned that the song We Got the Beat was inspired by the Smokey Robinson song Going to the Go-Go. Oh, geez. Oh, gosh. Jeez. Anyhow, oh gosh. All right. I still think I get an A. I still think I get an A, maybe an A minus, maybe B plus. Okay. So right. Then I was reached out to by Larry Kelly of Head Entertainment out of Houston, Texas, whose female partner at the time was with Universal. I haven't gotten a lot of rejections. She said in 2006 it wasn't commercial enough, and Richard Goddard, who also... So I'm now part of another historic elite club. Both Jimi Hendrix and I were rejected by Richard Goddard, but you know what?
I wasn't there vocally or musically compared to where I'm at now. So now I can see why he said no. Then I got a potential record deal offer from the founder and president of Standby Records. They had just released an album for the band Black Veil Brides that put out the album at the time in June of 2010 called We Stitch These Wounds. And they were working on the 6th studio album of Vanilla Ice. So Vanilla Ice and I hung out twice in his VIP section that June of 2010 and October of 2010, because I was reached out to by the president and founder of Standby Records that June of 2010. He offered for me and my former bandmates to fly out to Greater Cleveland, Ohio, home of the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame Museum, home of Bone Thugs and Harmony, and right. So he talked about the potentiality of my original work that's on my MySpace page, I believe. And right. That I wrote all of and composed and arranged, but I still, I just do what I do. And back then, I'm not where I'm at musically. Back then, I wasn't where I'm at now. So, but whatever. Then again, I ran into Bliss Ananda, the local legend and maestro, that June of 2010. And then I forgot to mention in 2009 that the former keyboardist of the underground no-wave art punk group No Trend and I got together, and I then produced my demo 2009, 2011 inside of his apartment studio in the Columbia Heights area of my Northwest District of Columbia, Estrada. And that was driven by what was said to me over the phone by Michael Bolton's career bassist in a major, 2-hour conversation on the phone, the tail end of 2006, the beginning of 2007. So I did not take up the Standby Records offer out of Greater Cleveland, Ohio. March of 2008, Smokey Robinson's son-in-law at the time, I believe, ex-son-in-law, was married to Tamla Robinson, the daughter of Claudette Robinson, the first lady, and of Smokey Robinson, the mayor of Motown Records and of the Miracles. So Sergio Ontiveros offered for my band and I to fly out to Beverly Hills, California, and to remix the demo. He compared my music at the time to the sound of the Jefferson Airplane out of Haight-Ashbury, San Francisco. I didn't do that. I did not go out to Beverly Hills to meet up with Smokey Robinson's son-in-law. I did not go out to Greater Cleveland, Ohio to meet up with Neil Sheehan and Standby Records. I was rejected by the founder of Sire Records, who had my material submitted to him by the bassist of Michael Bolton. And, right. And then, again, I got together with the keyboardist of the underground art punk no-wave group, No Trend, that worked with the queen heroine of B-side punk movies and of the genre, underground New York City genre of the late 70s called No Wave. And that's Lydia Lunch. So they collaborated with Lydia Lunch of Widow's Peak Records in 1985. And they also she collaborated with them on their album, A Dozen Dead Roses, in 1986. So I got together with their keyboardist 2009, 2011, and I produced the demo. He recorded and mixed it. Then I was reached out to by a scout on behalf of who is now the executor of the estate of the late, great, one and only George Michael, formerly of Wham, one of the absolute greatest singers of our time and songwriters. Just one of our biggest stars ever. And George Michael's cousin is the executor of his estate and was the director of his funeral during the Wham days. No, not right now. Not right now, please. It's in the refrigerator. Please don't do that. Please, yeah, please don't do that. Please. No, we'll go do it. I'm at the end of it. Stop. So anyway, so then in 2011, in 2011, all right, let me go do this real quick. Hold on. Okay, that's it. I want you to stop right now. I'm doing it now. Don't say another word. I'm about to wrap this up, please. It's just fine. Don't say another word, but I'll put it in the freezer, okay? All right, thank you. Okay, so anyway, right, so he reached out to me August of 2011 via my MySpace.com page because of my original demo of original songs of mine that got the attention of Smokey Robinson's son-in-law, the founder of Sire Records, the former bassist of Michael Bolton, Standby Records, and Bliss Ananda, now classified as the world's greatest violinist. And then that got the attention of the former keyboardist of the underground legendary art punk no wave group, No Trend, that worked with the queen of female punk movies of the 70s, Lydia Lunch. So I couldn't believe it. I'm like, wow. You know, he was the A&R marketing rep for Wham. Songs like Last Christmas, Careless Whisper, Wake Me Up Before I Go. And then he became the president of his cousin George Michael's independent record label in 1994. And then upon the death of George Michael, he became the executor of George Michael's estate and the director of his funeral. Now, he and I have corresponded multiple to dozens of times via Instagram Direct over the last several months. Okay. And he has his own radio show called London Calling that I will share as soon as I can at the top of my timeline. It's just, I'm just not there yet. And he understands. But he first reached out to me August of 2011. And then I remember I got into like a multiple hour telephone conversation with his wife, who told me she was close friends, that her girlfriend was the wife of the keyboardist of Duran Duran, and that her father was friends with the owner of Studio 54, and that at her birthday party, Prince performed at Studio 54 back in the day. And she kept saying, she sensed it even then. She just kept saying over and over and over and over throughout the entire conversation for hours with me on the phone, there's just something about you. There's just something about you. There is just something about you that's going to happen that's big. And here I am now. I know. Let's see here. I then met the chief sound engineer of Rush in the summer of 2010 as well, but that's a story for another time in another place, not now.
his company has been responsible for all of the events at the National Reflection Pool for over the last half century plus. Um, I had my material listened to by the frontman lead singer of the band Godhead, that was that worked with Richard Goddard of Sire Records, and it was signed to the record label of Marilyn Manson's. In the early 2000s, Marilyn Manson formed a record label called Post-Human. Right, I like that. Meaning like versus posthumous, post-human. And Marilyn Manson produced Godhead's album on his record label called 2000 Years of Human Error. Then Godhead got featured in the soundtrack of the Queen of the Damned movie starring Aaliyah. And they were on the soundtrack for the Punisher 3 Marvel Comics movie. And they did a cover of the Beatles' Eleanor Rigby, that actually did well on VH2 or MTV2. And I mean, the frontman and lead singer, he's worked with members of ZZ Top and Miley Cyrus and Bret Michaels of Poison, and he's done all types of voiceovers for all types of games and movies and etc. But back then, he said, I like what I'm hearing, but I got to hear them vocals. Well, I wasn't ready vocally then like I am now, so there's that. He's up in North Hollywood Hills. Then my material of Rough Tracks that I did, not the original demo of 2005 to 2008, but the new demo that I did with the keyboardist of the band No Trend, the art punk 80s group, in the studio apartment from 2009 2011. Yeah, so so then that was submitted to the former personal drummer of Prince by the executive legislative communications director of a former congressman who is now the attorney general for a certain state. So I was thus linked to Prince's former drummer of the New Power Generation, who co-produced Prince's #1 album, 3121. And the songwriting producer of the hits for Adele and Pink. We won't get into that other person. No. Prince's personal drummer, Michael Bland, listened to my material and said, there is definitely potential here, but when these become songs, have them send it back to me. Okay. Where the producer of Adele and Pink didn't have positive comments for me. And I remember sharing it with some friends, and two women, and one of them said, well, to be quite honest with you, I mean, the material that he's written is it's just, it's just not good, and it's too simple and boring and redundant. Hold on, please. Give me a second here. Okay. So, anyway. Right. So, my friends were like, those songs aren't very good. The songs he produced aren't really that good, and they're too simple and boring and mundane compared to your stuff. But who cares about all of that nonsense? Who cares? Okay. You know, miserable losers, people out here. Now, back to this. Okay. And then I had another, I know, such inferiority, that kind of energy. But you have to do that. You know, it's important that civility and law and order is maintained around here, and that there's no bad faith and malice done to harass people. Okay. All right. Hold on. Let me double check again. No, he's not sending a message, is he? All right. Yep. Always miserable people. Fucking losers. Did you see him? He was fucking 600 pounds. Oh, excuse me. Thank you. Oh, I'm a terrible person. Goodness. All right. Oh, well. Just a nasty person out there. But you know what? Those types of people, they're destined to be them, you know? They're destined to be them, and that's their curse. So. All right, now. Okay. Oh, right. So, I had another person who, I don't know if he still does, has his own independent DC label. And he is an Emmy Award-winning front cameraman for one of the top major cable media news network channels that I will not mention. But he listened to my material, turned it over to his chief sound engineer, who did a semi-remix of it, and he basically said I was a genius. Okay, that's from 2006 to 2013. Oh, boy. Then we had another. Do you see the climb here? Do you see the climb? Right. Look at what's Look at what happened to me from Friday, December 2013, to the arrival of my glove, 11/9/21, the 9th of November 2021, versus all that happened even prior to that from 2006 to 2013. Yes, a pattern. A process. Okay. By the way, what time did that person walk towards me like that? Let me see. We're going to subtract 3, 8:05 to 8:10. I'll address it. Okay. All right. No, he did what he did. That was in malice and bad faith, and it had to be addressed. Okay. So, moving along here. All right. I just want to make sure I didn't miss anyone out. And then there was another local musician who offered to work with me, who's a guitarist, who joined a band of, lo and behold, listen to this, here we go again, Jimmy Chamberlin, the drummer of the Smashing Pumpkins. Back in 2010, they came out with their album release in July of 2011. I saw them at this local music venue. And lo and behold, it didn't work out. And yes, okay. Okay. Just want to make sure I don't miss anything 2006, 2013. All right. We're about to do this. Okay, I'm going to share a few more. We're going to run down the line. Okay, this is incredible, isn't it? Okay. So now 1966. To change these narratives and descriptives and methodologies and pathologies that are just non-existent to 50% real to just non-existent, and they just have to go. We're going to do things my way here, okay? My father arrived in our city, the District of Columbia, in 1966. I call it his first landing and overnight settlement and conquest, really, truly, actually, of the DuPont Circle district and neighborhood of our Estrada, DC. This Romano Adonis really just became Mr. Super Popular throughout the period of the Summer of Love and the so-called countercultural movement and all of this and all of that. I shouldn't say that, but you know, of that era. From 1966 to 1969. I don't want to get into all of that. I don't. So, right. Which was around the same time the Doors arrived to Sunset Sound Studio on the 6600 block of Sunset Boulevard and laid down their first album, including Light My Fire in the End. Remember Robbie Krieger, who wrote Light My Fire in the End, put his customized autographed guitar pick in my hand. And notice that person down there said, if you live by the door, well, he just gave himself away. How did you know that I live by, how do you know I'm the one by the door? Because you purposefully did what you did at 10 after 8. And I will telephone downstairs and notify all of the necessary personnel. Yeah, that's just not, no. So anyway, back to this. So my dad arrives to DC in 66. Lands, settles, takes over, conquers, Mr. Popular in the community, and then walks up to my mother when he lays eyes on her that spring of 1970, sitting on the park bench in DuPont Circle Park. I know. All that happened in 1970 and 1971. He didn't get his first date with my mom till 6 months after approaching her.
That September of 1970, they went to the People's Drugstore Pharmacy across the street from DuPont Circle Park, now called CVS, Building 6. Then after that, they left the cafeteria of what was inside of People's Drugstore. It's what it was called. People's is what it was called. It's now called CVS. This is 1970. I think September. And then they go to see the movie Count Dracula. I know, see, right? I know. I mean, this is so iconic. I know. The fictionalized fantasy version of Count Dracula. So they go see that movie at the Penn Theater on Pennsylvania Avenue in the Eastern Market area. 2 months later, it's my mom's first day of pregnancy with me inside of November 1970. At that time, Led Zeppelin started working on their fourth studio album, Led Zeppelin 4, inside of the country manor house of Heatley Grange, in which they had power generated and supplied by the Rolling Stones mobile studio. Then after that, I was born in the month of 1971 during the final mixes of Led Zeppelin 4 and the song Stairway to Heaven. I was born weeks after Jim Morrison's death. I was born during the year of Linda and Paul McCartney's Ram, Black Sabbath Master of Reality, Michael Jackson's Got to Be There, John Lennon's Imagine, Led Zeppelin 4, and all the more that was recorded and released in 1971. Okay, so then we go to 1972, where again my Irish babysitter Mary Lovelock saved her little Christopher Columbus, that being I, when I was 11 months old, because my mom and dad left me unattended to go see the Rolling Stones and their opening act America at RFK Memorial Stadium. That hot summer night, the 4th of July, 1972. Then, then after that, these are some significant moments. Then in 1981, I leave my elementary school. Then in 1981, I leave the back entrance out the back entrada of my elementary school with my two buddies. I get to the corner of Kalorama Road and Connecticut Avenue in my Northwest Estrada, DC. And lo and behold, I happen to be on the far end of the street on the corner at the time of John Hinckley Jr.'s attempt at Ronald Reagan and Brady. Yes, I was there on that corner when that happened. And then again, my dad introduced Natalie Cole, the daughter of Nat King Cole, and Jim Nabors of the Andy Griffith Show, to me in the early 80s, right across the street from when he was managing the lounge bar there at what was then called the Highland Hotel. Then we go and, we happen to live by the historic legendary Embassy Theater from 1973 to 1982 in what we called the Holy House apartment building. Right around from a building that proclaims to be such, but that isn't. That I won't get into the specifics of for now.
So at all of these historic landmark theaters out of the 20s and 30s, we saw all of these cult classic movies of all genres and fields on opening day and night. That theater down the street from our apartment building was the Embassy Theater. I remember when I got my hair cut in the basement of that same building and block, and I exited out the back, and I was staring at Sadat and Begin side by side, surrounded by Secret Service after getting my hair cut from my hair cutter. So, this was a time when Dad and I were watching all of the Rockies over and over and over again, the Beatlemania VHS tape. I'm Facebook friends with the co-lead vocalist, bassist who portrayed Paul McCartney and sung and played all of his parts as a member of Beatlemania. His Facebook profile picture has him surrounded by Michael Jackson, Andy Warhol, and Steven Tyler of Aerosmith for the opening premiere night of Beatlemania on Broadway. He's a Facebook friend of mine. His name is Mitch Weissman. He's co-written songs with Gene Simmons and Paul Stanley of Kiss. I think he's also done stuff for other bands like Cheap Trick, Yes, Foreigner, Styx, etc. And he did background vocals on the Kiss Gene Simmons Demon of Kiss solo album that was my first cassette LP gifted to me for my Holy Roman Latin Christmas holiday by my mom and dad in the Holy House apartment in December of 1978. Along with my follow-up first group cassette tape that I ever owned, that 1979, which was Kiss Dynasty. My Vampire Fangs, my Vampire Bat, my Tin Man, my Darth Vader, and my big plastic great white shark that I used to play with in my bathtub as it devoured and dismembered all of its enemies. Fascinating, isn't it? It is. Then, and I had this one really hard plastic coated toy that was an extraterrestrial turtle coated in all white with antennas. Go figure. A mutant extraterrestrial turtle in all white, like chalk white, with two antennas. Right. Play with my dad's hand exercises, turn them into figures too. So anyhow, you have all of that up to 1996 when I was inside the Bishop's Garden of the quote-unquote National Cathedral, which is when the son of the headmaster of St. Albans Episcopal Church School for Boys and I and his buddies and classmates and I were confronted by me inside the very courtyard inside the Bishop's Garden. I thought they were picking on this gardener back then in 1996. I was more than likely wrong. So I went down there and, like the Cape Crusader of Rome and Athens that I am. And funny thing about it is that later on, I ended up inside of the headmaster's house with his son and all of his friends and his fellow classmates. In case people don't know about that school, that's right on the grounds of the National Cathedral. 16 graduates from that school went on to reside at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue, Northwest Estrada, D.C., and served terms in that house under the title of president. So 16 of them from that school. So that was 96, and then I went into the headmaster's house, and we fast forward to 1999, and I'm in my apartment with my girlfriend at the time, and I get a call during the twilight hours of the morning, I believe, if I'm correct. And it's now these
graduates and college students who is the same son of the headmaster, and it's all of his same buddies of his senior class from St. Albans. I don't know how they got my number in Brooklyn, but they did. I think they spoke with my mother, I forget. And all I hear is, "Hey, man." And they sound, drunk. Sorry. But they sound like, yeah, they just sounded really lively. Excusez-moi. "Hey, man, we're calling you I'm calling you from a payphone facing the Roman Colosseum, man." And then I hear all of the rest of them. I would name them off, but I'm not going to. And he says, and the ringleader says, "This is for you because you're the real deal, man. Hit it, boys." And they all chant in harmony a chorus of Estrada, 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 Estrada. As I went to say something on the phone, because I was a little irritated that I was awakened during I think was the twilight of hours, because I had to wake up and go to work for that MetLife life insurance man that I was his assistant of. Before I could say anything, that was it. The phone was just a dial tone. Okay. So that's 1999, tail end of 99, beginning of 00. So let's see here. Give me a minute. Okay. All right. Okay, so we're 1999. Yeah. I'm just giving you the right. Okay, here we go. So here we go. Oh, that's right. I forgot to mention. That's what it was. Let's go back real quick. 1976. I was baptized in St. Matthew's Cathedral of my city of DC on 17th of Rhode Island Avenue Northwest. That July of 1976. There is a piece that belonged to Napoleon Bonaparte, his brother, that's in that church. And JFK's ashes, I believe cremated ashes, were held there for quite some time before they were removed. The cathedral organist of St. Matthew's Cathedral was there for me multiple times when I needed him. And I'll never forget when I was many years ago sitting down, and this old lady walks up to me and hands me a rose petal inside of a laminated card from a church out of New York City, New York. She says, "You are special. This is for you." And my daughter took a photo of her father sitting on the very throne of St. Matthew's Cathedral, June of 2013. Now, right. I again said in 1981, I paid witness to what was attempted versus Reagan and Brady that day. I was on the street corner at 9 going on 10. My elementary school sits right behind the Hilton Hotel, right there on Calorama Road to Connecticut Avenue. And I remember learning what that person said when he was investigated for what he did and how he said he did it because of Jodie Foster. And then I thought, geez, years and years later, Anthony Hopkins, who won an Oscar for his portrayal of that character in Silence of the Lambs, sat down with my father alone for 3 hours. inside of Elfino's Restaurante and Bar in Georgetown on M Street in Estrada, DC. I learned Jim Morrison recited his first poem in 1961 at a coffee shop in Georgetown called Coffee and Confusion, before he would hook up with Ray Manzarek at the UCLA Film School and form the Doors. I even held an audition, can you imagine, way back in the mid to late 90s, with a former senior classmate of Jim Morrison who graduated from the same high school out of Arlington, Virginia. And as a member of a newspaper, I supposedly interviewed the frontman lead singer of a Doors tribute band in the parking lot of the State Theater from 99 to 2002 called the Soft Parade. Let me tell you, like, what a journey, what an odyssey. Let's see here. Okay. All right, here we go. Here we go. Put this back there. So we're still in 1999. I go to New York City with a guitar and a guitar case of a guitar I couldn't play. I stay in a hostel. I was with a DC local newspaper back then. From 1999 to 2002, the owner and publisher gave me a national press pass. And I had a friend who was with Amtrak. He was a conductor. And it just worked out, me traveling from DC to New York City and back, because of the simple fact that we enjoyed having conversations in each other's company. He is no longer with us. So in that time, if you recall, I talked about a photo that was taken of me from a black and white vintage Polaroid camera at the tail end of 99, beginning of 00, in one of the very first 3 pre-wireless internet cafes, All Dot Cafe, across from Tompkins Square Park on Avenue A in the Lower East Side. All right. Well, that happened around that time. I'm staring at that photo now. It's on the other side of this PC. There was a phone call I got from the son of the headmaster of St. Albans that graduated 16 presidents of this society and culture, nation state. He called me from a payphone facing our Roman Coliseum of Vespasianus, with all of his senior classmates and now fellow college attending students chanting the last name of Estrada and hanging the phone up on me. Then there was another incident. I'm about done here. This is it. This is it for now. Then there was the time I was sitting inside of Tompkins Square Park, where Charlie Bird Parker used to live across the street from, when Miles Davis was in his band and Max Roach was his drummer in 1944, to when David Bowie and Iggy Pop and Lou Reed hung out in the early 70s, and all of the other icons and legends and greats that must have hung out there. It's unbelievable. But I was sitting there, and this man in military camouflage BDUs with a plastic recorder flute kept announcing to everyone in the park to take a look at me because I was the face of the future. Now, he appeared perhaps, I could be wrong, homeless. And again, he had this
he had these military BDUs on. Let's give me a second here. Let me see here. Okay, so there was 1, then 2, right, then 3, right, then 4. Good. Okay. I just wanted to go out and see if it was one of the same suspects, and if it was, I was going to report them and say something, because I've had it with this. I've had it with this type of stuff out there. Okay. Especially when it's in bad faith and with malice. Okay. Yeah, that person gave himself away by what he said. Yes, he did. So anyhow, here we are back. So he says, "You're the face of the future. You're the face of the future." And then he says it to everyone in the park. And I'm realizing now that I'm a part of what is eternal, that was never a part of the past, that can never be removed or outdone. And so I don't find any of this to be coincidental or accidental in any shape or form, especially at this time period, in this era of it all at once. But nonetheless, that was his interpretation. That was his version. I just looked at him. So then I got up and left the park that afternoon of 1999, tail end of 99 or beginning of 2000. And I walked by the Led Zeppelin physical graffiti building, which is only minutes from there on St. Mark's Place. And boom, he pops out from my blind side on the right. He goes, "I'm telling you, man, you're the face of the future, man. You're the face of the future. You are it, man. You are destined." And I'm like, okay. All right, man, that's enough. Say, calm down, relax. All right. Thank you. God bless you. Now rock on. So we left. You know, it's funny because on that same block, 2 people of an independent magazine called The Truth Will Be Spoken, or was called The Truth Must Be Spoken. And my ex-girlfriend at the time, she was there with me. That's the same block that I ran into Bjork on. And then not too much later after that, I run into the basis of Jesse Camp and the H Street Kids in the Pyramid Cafe, Pyramid Bar, live music venue in Avenue A. And he takes me, I think, to the Palladium, and I meet BB Well, the mother of Liv Tyler, his father, Steven Tyler of Aerosmith, and who once dated Jimmy Page of Led Zeppelin. And okay, that's that. Then, are you noticing a pattern here? Yes, this had been going. And then when I was there, while I was staying at the hostel, the heiress of the Kauai piano and keyboard company, her great-grandfather or great-great-grandfather is the inventor of the Kauai piano, of the first synthesized keyboards and pianos, as far back as 1915 and 1922. And I was staying at the hostel on the cash that I had, and I had a duffel bag filled with my stuff, kept in storage in a locker, and had that guitar and guitar case and couldn't even play it. Right there on 103rd and Amsterdam Avenue by Harlem and Columbia University. And she's the great granddaughter of Kauai. And we formed quite a friendship in that short amount of time, lightning fast at the hostel. And according to my memory, I believe she shared something with me that implied that she and I could be a team moving forward. But I just wasn't ready for that. And that's what I remember. And then another incident happened there where this Asiatic native kid he came up to me in the courtyard of the hostel, and he had like what looked like a Hello Kitty book, and he opened it, and he walks up to me and says, "Excuse me, you sign. I'm just sharing with you." He was, he was Asiatic. I think he was visiting from Japan, and remember, I never say anything in malice. It's just I'm just factual. I'm just clear. I'm just a clear person. Okay. So he came up to me, this Asiatic native kid, visiting from Japan, and he had a Hello Kitty book. And he asked that I sign it. And I'm thinking in my mind, this is the tail end of '99. I'm like, but why me? Like why is this guy so insistent and aggressive about me signing my name on there? So, but I didn't say that to him because I felt like, what do I have to lose? What's the big deal? Just freaking sign his book, man. But I'm just like, I was thinking maybe he has me confused with someone. Maybe he thinks I'm like someone I'm not. I don't know, whatever. But then he straightened that out because as I'm signing the book, I says, whose name? I said, what's that? So I see a scribbly, scrabbly line that looks like it was written by like some elementary school kid. It's like a scribbly, scrabbly line. I said, what's that? He said, you sign here. I said, okay. He said, this Thurston Moore signature, Thurston Moore. I said, Thurston Moore of Sonic Youth? Yes, Thurston Moore, Sonic Youth. He signed here, you sign here. I said, whoa. Thurston Moore's group Sonic Youth are considered the kings of underground art noise, rock, period. And he formed a band with John Paul Jones of Led Zeppelin. The greatest bassist, multi-instrumentalist, virtuoso, composer, arranger, and member of the Kings of Rock, and bandmates with, just the absolute greatest, yeah. So anyway, yeah, Sonic Youth. And so he goes, sign your name above Thurston Moore, Sonic Youth. I said, okay. So you big one day, you big. So you big energy. Is that deep, man? How could someone so young call something like that? That is wild. I never forgot that. I said, me, you big energy, you big one day. I said, okay, big energy. And I signed my name in his notebook. I don't know who the kid is. He wasn't even interested in leaving me this information. It's very bizarre. It's very bizarre. Then there was another man. There were all types of characters at this hostel. And again, I formed a bond, a friendship with the direct descendant and heiress of the Kauai piano and keyboard. If you look at the Prince movie Under the Cherry Moon, 1985, opening scene, when Prince's character is playing in the hotel lounge bar on the piano, it's an all-white, gold-lettered Kauai piano. That was her grandfather or great-grandfather. So, I mean, it's been used by all of the biggest top sellers all over the world, everywhere. Okay. She is a great artist. Do you hear me? She is a great visual fine artist who's achieved success on her own merit and independently. Last time I checked, I believe she's happily married and now a mother. And I just want to wish her the absolute best. Yeah, it was the tail end of 1999, man. I mean, right. I couldn't even play the guitar that I had in my case. I couldn't even sustain and hold a C note, but yet I had this 4-track recording demo that was recorded in the basement of the then band member of the DC local band, Adam West, named after the actor who was Batman in the TV series Batman. Went to his house, went to his basement. He had a 4-track recorder and I played these sketches on an analog amateur keyboard, my Casio keyboard, and took that. And I couldn't believe that in the 7 to 9 months I was in New York City, New York, I couldn't sustain a C note. I couldn't play a single chord. But yet through my 4-track demo, done with the lead guitarist of Adam West out of his basement, I had an entire band of professional musicians, all from Avenue A. As in my Latin letter, as in my Latin letter A of my Roman alphabetical order A to Z, root Latin, Vulgate language, and all of its sublanguages such as English and German and French and Greek and Italian and Spanish, Dutch, Belgian, etc. Facts, reality, sanity, clarity. Okay. So I even had a guy by the name of Matt Draper who was willing to partake on bass, and then he had to tell me inside of Alt Cafe that tail end of 99, beginning of 2000, that he couldn't become a member of my band that he was ready to because his band, The Rapture, just got a record deal with Motown/Columbia Records, and he wished me luck. And this is what I didn't know, it's unbelievable. But if you remember many hours ago, I said that's when I went there and said that even though I couldn't carry a C note, couldn't play a single chord, didn't have anything established, only had a certain amount of cash in my pocket that late 1999, early 2000, I was going to accomplish what no one has ever accomplished on earth or can, and that I would upend and uproot all that never should have been. And here I am. Okay, so then you have that. I remember being in Alt Cafe and telling the president of the underground independent legendary label Teen Beat Records, I got up and stormed out and said, you guys may have all of this now, but I'm going to have the world one day. Then I said the same thing in 1996 outside the Circle Ball or DuPont Circle of Connecticut Avenue, as I stood face to face in front of the lead singer frontman of the punk group Minor Threat and Fugazi. I did. It was 1996. I said to him, you have all of the DC scene, but I am one day going to have the entire planet. I don't make up stories. I don't tell lies. I'm telling you. I said that to him. I thought I was too close to him and in his face. I would never act like that now. But I was standing in front of him. It was face to face, and I was talking to him. And I said that to the lead singer, frontman of Minor Threat and Fugazi, that I would one day have the world. And then years later, I ended up working at the Phillips Collection with his brother who worked there. The Phillips Collection in DuPont Circle, my DuPont Circle. I ended up working there 98 to 99, I think. I was approached by Robin Williams. It was of Mork and Mindy and Popeye. and all the rest. He spoke, and I pulled out my flyer that was produced and printed by the guitarist and drummer that I was collaborating with at the time for an art gallery show. And that guitarist, his grandfather was General Sherman of the U.S. Civil War. And so I think he was based out of Bethesda. And he was the guitar player, and his friend was the drummer, and we had an art show. The art show didn't end too well, and but you see, my point is there's a pattern here. This has been going on for quite some time. Yes. It's called a storyline lifetime odyssey. And I did not include the inner details that make it so Star Trek-y and Star Wars-like and Disneyland. But no, we're not going to get into all of that right now. No. Okay, so then and actually I remember when the grandson of General Sherman of this Civil War of this country said to me one day, we ran into each other years later. It was twilight hours, 18th Street, Adams Morgan. We run into each other and he says to me, hey man, don't ever take anything from anyone, because you're George Estrada, man. You're the one and the only George Estrada, man. Don't ever take anything from anyone, man, because you're the one and only, man. Take care and good luck. We just ran into each other, crossing paths years later on 18th Street in Adams Morgan, 2 to 3 in the morning, and that's what he said to me. Now, what do we have next here? I'm getting there. Okay. Oh boy, here we go. In 99, 2000, my girlfriend at the time and I went to the John Lennon Strawberry Field Imagine Circle of West Central Park across from Building 1, West 72nd Street. And we went there, and I had my retro tight-fitted orange shirt with white trims around the shoulders, around the sleeves. Here we are. Here we are at the end of this, man. This is as much as I'm willing to shell out and deliver and drop right now. We're about to wrap this up. This in a few minutes. It'll be 8 hours total. 8 hours. But we went to the John Lennon Strawberry Field Imagine Circle. And there's a crowd of people there, of course. I mean, come on. And she randomly, and I'll tell you, I don't know about then, but back then, an incredibly super talented, gifted, fine artist, visual artist, period. I'm telling you. This is someone who should have really evolved. But I don't know. I think it's a matter of connectivity, resources. Right. She pulls my shirt off, takes my shirt off of me. And I think because it was so tight, it was so easy. So I said, okay. She takes it off. She slaps my shirt on top of the John Lennon Strawberry Field Imagine Circle. Get ready for this, guys. And she pulls out of her bag a giant, big, black magic marker ink pen. And she draws a massive, a colossal, titanic, massive, gargantuan black web filled with nets and threads and webs, covered and laced with diamonds and stars galore by the plethora. And at the time, my artistic entity was called a revolution of beauty. So she had a revolution of beauty dripping down the middle. It was incredible. Can you imagine where I'm at now, 20 years later? Let's see here. We say 22 years later to 23. If you would have told me that it would have a DMV team of legendary musicians who worked with 66 plus icons, who sold a combined total of 10 billion records worldwide, if you would have said to me that through social media platforms that didn't exist back then, I would have 700 to 800 plus friends who are living icons, legends, stars, executives, moguls of the biggest brands, LTDs, estates, titles, catalogs, companies, solos, and super groups of pop history. If you would have told me that I would be plastered throughout the official verified Instagram account pages of all these official verified Instagram account pages of all these super gods and goddesses and very top of the top tiers of pop history. If you would have told me that I would have evolved into the super dynamo, multi-dimensional, multi-genre singer of rock and pop and everything in between, and a rapper and beat maker and drummer and producer and all of this that I am now, that I truly am now, as you'll find out soon, very shortly. And that I'd be, that all of this, and this isn't even all of it. Are you kidding me? I have timebusinessnews.com questions I have to answer and submit back. I have an iHeart radio station interview that's going to be scheduled. I have a 2,000-word article feature that I have to finish and submit for Rolling Stone to print and digital. Then way down the road, I'll MTV Rock blog write-up. Then I already spoke with the hostess of HollywoodEntertainmentNews.com, Hollywood Digest Magazine. I mean, I'm telling you, I know it's just so much. Let me leave you with a line that Rakim said, I think, in the song Follow the Leader. Remember that? For those who know, follow the leader, Rakim say. Tell me, how many notes can you name in this tune? That's what this makes me think of. How many notes can you name in this 8-hour tune? How many? It's so overwhelming. It's so pulverizing. It's everything and everybody you could possibly think of. So let me wrap this up here because I need to wipe myself down. So long story short, I'm at the tail end of all these NUKED clearism events, the initial promo showcases, the virtual concert event, the media formats. And then, my team, they've played not only with over 66 icons, but over 30 monarchs of the mainstream and underground of pop recording history. I haven't even completed the tally of the total number of records sold, the number of icons that my 700 to 800 plus did all with in all industries of my Facebook pantheon, which I'm in the midst of. I haven't even completed the tally of all of the records sold and all of the other accolades and accomplishments that the 160 plus that are my Instagram pantheon have done.
And I call them my pantheons because, the direct comments, the direct reactions, the pinnings of posts, the enabling and the allowing, the keeping, the directs Instagram exchanges, the follow backs, the friendship request accepted, the telephone conversations, the agreements on the phone, the agreements through Messenger, the agreements, the conversations, all of it. 100% factual and real. Okay. Now, I do know that this was most predestined and fated and chartered and aligned, and destined, fated, chartered and aligned. It's amazing how. Hold on, I've got something. Let me wipe myself down here real quick as I wrap this up. But so imagine, I mean, from the time she took off my shirt, she drew that big giant spider web filled with diamonds and stars with a revolution of beauty and drip down the middle. It was probably the spring of 2000, right? To where I'm at now. But hold on here. I'm going to wipe myself down after stepping out there because of just people's misery and torment and, and all that other, stuff. Let me wipe myself down though. Okay. All right, as I wrap this up, so basically, all right. Okay. Yeah, man. It's all these. Sorry, but just all these, all this stuff. It's just not gonna. It's not working. All of these socially, culturally institutionalized, non-existent stuff. I mean, look now. Look at the numbers. Look at the numbers, man. Look at the numbers. Look at their categories. I mean, at some point, they've all got to come to grips and live in complete total reality. That's pretty much it. This is me. I represent me. No one can speak for me. No one.
by these terrible products and services, turning people into zombies, giving them all types of terminal diseases and health issues, and stuff that mostly is just a load of hogwash to substitute and supplement for all of their deficiencies, inadequacies, shortcomings, traumas, and torments that they don't even want to be completely, totally real and honest about. I don't need to specify. It's specific enough for now. You figure it out. Yeah, just looking at the mirror, just defying what the mirror reflects, defying reality, defying truth, warring with the mirror, warring with truth, warring with reality. Always going through these deflections, whether it's to this or that or that or this. Delusion, dishonesty, none suchness, never existed, never will, never should have been. Right. Just look at the numbers, look at the categories, take a look. Let me send you to a website. How about that? That'll show you what I'm talking about numerically in terms of data, statistics. worldometersinfo.com. WORLDOMETER, worldometers.com. Go there. You can also find it on my timeline. Real-time data, stats, and numbers by the second of every major categories, departments, and divisions of life itself till death and beyond, nationally and globally. Check it out. You check it out. Go look at the numbers. Okay. All right. Now, face, hands. I'm going to go ahead and wrap this up. So, yeah, it's so she did that, and just where I'm at now, and and the glove and everything, all of it, and we will get to my originals. I've already got a set list, a track list for my originals, covers of the remakes of whether they're singles, EPs, or LPs. But I want to go ahead. This is the right way. This is the right order. I notified members of my DMV Pantheon within the last several days to last week, and I'll follow through with the rest of them. But all of the final finale necessary executions at their furthest and farthest end of all this documentation and packaging will take place this month, next month, and the month after. We're going to get this done. Okay? And that also includes matters outside of my mutatio formulae company, personal matters, familial matters, all matters. At the farthest end, inside the very final cut, inside the final bend. Now with all of the disreality and disrealism at its eternal end. Okay? Okay. I'm trying to just want to make sure I don't miss anything else here. Okay. All right. I was talking about that earlier. I said about that man in the wheelchair, and he says, "Young man, you're going to become one of the greatest visionary leaders of our time one day. I see it." All of that from just staying a few weeks at this hostel. Is that intense or what? I know. That is majorly intense. Hold on here. Okay. All right. Okay, we're getting there. There it is. We're getting there. All right, here it is. Okay. Right. So I know this decade of mine. I know. Can you imagine if all that came to be after she did and drew that on my shirt? Okay, now this is, I know. I think I'm just getting a little tired. So we're about to wrap this up. I mean, the greatest of all ever in Earth and human history decade. For one son, one man, one father, one artist, one super mastermind, business owner, etc. Number two, the greatest of all time ever in Earth and human history, single-handedly self-amassed, real true life, Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band, LP cover, assembly of pop recording history, titans, giants, gargantuans, colossals, live performance team, and studio projects production team. Also, for not only the virtual concert performance of NUKED All Clearism Event 1 out of 6, but for any would-be singles, EPs, or LPs of originals, covers, and remakes. Believe me, I've already got it all mapped out. Remakes, covers, and my originals. Yes. I remember when James Brown's personal drummer listened to my demo of originals, rough tracks, and on video in, I think it was June 2014. Yes, Robert Mousy Thompson, the former personal drummer of James Brown of 13 consecutive years up to the time of James Brown's death, said, quote, "When you folks listen to this man's music, you are in for a big awakening." And then when we did an interview, when we did an interview on 10/26/17 at the Rise 95 studio in Suitland, Maryland by Southeast DC with the Big Mo radio and TV show and Pat Goody Goodwin of First Integrity Entertainment and Security, if I've got that right. I had with me Rhonda Nelson Boglin, the former glove maker, costume maker, designer of the King of Pop and the Jacksons Thriller Victory Tour, who I ran into underneath the marquee of the Apollo Theater on one side of the table, and I had James Brown's former personal drummer, Robert Mousy Thompson, on the other. That was our interview with the three of us and Big Mo and Pat Goody Goodwin. That was 10/26/17. And I remember when James Brown's former personal drummer said right there, he gets the right team around him, there's no telling where his music will go. Okay. And so that's that. Okay. All right. We're here now. And the 800 plus between Instagram and Facebook, we're talking the greatest producers, engineers, mixers, recorders, studio session musician, instrumentalists, cinematographers, videographers, photographers, makeup artists, costume makers, designers, sound techs, lighting techs, designers. I mean, I'm telling you, we would be here forever if I went through all of them. We're not going to go through all 700 to 800 of them, are we? Okay. Stay focused here. It's been 8 hours. Okay. So, right. Yeah, so then, my Facebook Pantheon, my DMV Pantheon, my Instagram Pantheon. I mean, Jesus. Just all of it. It's just unbelievable. Okay, I think that's it, guys. I think we're going to call it quits here. Okay. I think this is it. Yep, I think this is it. Oh, I forgot that back in the day, when my dad landed and settled in Concord, DuPont Circle, he had a white denim jacket that had a Rolling Stones tongue stitched on it, a Byzantine Latin Iron Roman cross here, and a tiger leaping out of the bush from the back, and he would always wear his and he wore and he wore back then his black leather wristbands. Okay. Black leather. So it was black leather with and it buttoned up, and it was leather, I think. Yeah. Okay. Forgot to mention that. We won't get into the rest. I think this covered a lot of territory. I think it substantiates and warrants the title, along with the descriptive of this very video, self-narrated video of mine in my YouTube channel. I mean, we're set, we're ready. All of my team. All of my team, all of my team, all of my team. Okay, so I'm going to run off the 13 members of my DMV Pantheon. One is out of Central New Jersey, and we're going to cap this for now. Okay. I just want to make sure, because I really do want to go ahead and wrap this up and eat something. Right. Hold on here. Okay. All right, we'll get back to that. Get back to that. Okay. Okay, that's it for now. So here we go. I want to give the greatest of thanks to the members of my team out of DC, Maryland, and Virginia. Number one, the former personal drummer of James Brown, Robert Mousy Thompson. 2, Gregory Lamont Gaskins, the former music director of the sweet inspirations of Dionne Warwick and Dee Warwick and Cissy Houston, Whitney Houston's mothers. Sweet inspirations on behalf and for the king of rock and roll, Elvis Presley. Number 3, the former lead guitarist of the king of reggae, Bob Marley and the Wailers, who was also the former guitarist of the pioneer of the electric blues, T-Bone Walker. It's 4 monarchs. The last sax player of the Queen of Soul. 5. Whew. The former business partner of Paul Simon, the former guitarist of Paul Simon, who was business partners with the hitmaker of the king of hip hop and rap, the first lady of Bad Boy, and the queen of R&B hip hop. It's 8. This former guitarist of Paul Simon's and his former business partner, now deceased, his DC bass band opened up for Lou Rawls, Roberta Flack, and Boyz II Men. And a lot of people don't know this, but when John and Yoko were living at Building 1, West 72nd Street, Paul Simon was living there, and I believe he was living with Carrie Fisher, who portrays Princess Leia in the Star Wars film franchise trilogy. And Roberta Flack lived there. So a lot of people don't know that, but they lived there at the time of it all. I know. It's a lot. A lot of people don't know about Roberta Flack. She got her start because she got a gig as the house singer and pianist at Mr. Henry's on Pennsylvania Avenue in the Eastern Market area. Right. Okay. And I would sing a Lou Rawls song now, but I'm not going to do that. Okay, and then right, so that's like 8 monarchs.
And these just like, again, Gregory Lamont Gaskins, Robert Mousy Thompson, Ben Sands, um, Julie and Judy Marvin, 4. Robbie Gordon, who was the former bassist and co-producer of The Godfather of Rap, 5. Who also Gil Scott Heron, Grammy Lifetime Achievement Award winner, Rock and Roll Hall of Fame inductee, 5. The 5 of them. And then we have on keyboard Sean Cole, background vocal Sean Cole, former background singer for the Queen of R&B Pop, Whitney Houston. His father worked with the film directors of Jaws, E.T., and Star Wars. Okay. 6. She's 6. And then we have the sax player who toured with Ike Turner and the Kings of Rhythm. Worked on the 4-time Tony Awards nominated Tony Awards nominated Broadway musical Ain't Nothing But the Blues with B.B. King and Buddy Guy. Formed a jazz power trio with a member of Bad Company, who was a member of King Crimson, who almost took over as the lead singer and frontman of The Who over Roger Daltrey. So we have Robert Mousy Thompson, Gregory Lamont Gaskins, Julie and Judy Marvin. We have Ben Sands. We have Charlie Rhythm Lewis. We have Sean Cole. Then we have the world's greatest violinist, Bliss Ananda. Mr. Charles Solberg. He's 7. There's no certain order here. I've gone in extensively on the significance and the value of the one and only Bliss Ananda. I met several of them through him, and even more. He was in the band Data. They won the finals of the legendary historic Jack the Rapper contest back in the early 90s. Made it to the very finals of Fox TV's Big Break, hosted by Natalie Cole, the daughter of Nat King Cole. Made it to the finals against R. Kelly's group, Musically Gifted Men. Oh well. Right. Performed at the Sweet Spirit Festival. One year was headlined by Erykah Badu, and performed with Cage the Elephant at the Busker Fest, which I think that year was headlined by Stone Temple Pilots. I am Facebook friends with the, I would call, one-man band, third leg, Siamese twin, close friend, and I believe guitarist of Scott Weiland, as in one of the greatest rock singers of rock and pop history of all time. Scott Weiland, of the frontman lead singer of Stone Temple Pilots. I'm Facebook friends with his one-man go-to guy, who was a member of his Scott Weiland band. Look, we could go on and on and on. Also Bliss Ananda, he linked me to a person that was linked to the drummer of the Psychedelic Furs. That drummer of the Psychedelic Furs and I are Facebook friends. You could just go on and on and on and on. Right. They did that song Pretty in Pink. That was the theme song for the movie. I find all of this also quite funny and amazing. Yes. Salute to my everything, my would all be all, my A to Z, my 0 to 100. Okay. I cannot delve into the Facebook pantheon or the Instagram pantheon as much in this video. Okay. But so there they are again. Former personal drummer of James Brown, former music director of Elvis Presley, former background singer of Whitney Houston, last final sax player of Aretha Franklin,
former guitarist of Paul Simon, who was business partners with the hitmaker of the Notorious B.I.G., Mary J. Blige, and Faith Evans, and Nas and others. 5. Formerly guitarist of Bob Marley and the Wailers, who also played for T-Bone Walker, pioneer of the electric blues. 6. Sax player who toured with Ike Turner and the Kings of Rhythm and worked with B.B. King and Buddy Guy, and formed a jazz power trio with the former member of Led Zeppelin's Bad Company, with King and former member of King Crimson, who almost took over as lead singer of The Who, and in place of Roger Daltrey. 7. Sax player who worked with the godfather of go-go DC-based music on a project, who worked with the frontman lead singer of the Kings of Hardcore Punk out of DC, Bad Brains, in a project, who was the chief sound, who's right. Okay, so that's 9. And then you have hold on. Right, and then you have another sax player who was the sax player for Gil Scott Heron, the godfather of rock. 11, 12. And then you have 11, and then you have 12. You have a former Motown's records studio session singer who was a part of a compilation of hits of Aretha Franklin's, co-wrote a top 10 song with the leader of the Manhattans, Winfred Blue Lovett, appeared on national TV with Jackie Wilson. So let's see here. Right. So you got Gregory, Mousy, Charlie, Walter, Ben, Bliss, Sean, Whitney Houston's former background singer, right, who did background vocals for Parliament and for Nancy Wilson of The Cosby Show. 8. You have Norma. 9. You have Robbie. 10. You have Carl. 11. And then you have Julian Junior Marvin, former guitarist for Bob Marley and the Wailers, and T-Bone Walker, pioneer of the electric blues. 12. Then you have the lifetime webmaster of the co-founding drummer of Kiss, of the lead guitarist of the Runaways, of Hulk Hogan, of the frontman and lead singer and founder of Twisted Sister, who also has, for a client of 10 plus years, the man responsible for drawing and painting the theatrical film posters for Jaws 1975 and for The Empire Strikes Back Star Wars, who is a musical instrumental virtuoso himself, and has produced the series and string of successful cover albums. Yes. So Ralph, out of Central New Jersey, it's 13. And I'm not naming all that each one of them actually did work with, but the total is 66 plus, and those 66 plus sold a total of 10 billion plus records worldwide, period. That's that. Now, let me put this all together. And I have a final closing statement on all of this. Yeah, we'll get this all together. Yeah. I'll have to reorganize them. Yeah, it's too much here. Put it here. Okay. For right now, just do this and just do, okay. Okay. Now, I was also reached out to directly on Facebook by the president, CEO, and owner of the legendary Circus magazine. They were the first premier rock pop magazine before Rolling Stone, um, and others. It's cool stuff. Yeah, I got reached out to by the podcast host of Beach Boys Talk, and um, I just thought that was cool because I'm Facebook friends with the former, really best friend and personal photographer of Dennis Wilson of the Beach Boys. Just a lot of connections here. I mean, remember I was on the street corner when Hinckley attempted what he did versus Reagan and Brady, and I then learned that when Dennis Wilson died, Reagan pulled all of these uncommon executions and steps so that the Coast Guard could bury the remains of Dennis Wilson in the sea. That's only reserved for certain types of individuals. So I just thought, all of this is all just so interesting. When you really wrap your head and get into all of this, it's just so much. It's a matter of whether you can hang in there or not, because it's so much. Okay. All right. Do you want to read this right here? Okay. This is it for this. Okay. All right. One of the most incredible things about this odyssey of mine is that prior to 8 years ago, before I became a father, and even after, a lot of this was done on foot in the ancestral tradition of my Romano ancestors. It was done on foot, by foot. I carved and cut and pounded the very concrete streets, stratas of my city, the District of Columbia. There was opposition and resistance due to all of the trauma and torment and self-hating reasons that many of these types have because of their inability to love self and their inability to forgive and their never-ending quest to be something that they will never be, and to continuously lie to state that they are something that they never were and aren't. So it's just amazing. I remember several years ago, just between two of my cell phones, I had over 1,400 numbers. There's much more I can get into here. Or what about the 130 plus individuals that were there for me throughout this odyssey over the last 10 plus years? And this, I'm talking many, many years ago, years and years. We're talking like this has been a 20 plus year journey, man. It goes back even further. Remember, I didn't share all of the inner details, and I could have easily died. The little Christopher Columbus, Roman Damien Prince of the District of Columbia, could have easily died in that fire. Oh man, there's just so much more that I am just not at liberty to share right now. Okay, but I think this is a pretty good
display. Right. Yeah, and so also to wrap this up, to add to the team, Rhonda Nelson Boglin, you know, former alteration. She did costumes, clothes, alterations. You know the deal. King of Pop, Earth, Wind and Fire, the Jacksons, Rick James, Donna Summers, background singers, Barry White, Marvin Gaye. Right. Her father. We talked about all this. 14. Her longtime friend and partner who does stitching, who's this stitching and makes costumes and did so for Anne Margaret Olson and Barbara Streisand and Neil Diamond and the Commodores. And right, I consider her a member of the team. I just have to have what I need, which is what I've been, which is what I'm surrounded by. All would be potential investors and partners. 14, 15, then the videographer, the career videographer, the co-founding electric lead guitarist of Kiss, the Spaceman Ace Frehley, and him being the videographer of my storytelling anthology video. I know, as though this isn't. How are you going to do? This is different. I knew I had to do this because of the swathy amount. I knew it would take this long. That's why I did this free. That's why I went through my YouTube channel, through youtube.com, posted on my Facebook. This is why I'm doing this way. That's why I have a set order. Okay. Yeah. And then, let's see, it's 13, 14, 15, 16. And then if I have what's required for the former head cover artist of George Lucas's and the Star Wars comic book company, who did the two greatest albums of rock and pop history, the two Kiss albums, he would be my go-to for the brand logo, for the merchandise, for cover artistry. That's 17. Then there's the publicist, who was once upon a time with Elektra Records, the label that signed the Doors, the Cars, who is responsible for this multimedia package of Time, Business News, iHeartRadio, MTV Rock, Rolling Stone, and we'll see what else. For this multimedia blitz that's going to get executed this month, the next, and the month after. It's 18. Would have been. Oh, wait. Yeah, did I mention also Terrence Brown, aka Big T, Paul Simon's former guitarist, right? Whose band opened up for Roberta Flack, Lou Rawls, voiced man. Worked with Jennifer Hudson at the request of Clive Davis, with his former business partner Carl Chucky Thompson, who was the hit maker for the Notorious B.I.G., Mary J. Blige, Faith Evans, and others. Nas, Usher, Jimmy Fox, TLC, I think, Craig Mack, whole bunch. Total, you name it, I think I'm right. But here we are, right? So that would be what, 18, 19, and then Chucky We're Alive 20. So one out of central New Jersey, one based in southwest Florida. We'll stop there for now. Okay. Really, truly the story of one who was able to override, who was just able to annihilate and decimate and crush, just nuclearize all that never should have been, that was doled out and done prior to his birth and after his birth and since his birth, over the entire monopoly, all of its infrastructure, all of its pipelines, all of it. All of their A to Z, self, ETC, INC, and here I stand, atop of it all. Jorge Estrada, District of Columbia, DuPont Circle, Mutatio Formulae. I thank you all, and for this video, I bid you farewell tonight. I bid you a wonderful evening. All right. For my Empress and Heiress, my daughter, my father, we the Estradas, for my DC, Maryland, Virginia, DMV familia, and for all of the pantheons and webs and nets and threads of teams and links and the labyrinth and maze, it is my legion. I love all of you super incredible exceptionals. I take none of you for granted, and I take none of this for granted. And now it's time, again, one more time, something this big and massive. Imagine you're on your own and you have to wrap your hands around it. You have to document it, package it. It's just all you. It's me. Okay. Now, I forgot to mention that. Let me go ahead and mention this. Sure. Okay. Oh, man. All right. So, I'll pull out the glove one last time. I'll end it with the glove on. But I was in this magazine in November of 2016 called SUPRA Stars Magazine. 2 pages in glossy, glamorous color. The magazine is a team partnership of Waka Flocka Flame, Gucci Mane. It was back then, I don't know now. And Odell Beckham Jr., formerly of the New York Giants at the time. And Waka's mom, Deborah Antony. And the manager of Lil Wayne, Cortez Bryant. So it was an honor to be in the magazine. But let's fast forward now to the Super Bowl. I'm telling you. So I was watching something and I decided to go, you know what? Let me put the game on. Within seconds of putting the game on, I see Odell Beckham Jr. with a Rams uniform on as wide receiver. And I'm like, whoa. Right. Remember, his name is in here as a staff associate member of SUPA, SUPA Stars Magazine. And I'm like, whoa. Wait, it gets better. And I'm like, wait a minute. Apollonia Cotero was an LA Rams cheerleader, right? Purple Ran. Then, remember I said she and I corresponded throughout 2019 via Instagram direct message. It was pleasant and cordial. It was great. Then the show came on. So I see Dr. Dre and I'm thinking, oh, man, that's right. The business manager of Dr. Dre's son told me that Dr. Dre's son years ago was following all of my posts. Yes. Yeah. Yeah, her name is Tiffany Gaines. Shout out to Tiffany Gaines. She told me Curtis Young Jr. was following all of my posts several years ago. He is the son of Dr. Dre. Then I remember my publicist getting me what was a permanent blog at the time on thisis50.com, 50's website. But I went there last year and didn't see the blog there, so I need to talk to her about that. Then Mary J. Blige was there, and Carl Chucky Thompson, he produced most of her most quintessential catapulting album of her career, of my life. And Chucky's the same one who plastered, who enabled and allowed me to plaster my greatest of all time, Earth and Human History, Roman Ancestral Traditional, Legendary, Iconic, Historic Posts, Unyielding,
perpetual, relentless, from September of 2016 to October of 2020. Unfortunately and tragically, he is the one that we lost to the corona 6 months ago. I was thinking, wow, what would Chucky be thinking if he were here in the physical and saw Mary J performing? Then I remembered how my publicist, wait a minute, hold on. Right, then I remember that she got me in this magazine, Soul Central Magazine, out of London. Oh well. And long story short, that magazine then was involved in a couple of events that I believe included, yes, Floyd Mayweather, one of the absolute all-time greatest boxing champions of all boxing history. And I think that Soul Central was also part of a West Coast concert that featured Ice Cube and E40 and Too Short and DJ Quick and Snoop Dogg and I think a couple of others. Yeah. I didn't forget about you. Shout out to you, Janet Kirtley, over there in Oaktown of the Observatory and SCS Management. Yeah. But, you know, and then, you know, I mean, right, so this publicist linked me to all of this, and she's the same one that got me inside of WBLS Studios that was owned by Irvin Magic Johnson of the LA Lakers. When Wendy Williams' former co-host Jeff Fox did that photo shoot with me, an in-person interview, all this is going to get rotated all over again once I take the next step, which is the insertion into the media formats. Electronic press kit, official.com website, perhaps the formats of CD, DVD. There's so much more, right? That's also part of the anthology storyteller video. Okay. So I know it's a lot and too much for all of you, but I have it all mapped out and sequentially freaking ordered, and it's all at its farthest end, all at the same time, and I'm at all of the finish lines all at once. The end. Okay. Then you have right, so you know, just all these thoughts are running through my head. That's what a performance. And okay. So now I bid you farewell. I'm going to throw on the glove one last time. Oh, I did reach out to Sunset Sound Studio a month ago. I spoke with their assistant studio manager, asked him to let Drew Dempsey of Sunset Roundtable know that I would love to be interviewed by him. So let me break down Sunset Sound Studio for you. One of the absolute most historic, legendary freaking recording studios ever of Earth and human history. The Doors recorded their first two albums there. The Doors recorded their Led Zeppelin, Kiss, Janis Joplin, Prince, so many. The Smashing Pumpkins, Michael Jackson, Van Halen. I mean, just so many have recorded there. The Go-Go's, Van Halen. So many. I said Van Halen already, right? Just so many. I'm about to wrap up here in a few minutes. Okay. So that's that. I mean, I reached out. I mean, Light My Fire was recorded in there. The End was recorded there. Purple Rain. Led Zeppelin did a couple of some work on Stairway to Heaven in there. Kiss recorded all of Hotter Than Hell there. And it goes on and on and on. Right. Just the SUPRA legendary studio. Earth, Wind, and Fire recorded in there. It's unbelievable.
It's on the Sunset Strip, I think, 6600 block of the Sunset Strip of Sunset Boulevard, building 6650. So I spoke with her assistant studio manager a few weeks ago, and then instead of just following suit, like he said, and just emailing Drew Dempsey of his show, Sunset Roundtable, I went ahead and got caught up in the momentum of it all, and I sent an Instagram direct message of the 13 members of the DMV Pantheon and one out of Baltimore. Of the 13 musicians and the team of 20 out of the DMV, Central New Jersey, and Southern Florida. One out of Central New Jersey, one out of Southwest Florida. So, right. And one out of New York City, New York. Okay. So anyhow, look, right. Okay, now, let me go ahead and say bye-bye. It's now 9:54 p.m. All right. It is the 23rd of February, 2022 at Dominum. Okay. I'll save the rest for later. Let me throw this glove on one last time. As a symbol of triumph, of conquest, of history, epic legend, magic power, and of victory. I love you, Rhonda Nelson Boglin. I love all of you out there, and we're going to make this happen. And I can't wait to showcase all of my dynamo singing, rapping, and drum versatility so that you see the great talent that I am. Okay, now, I'm going to do this first. Throw it on again. It's nighttime. This will go back to its rightful place because that's just the way it has to be. Let me just say this now about this glove. Not only is it not kept here, even if it were, by all means necessary, under the rule of law, and never above it, would I and my team seek to do whatever is necessary to ensure its safety and security. I do want to make that crystal clear. Believe me, I would and we would, but only under the rule of law. Never without, never above, and never around. Do you see? Look at that. A symbol of my conquest of my dominions, my triumphs, my victories, my championship title belts. All of my records set, made, broken, and nuked. All of what I've just completely annihilated and decimated and removed that had to be. And it will stay that way. By all means necessary under the rule of law. Yeah. It's just life. Life is not a game. None of this is a game. It's not. Look at that. How it sparkles. Do you see that? Do you know what an honor it is to have the glove maker and costume maker and designer of the king of pop, the greatest entertainer of our time, made for me by one of his actual glove makers and costume makers and designers? It's the greatest feeling in the world. The only thing that tops this is my daughter, my legion, my everything. All of the greatest of all, earth and human, universe, cosmos, air, space, lifetime, ancient, eternal, modern, popular history, records and categories. I've ran through them.
I'm not going to run through it and go, oh, this and that and this and that and this and that. I mean, it is what it is. We're here, okay? And I'm going to turn it around now. All right, now, understand all the miles I covered by foot, through the mornings, through the late nights and twilights, through all types of areas and neighborhoods and all types of personnel, through all types of fields over the course of the entirety of my life. Pay attention and listen to what I'm saying to you. Do you understand? Do you understand? Oh, look at that. Look at that. Look at that. Now I wonder if I look at that. Oh God, that is just incredible. Now I wonder, what if I turn off the light? Let's see what it looks like. Look at that. Look at that. You know, it's unbelievable, you know, to think of all the people that I've known and crossed paths with since as far back as the 90s, of DuPont Circle, my park, of my city, of the District of Columbia, DC, Upper Northwest. And truthfully, to think of the number of them that are no longer here, it's a very long list. So, let me just say that I take nothing for granted. I don't. I am honored. I am beyond honored and humbled and flattered. Okay. Viva Latina, viva Europa, viva Hispania, viva Latia, viva mutatio formulae.